This is Too Good at Goodbyes by R.C. Bolt. Read for you by Ava Erickson, Jason Clark, Vikas Adam, and Desiree Ketchum. Prologue. Simone. Present day. The Super Bowl halftime performance. Hard Rock Stadium, Miami Gardens, Florida. Facing what's estimated to be over 67,000 people with my favorite guitar strapped snug against me, I prepare to sing my final song. Standing up here in front of thousands of fans is second nature. I performed in countless dive bars before breaking onto the scene and securing my first record deal, then moving on to sold-out world tours. Which means I shouldn't have sweaty palms like a preteen working up the nerve to talk to her crush. My heart shouldn't be racing like a horse competing in the Kentucky Derby. My stomach shouldn't churn as though I've eaten ceviche from a questionable food truck. Tremors shouldn't affect my hands like a virgin embarking on their deflowering. None of this should be afflicting me, but it is. Because of him. Because of the current state of my heart. But this is how I deal with heartache, with tragedy, with life. This is a little different, and I hope you like it. I rasp into the mic. Noise from the cheering fans is deafening, and like every time I perform, the surreal quality never quite fades. Tonight marks the first time I'll share a song I wrote about someone who eviscerated my heart entirely. My other relationships, and subsequent failures, pale in comparison. It's no secret that love and broken hearts inspire great songwriting. With regard to the latter, it's never hard to find someone mourning an unrequited love, suffering heartache, or wishing they'd find their own glorified, everlasting love. But have you noticed when male musicians write about it, they're never on the receiving end of the snide, sarcastic comments of, "Oh, poor thing. He's rich and famous and can't find love. Boo freaking who." Yet when I write lyrics that are the closest thing to ripping out my heart and putting it on display for the world, I receive the, "She's probably selfish and put her career first," or, "She probably cheated and now she's regretting it," or, "So sad. The ice princess of pop is heartbroken." My response? Fuck that noise. I'm writing from my heart and soul, regardless of how damaged they might be at any given time. And as long as my fans continue to support me, I'm going to keep on keeping on. I'd like to dedicate this song to a special person. I duck my chin, willing myself to maintain composure. It's called Embers. Once I strum the first note on my guitar, everything around me fades. My voice emerges from the shards scattered within my chest where my working heart once was. When I play that final chord, I see tears streaming down the faces of the fans in the front rows. And yet again, I'm reminded of something all too easily forgotten, that there are others who can relate to lyrics written by my soul's breath. Because in heartache, we're never truly alone. 1. Simone. April. Over a year earlier. Simone, over here! Have you started working on the next album? Love the dress, Simone. Who's the designer? Is it true that Matthias broke up with his girlfriend because of you? Are you planning to write a song about Jackson? Don't get me wrong. I have zero issues with answering questions, but right now, their shouting barely registers through the oppressive, thick fatigue that surrounds me. I'm battling the kind of bone-deep exhaustion that goes hand in hand with a rigorous performing routine, combined with my tour's schedule travel demands. I'm on a mission to hit my hotel room and collapse until I'm forced to wake up tomorrow at the ass crack of dawn for a grueling workout. David, my personal head of security, is at my side, since the press gathered for this leg of the tour have been excessively antagonistic. My two main bodyguards, Vance and Jed, also flank me in the front and back. Not for the first time, I'm grateful for these men. because one of those shouting voices lances through my haze of exhaustion and cuts deep, causing me to misstep. "Simone, did you hear that Jackson and Emily are expecting a baby?" They, the press, are the vultures. My exposed areas of wounded flesh taunt them, tantalize them. They crave the moment I fall, succumbing to the wounds, the injuries they've inflicted. They live for the moment they get exactly what they want, a soundbite juicy enough to ensure millions of hits on the internet to make them money, one that creates the drama, the controversy so many salivate over. Most of the time, I do a pretty stand-up job of letting their barbs slide off my back. I just pretend it doesn't get to me. Then, questions like this get tossed out and instantly flay me open, leaving me vulnerable with my entrails exposed, while the vultures circle, preparing to swoop in and relish in satisfaction. Because the man they speak of, Jackson Diaz, was my fiancé a mere 4 months ago. "You are not rescheduling your honeymoon again." I flash my sternest expression at David. Arms crossed, I prop myself against the arm of the couch in the hotel suite. "I'll be in safe hands with Jed and Vance." David's lips part, and I know he's about to protest, so I hurriedly finish with, "We'll be just fine." He drags a hand through his dark hair, ruffling it, and I know he's torn. His wife, Shelley, is one of the most understanding spouses I've ever met. But even she's got to be at her wit's end after having to delay their honeymoon. I gentle my tone. "It's only a few months, David. I'm sure we can make do." "But with the press tour on top of this," he trails off, his face lined with worry. "I'm trying to find a replacement for when I'm gone, and I thought I had one lined up, but then..." They bailed when they realized it wouldn't just be a balls-to-the-wall daily schedule, but because it's the Ice Princess of Pop. My knowing smirk might come off as nonchalant and uncaring to those who don't know me. "Sorry, Simone." I wave him off. "No need to apologize." "I have one guy who I think'll agree to it," David rushes on. A hint of relief colors his tone. "The thing is, he has a ton of experience in the military, but nothing like this." The leather chair makes that trademark creaking sound when he shifts to lean forward in it, resting his forearms on his knees. "With that said, I don't doubt his expertise or capability to adapt to this job." Our eyes hold as I let his words settle over me. "You trust him?" My voice is soft, and David knows what I'm asking, especially after all the shit we've been through together. He dips his chin in a firm nod. "I do." Linking his fingers together, he levels a somber look at me. "I'd honestly trust him more than the others I considered for the job." I blow out a long breath. "Okay, make it happen as soon as you can." Slowly, my smile spreads. "Because I want you and Shelley out of here and relaxing on that beach in Cabo as soon as possible." He rises from his seat and strides over, affectionately laying a hand on my shoulder. "You call me no matter what, got it? I'm always here for you, kiddo." I let out a small laugh. David's only a few years older than I am, but he's been protective of me since day one. Not unless it's a legit emergency we can't handle. He looks as if he's about to argue, but finally concedes. "Fair enough." Striding to the door, he calls over his shoulder, "I'll work on firming things up." "Sounds good." I'm already digging in the fridge for the prepared smoothie when it dawns on me to ask, "Hey, what's the guy's name?" "Kane Wyndham."
2. Kane. Fernandina Beach, Florida. April. If anyone says guys aren't as bad as women when it comes to dealing with breakups, they've never met my friends.
"How long you planning to mope?"
My boss and buddy, Foster Kavanaugh, though I'm now considering rescinding the latter title, casually tosses this out.
"Probably as long as it takes him to grow his beard to his waist."
Miller, one of my other coworkers, spouts this off while continuing to type up a report. He doesn't bother to glance in my direction, but I know sure as shit that he feels my dark glare.
Or maybe he's trying to turn into a Texan Moses with that thing.
He shrugs and just keeps on typing.
Might want to tap into that market.
Foss looks skeptical.
There's a market for women who want a Texan Moses?
He sits back in his desk chair, eyeing me speculatively.
He
pauses, continuing to survey me.
Guess I could see that.
For fuck's sake. I heave out an exasperated sigh and toss my pen on my desk. It's not like they're gonna let me get any work done at this rate. You two need to lay the hell off already. My voice is harsh, and even I know it's at odds with how I normally am, or was, before her. Damn it. I silently groan and scrub a hand down my face and over the damn beard these two are yammering on about.
Well, I gotta head out to Site 63.
Rising from his seat, Miller grabs the fresh printouts and slides them into a file folder before snagging his keys.
Later.
He's out the door in a flash, leaving me with Foss since the other employees are all at their respective sites, and I have a sick feeling that this was planned. A fucking intervention. God damn it. I clench my jaw, doing my best to hold on to even a shred of calmness before I turn my attention to Foss. By his resigned look, I reckon this won't be a conversation I'll end up enjoying. He doesn't speak for a moment. Instead, it appears he's trying to decide what to say. Get your head out of your ass, Wyndham. Stop with the surly shit already. I'd say you need to get laid, but I'm pretty sure you'd scare away any willing lady. That's what I've already heard, either from him or the others. So when he opens his mouth, I'm totally unprepared for what actually comes out.
You're on mandatory leave starting tomorrow.
I feel my entire face harden like granite. Mandatory leave? What for? Foss leans his forearms on his desk and pins me with a steely glare.
You know why. Don't act stupid.
Because I'm not all fucking rainbows and sunshine, is that it? His eyes narrow. You know I'm looking out for you. He speaks through clenched teeth.
Even when you can't be bothered to look out for your own damn self.
So I'm being kicked off the job. I shove up out of my chair, agitation surging through my veins. He rises, straightening slowly to rest his palms on his desk surface.
If you want to look at it like that, then sure.
His calm tone irritates me even more.
You need to get your shit together and figure things out. You're not in a good place, and I can't sit by and watch it go on any longer.
The finality in his voice tells me everything I need to know. He's thought this through already, so my protests are futile. It's a done deal. For how long? I resent the resignation in my tone. This is such bullshit. He shrugs.
A few months. Whatever it takes. We've got the manpower to cover you.
With a grunt, he says,
Go somewhere. The mountains, a tropical island. Hell, go back home to see your family. Just...
There's a break in my friend's steely facade, the worry evident in his eyes.
Come back with the old cane.
I work hard to suppress the sick churning in my stomach, because he's asking for something I'm not sure I can deliver. I'm not certain the old me will ever make a comeback. Serving in the military as a Green Beret helped me become the man I am. The training molded me into one of the toughest and most resilient warriors. I can't lie and say I'm not embarrassed as fuck to have a woman gut me, for her effect on my life to bring it to this. My first week off is spent sitting on the deck of my place in Fernandina, pouting like a pansy ass as I stare at the ocean as if it's fixing to deliver mutiny. No one calls, no one comes by. I'm pretty certain Foss told the others to back off, which is fine. It's not like I'm in any shape for company. The only contact is a text from him.
Get out of the area. Go find yourself. Hug a goddamn tree or something.
It's quickly followed by another.
We're here if you need us. Take care of yourself.
The following week and a half, I hike through the Smoky Mountains. Still no calls or texts, aside from the one from my cousin Jude down in St. Augustine. I know I had to find my own way, and it took a while. I really hope it doesn't take you as long as it did me. I'm always around if you need me. The week after that, I drive down the Keys and do some deep-sea fishing. Or really more pondering my life while staring at the expanse of ocean and getting exactly 0 bites on my hook. Then I book a flight to my hometown to see my mom, sister, and nephew in Texas, knowing I can't put the visit off any longer. Being around them helps me feel a little more like my old self, especially around my little nephew, Travis. But I'd have to be blind to miss the concerned looks my sis and mom exchange when they think I'm not looking. They've never been ones to pry, but I know they're worried about me. Now I'm back home and unpacked with a load of laundry in the washer. Sitting on the back deck, I nurse a beer while watching the sky darken as the sun sets. The peacefulness can be a double-edged sword. It can be soothing until that precise moment my mind starts to wander into dangerous territory. Does she think of me? Does she ever wonder what could have been? Fuck. I take a long slug of beer as if it'll somehow cauterize the open wound in my chest, which is the exact moment my phone rings. It's been so long since someone's called me, I'd nearly forgotten what it sounded like. I frown when I look at the caller ID. David Camden. Hey, man. Wyndham! His friendly voice is familiar, even though I haven't seen or heard from him in a while. Shit, how long has it even been? I reckon the last time I saw him was at his wedding. How are things? I grimace, actually grateful he can't see me. Same old, he chuckles. I hear you. There's a pause, and I frown because he's always been a straight shooter. If he's hesitating, this can't be good. Listen, I've got a question for you. Well, a favor, actually, if you're interested. Okay, I say slowly. You know how I've been Simone King's personal head of security for the past 7 years. Well, I'm looking for a temp to take my place while Shelley and I go on our honeymoon, finally. He lets out a short laugh. It's only taken us a year to try and make this happen. I slump into a chair and stare up at the ceiling. You know I don't have experience with that scale of security. I know, he sighs. And to be honest, I tried other guys with experience first, and, well, they got scared off because of the requirements, and he trails off, and I know what he's not saying. Because of her, I supply. It's no secret the press goes after her like a pack of bloodthirsty hyenas after a lame gazelle. But Simone, the so-called ice princess of pop, doesn't exactly come off as Mother Teresa either. Yeah, David answers on an exhale. You'd have to be willing to travel with her, escort her to and from events and interviews, that sort of thing. But the pay is great. He rattles off a number that makes me nearly choke on my beer. Once he finishes naming some of the U.S. tour locations, I'd be escorting Simone too. He falls quiet. When do you need an answer? I can practically hear him wince through the phone. As soon as possible. And this would be for about 3 months? Yeah, he sounds apologetic. I tried talking her down to a month, but she insisted we go on an epic honeymoon, and she's footing the bill, so... That doesn't really fit the image of the well-known pop star. That's pretty damn generous. David's tone turns defensive in an instant. She's not how they make her out to be, Wyndham. I wouldn't still be working for her if she was. Fair enough. I run a hand along my beard. Can you shoot me an email with the schedule of tour dates and my exact duties, just so I have an idea of what I'm looking at? I absently pick at the corner of the beer label. You've got a flexible schedule? My smirk feels brittle as hell, like my face is about to crack. More flexible than you know. 3 days later. I stand in front of the bathroom mirror and realize just how badly I've wrecked myself. Shit, I reckon I actually do resemble a sad replica of Moses with this damn beard. Not to mention I've slimmed down considerably. Sure, I've still got muscle, but I'm nowhere as bulky as I was before. A new emotion rises to the surface, pushing past the hurt, and it gains momentum the more I note the changes in my appearance, finally looking at myself without blinders on. Anger. So much motherfucking anger. I let her do this to me, by her dismissal of me and my feelings for her, by letting her play me for a fool. After using the beard clippers, I lather my face with shaving cream. With each smooth swipe of the blade across my skin, I vow to myself that this will never happen again. Never again will I let a woman in. I'm just not sure I've got anything left to offer anyone else. Because of her, I'm hollow inside. I'm man enough to admit I haven't handled this rejection well. Then again, I've never had a woman rip my heart out of my goddamn chest before. Once I rinse and towel dry my face, I actually feel a fraction better, and I know this is the closest I've come to trying to move past things. I need to suck it up and draw from my years as a Green Beret. I survived the bleakest conditions, pushed through the shittiest of times. We endured circumstances that would break the average person and push the toughest men to the brink. I'll do what I did back then, survive another day until the days turn into months, and the months will eventually morph into a year. Maybe one day I'll be able to hear her name without it hurting so damn much.
3. Simone. California, early May.
I'm only worried about leaving you.
David's expression is pained.
Especially after the break-in.
David, I say gently, placing my hands on his shoulders. I'll be fine. I trust you and know you've prepped him with all the info he needs to keep me safe. Taking a step back, I offer what I hope is an encouraging smile. Now, let's meet your replacement. Visibly relaxing, he scolds me playfully.
Temporary replacement. You're not getting rid of me that easily, kiddo.
David treats me like I'm his kid sister, and while that might irritate some people, I grew up without a father. Well, I had one, except he was an incoherent alcoholic when he actually stuck around. So I embrace it. Although I'm his employer, he never sucks up to me as most people tend to. He's a straight shooter and will tell me when he believes I'm taking risks with my security. David tugs open the door to the hotel suite and murmurs a greeting.
Come on in, and we'll get the introductions out of the way.
The instant the man walks through the door, it feels like the air is too thick to breathe, my lungs seizing at the sight before me. This is David's replacement?
Kane, I really appreciate you helping out.
My ears tune out David's voice as I remain stock still, staring at the devastatingly handsome man who's just entered the suite. Pure, unadulterated shock reverberates through me, all the way to the marrow of my bones, at the sight of Kane Wyndham. Don't get me wrong, David's no slouch in the looks department. However, my longtime employee's physical appearance pales in comparison to this man. While David is shorter and thin but fit, Kane is much taller with broad shoulders leading to strong muscled arms and a lean torso clad in a black button-down shirt. The imposing strength of his body is evident, something clothing can't mask. With a belted pair of black slacks that mold what look to be powerful thighs and end with a pair of sleek leather shoes in the same color, I barely suppress a shiver of pure sexual awareness as I study Kane. He wears what David and my security team wear, yet on him, it serves to accentuate his body. My eyes drink him in. He's beautiful in such a natural, unpolished way, with lips that complement his sharp, square jawline. Worn in a neat, short cut, his hair appears as though an artist painstakingly chose to combine honey and mocha brown to create a perfect shade of dark blonde. Irregularly scattered through it are streaks of light blonde. I'd bet all my Grammy awards are from being in the sun, as opposed to being salon-born. I'm surrounded by gorgeous men. Models chosen for my music videos, those I meet at events, and even the men I've dated in the past. But there's a significant contrast between this man and those perfectly groomed, sometimes cosmetically enhanced men. An intense, unexpected flurry of emotion catches me off guard, the reaction overwhelmingly unwelcome, fiercely undeniable attraction, something I can't afford to feel. Anger, disappointment, and heartbreak are what I've repeatedly experienced with the men I've been with. It's puzzling that after all that's happened, my body would still react like this. That my heart and brain would allow the rest of me to respond to this man. Damn traitorous hormones. They should know better by now.
Simone, I'd like you to meet Kane Wyndham.
This stunning man will be shadowing me for the next few months. I need to get my shit together.
Simone?
David's voice breaks through whatever stupor has gripped me, and I snap my attention to him. I'm sorry? Mild confusion colors David's features, and I know why. It's unlike me to not pay attention.
Simone, I'd like you to meet Kane Wyndham.
Oh, shit. When I realize that Kane's hand is extended, waiting on me, my haze immediately vanishes. David eyes me curiously, wondering what the hell is wrong with me. Same, dude, same. Ensuring that my poker face is engaged and nothing I'm feeling is showing outwardly, that the crazy flutter of emotions is carefully hidden beneath my facade, I meet Kane's unflinching gaze. His southern accent is warm and at odds with the hollow look in his stunning blue eyes.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
I can't help but wonder what put that hollowness there, contradicting the presence of those tiny lines fanning from the corners of his eyes, proof of frequent smiling or laughter. Not your business, Simone. With a quick shake of his hand, I offer a professional smile because I know what people expect. Most believe what's written in the tabloids or spread online. Sure, it sucks, but I can't do much about it. They're going to write what sells. And famous people acting like assholes sells. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wyndham. David's postponed their honeymoon too many times for my liking, so I'm grateful you're able to step in for him. David starts off quickly, addressing Kane.
I've already explained the arrangements while on tour, but as a quick recap,
he gestures to the closed door on the opposite side of the suite where he normally stays.
After dealing with a fan who's broken into her Atlanta house twice already, and then one who's disguised himself as a bellboy attempting to gain access to her room in 2 other locations, for safety precautions, it eases my stress to be nearby, Simone.
He frowns before quickly adding,
But don't worry about your own privacy being violated because this one,
David thumbs in my direction, eyes alight with teasing humor,
is probably the most boring musician I've ever worked for.
Hey, I playfully shove at David's arm. Watch it, buddy. He grins before turning back to Kane.
The main security personnel under your advisement are Jed and Vance. They're 2 of the best men I've ever worked with.
He starts toward the closed bedroom door, where Kane will soon settle in.
Come on, and I'll show you your space.
When the men disappear into the room, I have to resist the urge to follow them, which is bizarre since that's one of my self-imposed rules. Never set foot in David's room. I may be his employer, but the last thing I want is to make him uncomfortable by forcibly inserting myself into his private space. I can't lie and say there haven't been times when I've wanted to, though, when my best friend is elsewhere and I wish I had someone to talk to, or even someone to just be around, to sit in silence with and stare at the television. Anything, really. I know, poor little Simone, woe is me. Such a sad, rich musician who has multiple homes and more money in the bank than most people can shake a stick at. Boo-hoo. What people don't tell you is that fame comes with a steep price tag. It attempts to steal your soul, to obliterate your heart, to incinerate your morals. It means being surrounded by people you're not sure you can trust. It means being surrounded by people you know you can't trust. And if you're smart enough to figure things out, to weed through and try to avoid the soulless, morally bankrupt, heartless, and untrustworthy, you'll find yourself dealing with a shit ton of loneliness. Welcome to my world.
We can sit down and make that addendum to the contract. Get it out of the way real quick.
David strides back through and into the common area of the suite nearby where I'm now curled up on the couch. Kane follows him, and I fight to keep my eyes from lingering in places as they trace a path down the length of his body. At over 6 feet tall, his body is no stranger to hard workouts. Muscled thighs encased in those black slacks, his biceps strain against the material of his button-down shirt with each movement. David gestures for Kane to take a seat in one of the 4 chairs at the table where an iPad sits. He picks up a stylus pen and taps on the screen a few times, then types something in before sliding the device to Kane.
This is the contract I sent over to you earlier. The addendum is listed here.
My employee drones on, and I lean my head back against the couch cushions, my eyes falling closed. Maybe I can grab a quick nap before rehearsal.
Great. We're all set then.
My eyes snap open at David's voice.
This will be forwarded to your email, and your check will be direct deposited like we discussed. If you had any snags with payroll, Rachel can help you get that straightened out.
The two men rise from their chairs and shake hands. I lower my feet to the floor and shove up from the couch. David turns to me with a warm smile.
Well, this is it. I'm out of your hair for a little while.
I draw to a stop in front of him. Try to enjoy yourself. With a stern look, I arch an eyebrow. And stay off your phone. We'll be fine. He looks as if he's about to say something, but then he turns to Kane.
Do you mind giving us a moment?
Finally, there's a faint flicker of life in the man's aquamarine eyes, and I'd bet my money it's probably because he thinks I'm about to jump David's bones right before he leaves for his damn honeymoon. Great. One more person to add to my shitty excuse for a fan club. Kane nods and excuses himself, exiting the suite. David waits for the door to fall closed with a soft click before turning to me. His expression is somber, lined with concern.
You know I'll be a plane ride away at all times if anything happens.
I'll be fine. I paste what I hope is an encouraging smile on my face, even though, secretly, I'm a little nervous. Especially since I'm due to start interviews leading up to the movie's release, and we're in the midst of our U.S. tour. I've never done any of this without David by my side. And the last thing I plan to do is bother you on your honeymoon.
I'm serious, Simone.
His brow creases with worry.
I want to be in the loop if anything happens.
Nothing will happen except for chaos like usual. I promise, I say softly. Tipping my head in the direction of the door, I wink. Now get out of here and go enjoy time with your bride. He steps toward me before I can react and tugs me in for a quick hug.
Be safe, kiddo.
When he backs away, affection alight in his eyes, the question rushes past my lips. Kane, you're sure he's someone who can really be trusted? David studies me for a beat before answering.
I'd trust the man with my life. He's the epitome of professional.
He says one last goodbye before leaving the suite, and Kane returns with a large duffel bag slung over his shoulder. Blue eyes lock on me.
I'll set my stuff down and study the notes David sent me a bit more, if that's all right.
After my obliging response, he hesitates, glancing around the large penthouse suite before settling his piercing gaze on me. I get the feeling he doesn't miss much. Those eyes might hold a bleakness, but there's so much awareness, as if the man is constantly on guard.
This is all new to me, but I can assure you I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe.
I appreciate it. I grab a bottle of water from the fridge. I have rehearsal in an hour, so feel free to get situated until then. I twist off the cap just as 2 quick knocks sound on the door. Kane's brow furrows in response, his shoulders broadening further than I thought possible as he drops the duffel bag to the floor in the doorway of his room. That's probably Rachel, my manager. He checks the peephole, then pulls out his cell phone, swiping faster than man-whores on Tinder, until he finds what he's looking for. When he flashes me what's on the screen of his phone, I see a photo of Rachel staring back at me.
David sent me photos with names and work descriptions.
Kane opens the door to the pint-sized brunette whose eyes are barely visible above the 2 large boxes of merchandise I need to autograph. I rush toward her, arms outstretched. Here, let me help you with that.
I've got these, ma'am.
In a manner that can only be described as fast and with flawless ease, he maneuvers the boxes from Rachel's hold, hefting them like they weigh next to nothing. Hey, Simone. When her eyes latch onto Kane, she falters for an instant before recovering quickly. Thanks. You must be Kane. Sorry I wasn't available when David brought you around for introductions earlier. Nice to meet you. Kane dips his chin with a polite,
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
At the ma'am, I swear my manager's eyes form cartoon hearts. Oh boy. I ask Kane to set the boxes on a large table off to the side near the kitchen area. Rachel withdraws a Sharpie and sets it on the table. As many as you can sign before rehearsal will be great. She opens the flaps of the first box and sets out a pile of T-shirts that will be used for radio station giveaways. Rachel organizes the rest into stacks farther down on the table before turning to face Kane. Need any help acclimating, Mr. Wyndham?
No, ma'am. I reckon I've got a handle on things.
I dart a glance at my manager, noticing the interest in her expression, before turning back to signing shirts. That's fascinating. I've never witnessed Rachel pay the least bit of attention to any particular guy before. Then again, she's always bustling around, keeping me up to date on things. She assists with press releases, offering no-comment responses faster than a Pez dispenser can pop out candy. She's so busy, a true jack-of-all-trades, and I'm grateful she stepped in when shit hit the fan a few years ago. At the memory of what went down, my fingers clench the Sharpie in such a punishing grip, I fear the marker will snap in two. Tsunami-like waves of anger pummel me, and it takes all my willpower to shove aside my emotions and concentrate on my task at hand. Simone, did you hear what I said? My head snaps up at Rachel's question. Sorry, I guess I zoned out. My manager withdraws an iPad from her crossbody bag she's never without and swipes her finger across the screen. You have a few interviews coming up for the movie, so I've got those plugged into the schedule. She wrinkles her nose with a wince. It might be a little tight, but it was the only way we could fit them in without irritating Jason. I nod. No problem. The last thing I want or need to do is piss off the renowned director. He'd given me the chance of a lifetime when I was cast in his movie. I sure as hell don't plan on burning that bridge. I'm going to make sure everything with the meet and greets is finalized. Thank you. Flashing Rachel a quick smile as she heads out the door, I continue signing the merchandise. When the door falls closed behind her, I realize Kane's still standing a few feet away. I meet his eyes. You can leave me alone for a bit. Promise I won't throw a rager in the meantime. It's supposed to be humorous because when was the last time I threw a party that got even remotely out of hand? Shit, it's been so long that I don't even remember. Kane simply stares back at me, those blue eyes peering at me, through me even, and it's unnerving. His mouth remains in a flat, thin line, much like the display on an EKG machine in movies when people die. Like, poof. It's one of those no-fly zones strictly pertaining to anything humorous or any semblance of emotion. I turn back to the shirts, quickly scrawling my signature and avoiding looking anywhere remotely in his direction. Awkward. Well, he's the epitome of a professional, just as David said. What he failed to mention was that Kane Wyndham is apparently part cyborg, similar to the character from the Terminator movies. Emotionless, with a blank expression to the max, aside from the hard edge of danger radiating from him. And just like in those movies, it's difficult to say if this guy is friend or foe. Lucky for me, these days I tend to view everyone as foe. It's safer and makes me far less vulnerable in the end.
I'll be in my room if you need me, Miss King.
I nod and wait until I hear the soft click of his adjoining door closing, safely enclosing Mr. Emotionless in his own room. It's only then that I allow my shoulders to slump and let out a muted whisper. What the hell did you get me into, David? Little did I know my question would be answered 2 nights later. Not only that, it would also turn into a complete and utter shit show. Vance, Jed, and Kane escorted me to the doors of the arena for the final show here. Of course, it's no surprise that paparazzi are waiting on the other side of the barricades. Simone, over here! Simone, where's Matthias? It's hard to explain, but I swear I can feel Kane's body stiffen beside me each time someone shouts at me. Did you push Jackson away? People are saying you slept with Matthias. Will Matthias perform with you tomorrow night? Hey, Ice Princess. Guess you're really the Black Widow, huh? You ran Jackson off into another woman's arms, after all. We're only a few steps away from the doors, Kane's hand hovering protectively at the base of my spine, when his head whips around to face the person who just rattled off the Black Widow remark. His words are spoken in a controlled manner, yet hold so much venom, I find my own body rearing back in response. Show some goddamn manners. Fuck me. He just opened up a goddamn can of worms. And right on cue, the asshole who made the Black Widow comment pipes up, Did you finally run off David?
He no longer good enough for you? So you got yourself a new man, huh? My entire body goes ramrod straight, and I clench my teeth, forcing myself to continue walking up to the doors where the venue's security team is anxiously waiting to usher me inside. My anger rises higher and higher, and I can barely bank it by the time I make it to the dressing room. Once the room's safety is ensured, I address Vance and Jed. "I'll need a moment alone with Kane." "Yes, ma'am," they say in unison. The men glance at Kane with barely veiled pity before quickly exiting the room. Their quiet retreat contrasts with the sound of rapid footsteps approaching, and I already know who it is. I walk over and set my bag down on a chair and wait for the footsteps to draw to a stop at the open door before I say with forcible calmness, "Do whatever you can, please, but right now I need to speak with Kane." Rachel's response is succinct. "Got it." She spins around and closes the door behind her, leaving Kane and me ensconced in silence. Of course, he has that same blank stare. He has no fucking idea what he's just done. I press my lips together firmly, trying to rein in the raging bitch who's dying to break free. "Look, I understand this is foreign to you. The tour, the comments, the press, but it's the way things work." I fist my hands at my sides, attempting to keep an even tone. "They can say whatever the hell they want, but the instant they get a reaction, it's a domino effect and turns into a goddamn shitstorm." I can't suppress my sharp glare. "And guess what you did? You served them a big old juicy soundbite that they've already turned into a nasty story. And who do you think has to endure that, Mr. Wyndham?" My voice drips with bitterness, but I honestly can't bring myself to give a shit right now. This is my life, yes, but when someone throws me to the wolves, it's not okay. Not by a long shot. It's a small mercy that he at least appears remorseful. "I'm sorry, ma'am. It's just in my nature to—" I cut him off with a wave of my hand. "I don't care." I pause to allow my words to sink in. I'm not saying this to be a royal bitch, but instead of me going about my business and ignoring the stupid little digs here and there, you've unleashed their fury. Now, they'll be involving not only David, who's on his long-overdue honeymoon, in whatever sordid fantasy they dream up, but you as well. And I don't know if you've got someone at home or not, but regardless, I doubt this is the type of shit you want to deal with. I close my eyes and draw in a long, deep breath before releasing it slowly and opening my eyes. "Look, Mr. Wyndham, I know David and I know he prepped you well. I also know in that prepping he informed you of what not to do, and one of those is to never interact with those assholes out there. So if you can't stick to that simple rule, then we need to call it a day, and I'll see to it that you get paid for your time." His gaze holds mine captive for a beat before he nods. "I'm sorry, ma'am. It won't happen again." His jaw tightens. "I give you my word." It takes a combined effort to restrain a derisive snort at that. He gives me his word? I don't even know the guy. "I don't want your word, Mr. Wyndham." I spin around and grab a hair tie from my bag. Quickly securing my hair into a ponytail, I meet his eyes in the mirror. "I need you to reread the instructions David gave you and follow them to a T so I don't have to deal with another shitty fiasco anytime soon."
4. Kane. Well, hell, that was just fucking awesome. I resist the urge to scrub a hand down my face and cuss myself out for what happened back there. I deserved that ass ripping she dished out. She actually went easy on me, all things considered. What she doesn't know is I've endured far worse during my time in the military. She can have a nasty bite when she's pissed off, but underneath it all, she's a big old marshmallow. I turn to find one of Simone's personal bodyguards, the younger one named Jed, who looks like he could easily be in a boy band standing nearby. He's a few inches shorter than me, with blonde hair that's almost white. His eyes flit all over the place before returning to Simone. I follow his gaze. She's been successfully fitted with a headset microphone. I deserved it. I shrug, my tone gruff. Not because I'm trying to be a dick, but I'm still pissed at myself for that fuck-up. And more. We all screw up, But it's different here, with her. I feel the weight of his gaze on me.
It's her life, and she's gotta be ferocious or she'll get eaten alive.
I nod. That's all I can do. I sense someone moving up to my other side. Vance. Somewhere in his late 20s, with dark hair and eyes, he's on the quieter side compared to Jed. When he does speak, it's always with a purpose and never to just shoot the shit. Jed nudges me with his elbow. When I turn to him, he lifts his chin, gesturing to where Simone is suspended what must be over 40 feet in the air above the stage.
Watch and get your mind blown.
I continue to survey our surroundings, perusing the layout of the arena. Next time, I'd like to head to the location beforehand and get a better feel for the place. I'd feel much safer and confident if I could place the rest of the security team accordingly. My mind blanks as soon as I hear Simone start singing a cappella. Holy shit.
You say I'm weak, that I won't make it without you. You say I'll never rise to the top, that you're the glue. The only thing holding me together. It took some time before I realized the truth. That I'm strong enough on my own. Strong enough I'm fine all alone. I'm strong enough without you. Sit back and watch me prove. It's true. Baby, I'm strong enough.
Told you she'd blow your mind.
Jed's smug tone doesn't even faze me. Sure, I've heard a song or two of Simone's on the radio, but with autotune these days, you never can tell if it's real talent or not. But this woman, she's got a gift. I watch in awe as she spins, doing some mid-air version of moves you'd see in an ice skating routine. She moves elegantly in the air, all while singing, descending gracefully from the 40-foot height. Her body portrays the song's lyrics, the almost haunting quality coming through even without any instruments accompanying her voice. Her voice, her singing is flawless. How she does this without sounding out of breath is a mystery to me. And it hits me like a ton of bricks. I've greatly underestimated Simone King.
5. Simone. Mid-May. Once I'm showered, I throw on a pair of my comfiest capri sweatpants and a tank top with a thin zip-up hoodie to ward off the slight chill from the AC in the tour bus. We've finished the California leg of the tour, which demanded 2 shows for each of the 5 locations, and are on our way to the next venue in Vegas. I grab a clip and twist my hair up before I decide to check my phone. God knows I've avoided checking it after the fiasco with Kane, knowing it would put me in a pissy mood. I can't put it off any longer, though. Heaving out a long sigh, I look through my text messages. Of course, the majority are from my best friend, Matthias, or Matty, as I call him. The others, however, are from those people, the ones who thrive on gossip and love to stir shit up as much as possible. Honey, I must know all about this new man of yours, lucky lady, meow. Gag. Simone, darling, I'm sorry to hear that David left you to go back to his wife. Call me ASAP, I'm always here to listen, XO. Right, such genuine concern. I mark the dozens upon dozens of these types of messages, practically carbon copies of each other, and delete them all at once. It's funny how much better I feel with those gone from my message inbox. Too bad I can't do that to the people in my life. Like, oh hey, you suck and you're two-faced, so I'm deleting you. Bye-bye. If only it were that easy. Finally, I get to Matty's texts. Known for his uniquely pitched voice and prowess on his beloved guitar, he's shut himself in the studio for the past few weeks, working his ass off on some collaborations for his next album, which is why he's decidedly late to the game compared to the others. Of course, my best friend zones in on the heart of the matter with sarcasm, per the usual. This is what I get for turning everything off and avoiding social media while I'm working. Damn it, universe. You brazen hussy, you've been holding out on me. He attached a gif of a woman scowling with the caption, "You insolent hussy." Hello, is this thing working?
Sorry, I've been offline, but I need to know all the things. Paging my hussy BFF. You've unlocked master level of hussiness. Congrats. You broke up a marriage even while the couple are on their honeymoon. This is miraculous. Seriously. Please tell me how you do it. I can't help but snicker. Only Maddie can infuse humor into something shitty like this. He attached a gif of Frodo Baggins from The Lord of the Rings, captioned, "All right then, keep your secrets." Bet you read that with his accent, didn't you? Then a gif of a guy pumping his fist in triumph. Okay, but really, tell me all about this new guy. He looks dangerous, like he could death stare someone to their grave. Now that I think about it, I need to meet him. He can tutor me in that. Then for my next contract negotiations, if they try to lowball me, I won't say a word. I'll just... Attached is a gif of Samuel L. Jackson with a crazy-eyed expression. Okay, maybe not exactly like that, but you know what I mean. I'm out of funniness. Call me, Sim. Let me know you're okay. I press the call button, and Maddie answers quicker than I expect. Hey, you okay? His tone is one of pure concern, and it makes my shoulders relax a fraction more. Settling against my bedpillows, I stretch out my legs and sigh. Yeah, I'm okay. So, there's a slight pause. I should probably warn you about how you're trending. I fist one of the other fluffy bedpillows and stuff it over my face to muffle my loud groan. And the headlines are all like, and I quote, "The Ice Princess of Pop is on fire in the bedroom," referring to your multiple lovers. But can I just be honest and say I fought hard against angry tweeting and telling those morons off? Just when I think he's done, he adds, and I kinda regret not explaining just how contradictory that headline is. He scoffs haughtily before muttering under his breath, "Ice Princess of Pop," along with a mention of fire. Please. I huff out a tiny laugh and toss the pillow aside. Anyway, I'm assuming you ripped that guy a new one? Pretty much, I answer dryly. You know, I'm always here if you want me to stand in as no. My tone comes off harsher than I intended, so I soften it before adding, but thank you. Your arm candy because I'm more than happy to, he continues without missing a beat. Maddie, I say on a sigh, I won't let you compromise a relationship or the potential of one just to help me weather this stupid shitstorm of rumors. Fine, he sounds a tad bit exasperated, but just so you know, I wasn't offering my services for free. A little laugh bubbles up. Right, because you'd only do it if I made my famous French toast? Damn straight, woman. My lips curve into a genuine smile for the first time all day, one only my best friend can pull out of me after a day like this. Want to vent about it more, or move on? Move on. My tone is firm, and I'm grateful for the subject change when he continues. How'd rehearsal go? I'm pretty pleased with everything. So is Connor. Maddie's familiar with my choreographer. Using the Versa Climber for training for my live shows has really paid off. I'm not out of breath the slightest bit, even when I do the wild spin during Love Me More. That's great, Sim. Affection lines his tone. I'm proud of you. You're still on for the next tour stop, right? God, I hate the vulnerability threaded in my voice, but having him with me on tour while rumors are flying, especially the ones about Jackson, serves as a safety blanket of sorts. And I know I shouldn't let myself be this way. It's not healthy, and he'll find a great woman someday who will become his main focus. But for the time being, we're each other's safety nets. He's the only person I trust in every way possible. I'll be there with bells on. Relief shimmers through me at his confirmation. Awesome. I've got to get some dinner and rest up. See you in a few days. Can't wait. And be sure to line up an appointment with Mr. Lethal Glare for me because I'm not kidding about my next contract negotiations. I'd be zing-zanging my death glare all around the— Good night, Maddie, I interrupt pointedly. I end the call to the sound of his laughter.
6. Kane. I reckon I should just call it what it is. I'm still nursing my wounds over the tongue lashing Simone gave me, wishing I hadn't gone against protocol. wishing I hadn't made a scene. Now I'm intent on proving I can do a damn good job and keep my nose clean. That I'm not a complete fuck-up. Our driver's already eaten and is in his bunk, catching some shut-eye while we're parked in the lot of the massive truck stop before we hit the road. I quietly approach the kitchen area of the tour bus with the bag of takeout Vance just delivered for Simone in one hand and my notes from David in the other. My movements are cautious, too. It's not that I'm afraid of her, but basically living with a woman I don't know is a new setup for me. Even though her living quarters are at the opposite end of the bus from mine, it still feels odd. One thing's for sure. The so-called Ice Princess of Pop packs some serious heat when she's angry. It was evident she was striving to control her temper at the arena, but I still caught a glimpse of it beneath her layers. She's definitely got a side to her that she doesn't show people. What's unsettling and what caught me off guard was the small part of me interested in seeing what else is beneath the surface. I immediately shut it down. No way am I going there. Not only because I'm working for her, but also because having my curiosity piqued by a woman is the last thing I want or need. As I set Simone's takeout on the table and my notes on the opposite side, a traitorous part of me taunts, "Call her. Maybe she's changed her mind." It's so tempting that I find myself reaching for my cell phone in my pocket. Just as my fingertips make contact, the telltale slide of an open door accompanies it. I immediately straighten, arms at my sides, and my eyes land on a far different version of Simone King than I've encountered. Long hair and a messy bun atop her head, fresh-faced and looking young enough to be in her first year of college, she pads over to the fridge. As she bends slightly and reaches inside for a bottle of water, my eyes drift to where the fabric of her sweatpants draws over her firm ass. I manage to avert my gaze before she turns around. She settles a look of tired exasperation on me, and I wonder if that's actually a hint of humor in her tone I hear.
"Please tell me you're not planning to hover over me while I eat."
"No, ma'am." I quickly force out the words, scrounging for an excuse for me standing here like a dipshit with my damn attention lingering on her. "I just want to be sure of your safety at all times." Fuck me. I sound like some overeager chump. Luckily, it's actually truthful. I do feel the need to prove myself even more now than before. Simone simply nods and downs half the bottle of water before recapping it. "Do you mind if I sit with you while you eat?" Before she can form a protest, I try to remove as much gruffness from my tone before I continue. "I'd just like to ask you a few questions to get a better idea of security from your perspective. I promise it won't take more than a few minutes." She eyes me, and for the first time, a woman's gaze traveling over me, over my features, makes me feel fidgety as hell. I fully expect her to refuse, which makes it that much more surprising when she relents, taking a seat at the table.
"Okay."
I'm about to settle into the spot across from her when a knock sounds on the door. Quickly, I stride over and peek through the blinds, relieved to see Jed standing outside with another bag in his hand. I tug open the door and he grins at me.
"Hey, man. Good to see you're still around."
Simone snickers.
"You harassing the new guy, Jedediah?"
"Dang straight I am."
He answers good-naturedly as he steps inside quickly and deposits the small bag on the table in front of her with flourish. He flashes her a wide smile, and something odd sparks inside me before I tamp it down.
"Some of your rabbit food was accidentally mixed in with my bag."
"Jedediah, huh?" I study the younger man, and he flashes me a sharp look.
"Nobody gets to call me that."
His expression morphs into one that resembles something akin to puppy love when he turns his eyes back to Simone.
"Only Simone here."
She rolls her eyes, but a hint of a smile tugs at her lips. It dawns on me that I've never actually seen a real smile from her, just the plastic, polite one when I introduced myself. And damn if a part of me doesn't wonder what a genuine smile would look like on her.
"Thanks for delivering this."
"Anytime."
Jed salutes her with another toothy grin before quickly exiting the bus. Just as Simone uncovers one of the containers, her eyes lift to mine briefly before she places a napkin onto her lap, gaze averted. Her tone is cool, but not rude, just indifferent.
"Grab whatever you want from the fridge." There's always plenty of food around since I tend to eat more when I'm working out and training for the live shows. David normally helps himself.
She stops herself, and a faint grimace lines her features before she mumbles.
But he probably already told you that.
I appreciate it. I settle into the seat across from her, with the folder containing the notes David supplied me with, along with a pen and notepad. If you don't mind, I'd like to get some things out of the way before I eat. She gives a quick nod, eyes attentive.
I'm all ears.
I'd like to request specs of the venues in advance, especially the ones that have recently undergone renovations. This is to ensure the team's aware whether the number of emergency exits has increased, changed location slightly, etc. Head tipped to the side, the hair wound on top of her head shifts slightly within the hair clip, drawing my attention to it. My fingers twitch around their grip of the pen with the urge to reach out and touch it, to see if it's as soft as it looks. Christ's sake. Inwardly, I shake off whatever odd sensation brought that on.
Sounds reasonable.
The tension in my shoulders eases at her response. This simplifies things considerably on my end. Is there anything that's been on your mind that the security team could do to make you feel more at ease, more secure, especially off-site and at venues? Partially, I ask, because of the shit I stirred up for her with the press. I feel the need to try to make up for that. Hell, maybe she's not as bad as they say she is. I can't help it, but even though David's done nothing but sing her praises, claiming the press has given her a bad rap, the cynical part of me wants to call bullshit. Deep down, a part of me recognizes it's a reaction to my own relationship clusterfuck I'm trying like hell to leave behind. She pauses while cutting another piece of her grilled chicken breast, then tips her head to the side in thought.
I'd prefer to have security tighter backstage, only because
Trailing off, she clears her throat before finishing with,
I sometimes have special guests who may not feel comfortable having photographs leaked to the press.
I'll bet you do. The thought echoes within my brain, cynicism fully engaged. As if hearing my thoughts, her eyes narrow on me, and she shocks the hell out of me, bitch-slapping that cynical part of me hard enough to concuss. She lifts her chin, her voice hard as granite.
There are some kids I see from Make-A-Wish who don't like photos.
The challenge in her tone is loud and clear.
It's hard for them to see themselves like that.
I barely resist the urge to scrub a hand on my face, because I've been a grade A asshole. My expression should be unreadable at all times when I'm on the job, but clearly something about this woman manages to eke past my professional front. Simone takes a small bite of her chicken and chews slowly, steadily eyeing me, like I'm an intriguing specimen she's inspecting under a microscope. Shit, I haven't felt like this since a mission in West Africa had come close to going to hell in a damn handbasket. The penetrating stares from those militant locals were unnervingly similar to how it feels to have Simone King study me. I realize just how much of a shithead this makes me, being judgmental toward a woman I don't even know. Especially since I'm the lowlife who's been wishing with every single fucking bone in my body that a certain woman would walk away from the man she's supposed to marry. Hell, if anyone deserves to be judged, it's me. Her eyes, now appearing more golden brown, are watchful.
You ever know anyone with cancer?
With a curt nod, I hold her gaze. Yes, ma'am. A good friend a while back. I pause, toying with my pen before adding, she's been in remission for a while now.
Then you know how it can be. When they lose their hair, or the steroids cause swelling.
She averts her eyes, looking down at the table, but I get the feeling she's not actually focused on it. Her features look thoughtful and sad.
I can't have photos leaked, especially not after promising them they won't be.
Her grip on her fork turns punishing. Before I even realize it, I find myself doing something completely out of character. I reach out, my fingers brushing against her hand that grips the fork. You're gonna bust that thing in two if you're not careful. How the hell is her skin so damn soft? Her sharp intake of breath is what wakes me the fuck up, and I jerk my hand back. Holy shit, what the hell's wrong with me? I clear my throat and curl my fingers into a tight fist, fighting to ignore my strange reaction to her. Sorry about that, Miss King. I force my words to sound as nonchalant as I can. I was afraid you'd injure yourself. Can't have that happening so soon on my watch.
No.
Her words sound rushed and a bit breathless.
We certainly can't.
I want you to know. Thank fuck my voice sounds normal now. Casual, no nonsense. I'll do everything in my power to prevent photos from being leaked. And I'll do whatever it takes to keep my damn hands off you. I add silently, Jesus, this is a job for Christ's sake. Time to keep my head down and get shit done. It's when her eyes flick up to mine, when I see the smallest hint of curiosity in the depths before they dart away, that urges me into action. If that's all, I barely wait a second for her to nod before I grab my shit and stand. Both of us find every excuse not to look directly at one another. Without a word, she turns her attention back to her dinner and continues eating. Body rigid with agitation and feeling antsy as fuck, I force myself to take even steps back to my room. I step inside and can't say what the hell makes me glance back at Simone before closing the door, but what I see catches me by complete surprise. Simone's head is turned, her side profile visible, as she stares sightlessly at the artwork adorning the wall above the table. If I didn't know better, I'd have to say she looks a lot like I've felt for these past few months. Dejected and heartbroken.
Celeb Radar Online. Simone King shuts down sexist interview. Fans of the so-called Ice Princess of Pop may fall in love with her a little more. I know I did, after hearing Simone King's response to a radio interview she did for the Jazzy in the Morning show in Houston, Texas. Simone was interviewed via phone while she continues traveling for her sold-out stateside tour, which is amazing, by the way. When asked about the lyrics of some of her songs, since everyone speculates they're about her exes, Simone was asked if she was nervous that people might consider her whiny. Part of the pop star's response had to be censored due to expletives. A ton of male artists' lyrics are about strippers and fucking girl after girl and how much money they've got. Does anyone ever ask them if they're afraid of people thinking they're egotistical assholes because of their lyrics? Why is it a big deal for me to perform songs about love and heartache? About tragedy? This is the mindset that prevents this world from progressing. Well, all I have to say is, you go, girl. Simone has once again handled the misogyny with her own brand of finesse. The audio clip of her interview response has been retweeted and shared on social media more than 10 million times. Click the link below to listen.
7. Kane. She FaceTimes with a little girl named Zoe. Not that I was trying to eavesdrop or anything, but I don't do well with being cooped up on a bus, even though this thing is basically a penthouse suite on wheels. It's just weird for me, and definitely an adjustment. And this place isn't exactly soundproof. From their conversation, I gathered Zoe's in the hospital, and toward the end of their talk, when Simone's voice took on a forced, happy tone, I could tell something was bothering her. Whether it was just because the girl was in the hospital or something more, I couldn't say. For some reason, it made me a little antsy, so I was relieved when she started playing her guitar and her soft humming drifted through the closed door. When the familiar sound of the guitar assaults my ears, my fingers itch, making me wish I'd brought my own along. Then I remember the last person I played for, and the night that started out so great, only to end in a clusterfuck of epic proportions. The specs of the upcoming venues are spread out in front of me on the large table. I've highlighted some areas, and am jotting down notes on my legal pad about some of the renovations I feel should be addressed. Maybe I'm overanalyzing things because of my military experience, but with the knowledge of what some of these crazed fans of hers have done, I'd rather not take any chances and put her at risk. Just shy of 7 o'clock, when I'm finishing up my notes, the faint sounds of the guitar abruptly stop. Simone opens her door, phone to her ear, and her eyes immediately find mine. Long hair that I've decided looks either light brown or dark blonde, depending on the lighting, is pulled up on top of her head in a sloppy bun. Her tank top is snug, her breasts encased in what appears to be well-worn cotton with the block letters across the top. She believed she could, but she was so fucking tired she didn't.
Let me check with the guys, okay?
A pause.
Yes, sir.
She draws her phone from her ear and ends the call. Stepping over to where I sit, she slides into the seat across from me.
I have a question for you.
The hint of excitement in her voice and the brightness in her eyes makes me wary as hell. Okay. She sets her phone on the table and places her palms flat on the surface, leaning in toward me.
I'd like to do an impromptu show at Edwards Air Force Base.
Simone holds up a hand and rushes on with,
Not a full-fledged show with pyrotechnics or anything, just simple stuff. Me, my guitar, Owen with his, and Levi with bongos instead of his full drum kit. Low-key.
Her expression is hopeful, like a little kid asking Santa for a present they'd been dying for. Exhaling slowly, I lean back in my seat, my mind already racing with questions. I'd need to know the layout, obviously. Need to know how many people are expected to attend, and the guys and I would have to take a walkthrough beforehand. She nods quickly.
Absolutely. I've got Rachel working on things, and my contact at the base is willing to work with you guys on everything.
Her phone lights up with a notification, and she swipes the screen.
Okay, Rach said specs have been emailed to you.
She reads, her eyes flicking over the message.
And it'll be a hush-hush surprise kind of event so it doesn't get out of hand.
I can't help but ask, is that even possible? And I know the doubt in my voice is evident. A little huff of laughter rushes past her lips, and the foreign sound surrounds me. There's a glimpse of warmth in her brief reaction. Those eyes of hers, now an intriguing mix of green and gold, study me. Her voice is gentle, yet pleading.
Please, this is important to me. These men and women are braver than I can even begin to imagine.
Her lips twist in a surprisingly self-deprecating manner.
Even with the chance that a bunch of them hate my music, I'd still like to sing for them.
I shake my head, and the words spill out before I can even consider their effect. No way in hell they won't be fans after you finish the show. Her eyes widen a fraction, and I can tell my comment caught her by surprise. She averts her eyes and clears her throat before quickly muttering,
Rach is sending over Vance and Jed to discuss everything with you.
Sounds good. Narrowing my eyes, I study the woman across from me. Did I actually embarrass Simone King with a compliment? Nah, that can't be it. But hours later, after we've pulled up the specs of the space allotted by the base authority for Simone's show, the thought continues to prick at the back of my mind. We'll have our own security team, as well as personnel assigned by the base. Once I exhaust every possible risk from a security standpoint, and we have a plan in place, Jed, Vance, and I agree to meet with the full team tomorrow once we arrive.
So it's a go?
Simone's expression is hopeful as she glances back and forth between us. It's a go, I answer.
Thanks, guys.
She exchanges fist bumps with Jed and Vance. They did that before the other shows. When she automatically turns to me with an outstretched fist, I tap my own against it. Her giddiness spreads throughout the bus as she grabs her phone and hurriedly types. Happiness lines her features, and the more I study her, the more I realize the stress and the rigid way she holds herself 99% of the time are absent. It's as though she's peeled back one of those layers of armor, and the fact I had a part in doing that fills me with an odd sense of pride. It also has another foreign effect on me, one I haven't experienced in far longer than I can recall. There's a tug at the edges of my mouth. Muscles that haven't been moved in this way feel as though they're protesting with the unusual movement, but the tugging is far too strong. For the first time in months, I find myself nearly smiling. Edwards Air Force Base. Impromptu concert.
You guys have been so amazing. I can't thank you enough for letting me crash your Thursday night.
Simone stands in front of a microphone with her guitar strapped to her as she plays a few chords. Wearing a pair of well-worn jeans ripped at the knees and a wide-necked shirt that bears one shoulder, she looks ready for an open mic night at a coffee shop or small bar. Her long hair is in a loose braid, but it's her goddamn bare shoulder that has me battling agitation. For some crazy fucking reason, my eyes are drawn back to that shoulder, and every time she turns her head and that braid brushes her bare skin, an odd awareness washes over me. Damn, I need to get it together. I'm losing my shit over a shoulder, for Christ's sake.
I wrote this next song when our drummer, Isaac, had to take a leave of absence after his daughter was diagnosed with cancer at the age of 3.
Simone glances around the crowd.
Who in here has known someone who's had cancer?
It's jarring how many people raise their hands.
Cancer sucks, doesn't it?
Cheers of affirmation sound in response.
Watching Isaac and his wife Lauren go through that nightmare was unimaginable. Doctors told them Zoe had roughly 6 months to live.
You could hear a pin drop in this place as immediate silence descends. Everyone's attention is riveted on Simone as she speaks, her fingers continuing to strum her guitar.
Little Zoe ended up showing cancer who's boss, and she's now 5.
Cheers and hollers sound from the crowd. Simone's mouth twists as she speaks again.
Unfortunately, the cancer's back, and Zoe's got another battle on her hands, so if you've got any extra good vibes, positive thoughts, prayers, whatever the heck you're able to offer up, God knows that little girl can use them.
She glances at Owen with a quick nod before murmuring softly into the mic.
This is for Zoe.
I hold your little hand. You grasp my fingers so tight. And I knew I'd never seen something so beautiful that night. Baby girl, don't you worry about a thing. Don't worry about a thing. No, nothing's gonna hurt you. Baby girl, don't you worry about a thing. Don't worry about a thing. I won't let nothing hurt you. You're 3 years old and your smile's got to be the most amazing thing I ever did see. The day we got the news, you reached up and wiped my tears. Your eyes so clear and blue, and told me not to fear. Told me what I need to do. You said, "Oh, Daddy, don't you worry about a thing. Don't worry about a thing, 'cause I'll be okay. Oh, Daddy, don't you worry about a thing. Don't worry about a thing. I love you, and I'll be okay." You taught us all so much, what it means to be fierce and brave, slayed that big bad monster, showed it who's boss, gave that hospital a goodbye wave. Then the call comes in, with the news, another battle for you to fight and win. Now you're so tired and your body's weak, and the light in your eyes is dim.
Simone's voice cracks, and even Owen's eyes appear shiny. Shit. I pinch the bridge of my nose before forcing myself to survey the space again and stay vigilant even as her lyrics tug at my emotions.
I curl up with you in your bed, ignore my heart aching with so much dread. I rub your back and I sing softly, press sweet kisses to your head.
Simone's voice is hushed, thick with tangible emotion.
Oh, sweetie, don't you dare give up. Don't you dare give up. No, I won't let you. Oh, sweetie, don't you dare give up. Don't you dare give up, 'cause you're too special.
On the final note of the song, when she and Owen exchange a brief look, the silence hangs on for a beat before the entire crowd jumps to their feet with deafening applause. Witnessing Simone's performance and the audience's reaction, I can't help but be impressed by her. Not only that, but when she ducks her chin and pinches her eyes closed for the briefest moment once the song ends, with the slightest hint of a smile on her lips that radiates both affection and sadness, it reaches out and grips me. Makes me want to protect her in every way, not just physically, but also emotionally. Simone raises her head, and for some unknown reason, her eyes lock with mine. And when I dip my chin in a nod, something shifts in her expression. Something that looks a lot like relieved pride.
This next song is...
She rasps into the microphone. Her voice fades from my awareness as I scan the area, but for the remainder of the night, my mind replays Simone's expression when she saw me nod, as if my opinion mattered.
8. Simone. Las Vegas, Nevada. Late May. It's not yet 5:30 in the morning when I hear the obnoxious banging on the hotel room door. "Let me in, you hussy!" More hammering of a fist on the door. Jesus, he's such a damn asshole. "I'm prepared to fight for your heart. I will win you back." Oh, for fuck's sake, I mutter. Thank God we're the only ones on this level. Somehow I managed to drag myself off the couch from where I'd fallen asleep. I stayed out on the balcony pretty late last night with my guitar, trying to find my muse. So frustrated and disappointed with my fruitless efforts, I'd collapsed on one end of the enormous couch, too lazy to make it to my bed. Kane's door flies open, and the speed with which he moves to the entrance of the suite catches me by surprise. He flings open the door, and the next thing I know, I hear the telltale scuffle of Maddie being shoved against the hotel wall. Oh, shit. "Wait!" I sprint over to them, and I'm pretty sure I rival the speed of light. "He's with me. Don't hurt him." Simultaneously, I hear Jed and Vance. "Wyndham, he's not a—" The scene I come upon would be laughable at any other time, if it didn't involve a man who looks like he could snap my best friend's body in half with his freaking pinky. Maddie's against the wall, feet dangling a few inches off the floor, while Kane's forearm holds him in place at his upper chest. His other hand pats him down, apparently in search of weapons. Maddie's eyes are wide, but otherwise he looks unharmed. Kane's head whips around, and he pins me with a stare that nearly makes me backstep. "You know him?" he demands. I nod quickly. "Yes, he's my best friend." My words are rushed, tumbling from my lips with urgency. "Matthias Tobin." Kane's blue gaze holds mine for a beat before he directs a glare to Maddie. "You should rethink your greeting at 5:18 in the fucking morning," he growls. A second later, he removes his arm from Maddie, and my best friend slumps to his feet. Kane doesn't make any move to step away. I reach between the two men, grab my friend by the wrist, and give him a strong tug inside the suite. "Get in here, you asshat." Then to Kane, I offer an apologetic, "Sorry about that. He's not good with impulse control." Kane stares down at me for a long moment before his eyes cast over my shoulder. From behind me, Maddie croons in a sad excuse for a country twang. "Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be big, burly security guards who pin you to the wall." "You sure about him?" A tiny laugh bubbles free. "Not really, but if you're asking if I'm safe with him, then yes, I'm sure." His eyes suddenly veer back to lock on my mouth, and it's as though all the oxygen is robbed from my lungs. I place my hand to my lips because, shit, I have wicked morning breath, and I'm sure the short space separating us can't mask that, and— "You smiled." He lifts his gaze to mine. "You hardly ever smile." His voice is low and deep with a tinge of hoarseness. Defensiveness prickles at my spine as I stiffen in response to his remark. I smile. He studies me, eyes boring into mine, before giving a slight shake of his head. "Not a real one like that." I don't know what to say. He noticed? I tip my head to the side and wonder what else this man has picked up on. No one else has ever mentioned that to me before. And maybe it's unsettling me more than necessary. After all, it's the man's job to be more astute than the average person. "Now you're frowning." He takes a sudden step back and scrubs a hand over his jaw. That same hand whose fingers touched my hand when we sat across from each other on my bus. God, the gentle way his calloused fingertips grazed over the top of my hand. My entire body responded so viscerally, with prickles of awareness shimmering through me. I still wonder if my reaction was simply because I'm starved for a man's touch. Because, well, any other explanation just isn't wise. It suddenly dawns on me that Kane jumped right out of bed. He stands in front of me in a simple pair of pajama pants that hang low on his hips. I feel my eyes widen as I take in the expanse of his broad chest, the curves of his biceps, and then trace a path down to his flat abdominals. The ridges and slopes of his stomach send shivers of awareness skittering through me. The urge to touch him and experience just how smooth his skin may be, how much warmth he radiates, and if he's as hard and firm as he appears, is far too compelling.
I should get dressed.
And I should stop ogling you. Oh, shit. I jerk my eyes up only to find his own gaze averted, still glaring in the direction of where Maddie is now singing, "Oops, you did it again. You crushed my windpipe. Oh, baby, baby." I sidestep him with a quick, "Sorry again for that," and rush inside to chase after my best friend and quarantine him in my room. And leave behind the man who's become far too intriguing to me. Maddie climbs up onto my bed, standing in his socked feet, and bounces twice. Ooh, good. It's firm. Cocking his head to the side, he cups his ear, then gives another bounce. Wait, there's a little squeak. He stops, eyes glued to my closed bedroom door. How many squeaks will it take for the big, burly security man to come rescue you? I swat him with one of the pillows. I might just bludgeon you to death yet, Tobin. Another swat. Now get down, I hiss. He lets out a sound of utter exasperation. Fine, ruin all my fun. He drops down and collapses onto the mattress. I scoot over and settle beside him. We lie in silence for a moment. I missed you, dude. Even if I'm an asshat? I turn my head and find him grinning at me. Even if... I grin back, and then I remember Kane's remark. Hey, Maddie, do I smile? His brow furrows. Of course you smile. I turn my head and stare up at the ceiling. I mean, really smile? Silence greets my question, a long, awkward silence, and it's only interrupted when he shifts. Moving to his side, he props himself up on an elbow to peer down at me. Don't answer. I try to shrug it off as though it's nothing. It's no biggie. I was just, not really. I mean, sometimes. There's a pause and I finally brave a glance at him. He appears thoughtful, though traces of sadness are evident in his features. Back when I first met you, it used to be all the time. Then Will happened, and little by little, I guess the shit took its toll. Well, hell, that's just depressing. Even worse, I hadn't noticed it myself. What brought that up? Just wondered. I call bullshit. I fix him with a hard glare, and he rears back in mock horror. No, he's taught you his mystical glare. I burst into laughter and shove at him playfully. You're awful. You love it. I heave out a breath and drag myself off the bed. I need to get dressed and work out. Might as well try to be productive since someone decided to wake me up so freaking early. He slides his hands behind his head, looking like a man without a care in the world. Your productivity is my primary concern, which is why I decided not to let it go to waste. Whatever, I mutter, walking into my bathroom and shutting the door behind me. It closes, but not before I hear him softly singing, Everybody, yeah, watch your burly bodyguard, yeah.
9. Kane, Las Vegas, Nevada.
And Levi on drums!
Roaring applause and screams from the fans.
Even though he's not here, our other drummer Isaac is always with us in spirit. He and his wife Lauren are with their little girl Zoe while she battles cancer. They're all the way in Nashville, Tennessee, but if you guys cheer loud enough, I bet Zoe will hear you and know we're all rooting for her.
Fuck, if I ever thought I'd heard applause that could make the ground shake. This rivals that. It also makes me damn glad we're all wearing protective earpieces. When Simone finishes introducing the band and her 2 backup singers, the bass guitarist goes into a flawless riff with the drummer while she strides across the stage with more grace than I could imagine anyone in stilettos as hers could. Between surveying and touching base with the security team in place, I realize I'm standing nearby the area she's fast approaching. Then, it dawns on me. As soon as she gets to the spot with a large X marked on the stage floor in yellow reflective tape, she starts disrobing frantically, swarmed by 2 women and 1 man who assist. Uncomfortable with the risk of glimpsing something, I avert my eyes. Someone steps beside me and nudges me. I turn to find her friend, Matthias, grinning smugly. He nods, his smile widening to show his perfect white teeth. Wiggling his eyebrows, he leans in to speak loud enough for me to hear.
You've got a crush, huh?
I stare at him, hard, without saying a word. He simply tips his head back on a laugh and turns his attention to where a changed Simone is now gliding back onto the stage. She has her guitar, the strap crossing over one shoulder, and she approaches a microphone stand near the center of the stage.
Can I just say how awesome tonight's been?
Screams from the crowd sound, and the enormous screens placed throughout display Simone's flawless face.
You guys chose to spend your night with me when you had a dozen of other options. Not only that, but do you know what you also did?
She grins up at her fans in the various levels of the arena.
You guys purchased all the tickets. That's right, each night we're performing here is sold out.
Her features soften, and I can't help but feel her appreciation. She's either genuine or a damn good actress. She's in a movie that's coming out soon, you know. A cynical voice remarks in my mind.
She's never once taken this for granted,
Matthias says to me, voice raised, but his eyes trained on his friend on stage. Blatant affection for her is written all over his face, and I tamp down the urge to ask him what the fuck their deal is. If they're really just friends, or... fuck.
For being so willing to spend your hard-earned money and take time from your night to hang with me. I'm so incredibly honored.
She plays a few chords on her guitar.
Now, I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to have someone special sing with me. Are you cool with that?
The guy materializes beside us and hands Matthias his guitar. He slips the strap over his head and secures the instrument in place. Practically vibrating with excitement, he winks at me.
It's showtime,
he says, and jogs out on stage to join her. The fans are screaming, and from the corner of my eye I notice one of the cameramen showing the faces of a few fans on the large screens. And some even look like they're crying tears of joy.
How's it going, Vegas?
He greets the crowd with a wide smile on his face. He sidles up next to Simone, nudging her with a hip.
Scoot over, Bacon, make some room for me.
Laughter skitters amongst the fans.
If you ask nicely, Maddie, someone will bring you your own mic.
Simone's voice is laced with amusement. Within seconds, one of the crew runs out with a mic in a stand and sets it up a few feet away beside Simone's. Matthias's voice booms as he continues to address the fans.
I think we should play a little song Simone and I did a few years ago. You probably know that this particular song kick-started our friendship. So what do you guys say? Should we play it?
Screams reverberate throughout the arena.
That sounds like a yes to me. What do you think, Sim? Did that sound like a yes to you?
The camera focuses on her now, and her expression as she smiles at her friend seizes every ounce of breath in my lungs. Holy fucking shit. This smile is just indescribable. Don't get me wrong, I'd have to be blind not to notice Simone King's beauty. But when she smiles like this, it kicks her up countless notches to a whole other level of gorgeous. There's lightness in those multicolored eyes that appear a mossier shade of green thanks to the form-fitting sequined mini-dress she's wearing in the same color. Her mouth is stretched wide, and she looks so damn happy. As she gazes back at Matthias Tobin. Fuck me. What's my damn issue? Why the hell do I even care? It's none of my goddamn business if they're fuck buddies. Like the universe is just jonesing to screw with me, my cell phone vibrates in my pocket, startling me. No one's called me, aside from my mom and sister, who routinely check in with me each month. The only contact from back in Fernandina has been from Foss with his text messages. When I pull it out, my theory that the universe is hell-bent on unloading every ounce of fuckery on me is cemented. Because the sender of that text is none other than the woman who reeled me in, only to reject me for another man. Lucia.
BuzzFeed Top 5 Acts of Kindness this week from famous people. Number 2. Simone King gushes over fan with cerebral palsy at Vegas concert. She might be called the Ice Princess of Pop, but it was anything but icy when the singer zeroed in on a special concertgoer. According to Raven Jakowski, she tagged @SimoneKingSings on Instagram with the message, My daughter, Shelby, has cerebral palsy and is confined to a wheelchair, so will be in the handicap section of your Vegas concert tonight. She loves you and can't wait to see you live." Jakowski included a photo of her daughter. "Simone came spinning past our section and stopped right in the middle of singing 'Stay,'" said the mom tearfully. "Then she called out, 'Shelby! Hey, Shelby! Hey, Shelby's mom!'" The pop star explained that she saw the post on Instagram right before the show and was on the lookout for the mother and daughter. Flanked by security, King ventured to the handicap section to greet and hug Raven and Shelby Jakowski, taking a selfie with the daughter before signing the girl's shirt. "Simone made this experience a memorable one for my daughter and was so sweet and gracious. She's a true class act," Jakowski said.
10. Simone. Final Vegas show. Maddie joined me for 2 of my 4 shows, just as we planned. I'd almost forgotten how much fun it is to sing with him in front of a live crowd. We both agreed to try to schedule more opportunities like that. He's gone now, off to do a few smaller, more intimate shows he had scheduled, and I already miss him like hell. I'm in the chair, attempting not to move while Erin, my makeup artist, finishes up now that she's applied my face full of makeup. I dread having to remove all this crap later, but it's a must for looking presentable on stage. "Simone?" Rachel steps up behind me, our eyes catching in the mirror. "I've got the family here from Make-A-Wish." "Mm-hmm," I say, attempting not to move my lips while Erin touches up my lip stain. Once she's finished and Camille, my hairstylist, has ensured my hair can't be moved by anything less than Category 5 hurricane winds, they remove the smock protecting my clothing, and I jump out of the chair, offering my thanks to both ladies, and smooth down my outfit. Rachel quickly gives me the rundown about the young boy I'm about to meet, reading through the email on her iPad. 8-year-old Logan is battling a rare cancer that's attacking his muscle tissue. His parents are accompanying him today, and he claims to be your biggest fan ever. She also mentions that, unlike the last few kids I met through the foundation who have declined to have any photos taken with me, which, even though it's heartbreaking, I understand many of them don't want evidence of how they look while battling cancer, he's fine with having his photo taken with me. Rachel's eyes meet mine. "You only have 20 minutes until the show starts." I send her a sharp look and step out. I get that this is her job, to manage, but I refuse to allow anyone to limit my time with someone like Logan. I know my true fans won't mind a few extra minutes of a wait for this sort of reason. Immediately, I encounter Kane, who somehow appears more imposing than usual. Maybe it's the severe set of his jaw. He barely offers me even the most cursory glance before his eyes go back to surveying the area. A few times, in my periphery, I've noticed him watching me in that studious way he tends to observe all surroundings while on the clock. The weight of the man's eyes on me should feel oppressive, with his ever-present, stern demeanor firmly in place. Each time, however, his attention sends an odd thrill skittering through me. Rachel approaches Kane, and I can't help but notice how her voice takes on a breathless quality when she addresses him. "Kane, Simone's due to meet the Make-A-Wish kid. Logan," I interject quickly, shooting her a sharp look. She at least has the decency to look apologetic. "Logan," she corrects before turning back to Kane. "She only has a few minutes, but we need to be on top of security since the press got word of this." "No problem." His no-nonsense tone holds a finality and confidence I find oddly reassuring. He falls into step with Rachel as I follow through the maze that makes up the arena until we arrive backstage, where my guest and his parents wait. I barely make it within a few yards when an ear-splitting, "Simone! Oh my gosh!" rips through the air. Hell, it even turns the heads of some of the crew putting the finishing touches on the stage. Logan wears a Simone King Throwing Shade World Tour shirt and a matching hat fitting snugly over what appears to be a bald head. He looks closer to 5 or 6 years old rather than 8, his body frail and smaller in stature, but his eyes brim with so much excitement on his pale face that they rival the brightness of all my stage lights. When I bend my knees, lowering myself to his level, and open my arms to greet him, he rushes me, nearly toppling me over with the force of his hug. The firmness of Kane's hand at my back steadies me, and his questioning eyes lock with mine, but I mouth, "It's fine," to let him know I'm okay. Logan's mother rushes forward. "I'm so sorry, Miss King." "No apologies necessary," I say with a smile, hoping to put her at ease. If she knew how few hugs I get these days, not to mention the lack of such an enthusiastic greeting as this, she'd realize I don't mind in the least. Hell, more than that, I relish in it. Logan releases me enough to lean back, and his eyes take me in, studying every inch of my face. "You're even prettier than I expected." I laugh with a shake of my head. "It's all this crazy makeup they put on me, trust me." He narrows his brown eyes on my hair. "Are you gonna dye your hair a different color again?" "Well, I can't say that I've thought about it recently, unless there's a color you think you'd like me to try." I've done various colors in the past, blue, green, and pink, all separately, but those were times I was acting out in my own way, before I truly channeled all my anger and resentment into my music. Turns out, writing a few songs with catchy lyrics and beats about haters and people who spread rumors can end up being mega hits. Logan's brow furrows, and he studies my hair with so much concentration it's a struggle not to laugh. Finally, he meets my gaze. "I think it'd be cool if you tried purple sometime." I nod thoughtfully. "I'll keep that in mind." With my palms braced on my knees, I offer, "What do you say I show you around? What would you like to see first?" His eyes go wide. "Could I see your dressing room?" "Logan," his mother admonishes, "that might be private for her." "It's fine, honestly. There's not much to it except a few chairs, a small couch, and some snacks and drinks." I straighten and peer down at Logan. "Want to go check it out? Are you thirsty?" "Do you have any juice boxes?" I can't help but laugh a little. "No, sorry. I have to stick with water or herbal tea for my throat, so that's usually all I have." His eyebrows rise. "Oh, I'm not worried. I'm just excited to be here and meet you." I extend a hand to him. "Let's head to the dressing room then, shall we?" Logan grins and waves off my hand. "Put that thing away." Instead, he extends his arm for me to accept like a formal little gentleman. "Why, thank you, kind sir." I lightly loop my fingers beneath his arm and lead him away, with his parents and Kane trailing us. Logan asks me all sorts of questions I normally don't get, like, "If you could be any Marvel superhero, which one would you be? Do you believe in reincarnation? Or angels? What's the toilet paper like in your house? Over or under?" I show him inside of the dressing room, which, let's be honest, isn't glamorous by any means, since I don't like to be that musician who requests a shit ton of obnoxious riders like absolutely no brown M&Ms or stupid stuff like that. Logan steps inside and turns in a slow circle, taking in the room, when he stops to grin up at me and says, "This is the best day of my life." I feel it. A little flutter in my chest serves as a faint signal, telling me that maybe, just maybe, I'm doing a little good in this world.
11. Kane. It's happening again. When this kid tells her this is the best day of his life and she smiles at him, it's almost like her heart's in her eyes, and my chest becomes uncomfortably tight. Jesus. I reach up and pinch the bridge of my nose and force a slow exhale. What the hell's wrong with me? All this over a damn smile.
"Are you able to stay for the entire concert since it's past your bedtime?"
She asks him. He grins proudly.
"I get to stay the whole time because I get to see my favorite lady sing."
Then he finishes it with an exaggerated wink. Simone tips her head back on a laugh.
"You're smooth."
Addressing his parents, who watch the exchange with a contradiction of emotions, happiness intermixed with sadness and grief, she asks teasingly,
"Is he usually such a smooth talker?"
They both nod.
He's always been a charmer,
The father says. Logan's mother smiles, eyes glistening.
Well, Logan, what would you like to see now? I don't need to see anything else. I just came to see you, to talk to you.
He blushes.
This is the most amazing day ever. Aw, thank you, sweetheart.
Affection evident in her voice, Simone offers him a smile that reaches her eyes, lighting up her entire face. She turns to Logan's parents.
If you're hungry or thirsty or need anything, please let us know.
They thank her, but politely decline. Then Logan chimes in.
Since you mentioned it, I wondered when's the last time you made your famous French toast. I totally saw when you posted that on Instagram, and my mouth literally watered.
Simone grins.
I don't make it too often because, well,
she gestures to her form-fitting outfit.
I can't really gain much weight with all these outfits.
He frowns, suddenly serious.
You'd still be beautiful to me even if you gained a little weight.
His eyes widen, appearing almost panicked, before he rushes on with,
Not that I think that's all you have going for you. Your voice is amazing, too.
Her tone is gentle.
Thank you, Logan. But I just really...
He ducks his chin and shuffles his feet shyly.
Wondered if we could just sit and talk.
Her features soften even more, and she answers,
Of course.
His head snaps up in surprise.
Are you sure? Because I know you don't have a lot of time, so I don't want to...
At that exact moment, there's a quick knock on the door. I reach for the handle and open it to find Rachel. She sticks her head in to say,
Simone, you have 5 minutes.
The immediate change in Simone's demeanor is jarring. Her eyes narrow on her manager, and I get the urge to check the thermostat in the room before I swear it dropped to literal freezing temperatures just now. She turns back to Logan, effectively dismissing Rachel. I glance back at Rachel, and she just shrugs before exiting the room. Simone asks Logan to have a seat on the large couch so they can chat. The boy's face lights up, and he takes a seat on the couch, settling on a plush cushion, curling legs encased in shimmery black tights beneath her so casually. She looks like she's preparing to chat with an old friend. Logan's parents choose 2 of the available chairs on the other side of the room, as if they're trying to give the 2 some semblance of privacy. Their conversation covers a variety of topics, including some of their favorite artists, his favorite song of hers, and, of course, more questions about her famous French toast. Logan catches her a little off guard with his next question.
Why the heck did you date that jerk Jackson?
Logan's parents offer hissed reprimands to their son and embarrassed apologies to Simone. Instead of being upset or put off, she tips her head to the side and peers at the boy with an amused expression.
Oh, Logan, I often wish I hadn't, but then again...
She glances around before she leans in toward him and lowers her voice to a whisper.
Can you promise to keep a secret?
He nods eagerly.
I wouldn't have written Bad Love if it hadn't been for him. So it all works out, right?
Logan's jaw goes slack.
Are you serious? Wow, but...
He sputters as if in shock.
You never tell anyone who your songs are about. I trust you'll keep this secret safe.
She smiles gently and holds out her hand, pinky extended.
Pinky promise on it?
Logan still appears stunned, but reaches to link his pinky finger with hers.
I promise.
Her lips stretch into an easy smile.
I knew I could trust you. Can I ask you a question about Matthias Tobin?
Logan's voice is hesitant.
What would you like to know?
Simone's response is calm, tone casual, but I notice her spine stiffen just the slightest bit, as though she's feeling defensive.
Are you guys like true BFFs? Not like,
He tosses a nervous glance at his parents before lowering his voice and finishing with,
friends with benefits?
I'm grateful for my position off to the far side of the room, beside the door. No one pays me any mind as my muscles tense, entire body going on high alert at Logan's question, as if physically bracing for the impact of her answer. Well done, little man. I've been wondering the same damn thing. Simone snickers before schooling her features. She cocks her head to the side, brows raised, looking a bit stern.
I won't ask where you heard that phrase, but no, we're legit BFFs. He's my very best friend.
The stiffness in her posture is now gone, and warmth is evident in her expression at the mention of her friend. Her body language, combined with her response, has my spine relaxing, every muscle in my body loosening like a snake uncoiling itself. The boy looks faintly disappointed.
Bummer. I really like him. He seems like a good guy for you. You're not the first person to say that, but he's like a brother to me, so...
She puffs out her cheeks as if she's about to vomit.
Don't go there.
His laughter fills the room, and hers joins it. I glance over at his parents, the father wrapping his arm tighter around his wife as they watch from a few feet away. Just then, another quick knock sounds, and I already anticipate who I'll find on the other side. When I open it a fraction, Rachel excuses herself, slipping past me and inside the room.
Simone, we're 5 minutes behind.
Simone stands, smoothing her outfit with a polite smile directed to Logan and his parents.
If you'll excuse me for a quick moment.
The boy's parents jump to their feet.
We should get out of your hair. We're holding you up, and...
Simone holds up a hand to stop them.
Please, have a seat. I just need a quick word with my manager.
I remain standing beside the door. Simone grasps the handle and tips her head, gesturing for Rachel to step outside with her. The two women step just beyond the door, so they're out of sight and earshot from her 3 guests inside. When I move closer to Simone, I remind myself that it's my job to stay close and ensure that I keep her safe, that I don't have another motivation, that she hasn't incited a sudden rush of protectiveness in me. I may not know Simone well, but what I do know is she's agitated as hell right now. Simone's hushed voice is more of a whispered hiss, but the irritation threaded in it is palpable.
I will do 2 encores if that's what it takes for the fans to be cool with the wait, but I will not rush this time with him. This is his wish, Rachel. You're the one who told me his prognosis isn't good. If this were your kid or sibling, would you want me to rush through this with him?
Her intense expression is fierce, and it's clear she means every word. Respect for her rapidly floods to the surface as I witness this moment. Rachel gives a reluctant nod.
I'm just trying to do my job. I know,
Simone remarks calmly.
But there are exceptions, and it should be clear that he's one of them.
Rachel's nod is curt.
I won't come back.
She hesitates.
Until 20 past.
Simone holds her gaze for a long beat before she finally offers a curt,
Thank you.
Her manager spins around and walks away while Simone draws in a deep breath. She turns, her eyes snagging with mine, and for a moment it's as if she expects my judgment, like a sneer or something. When I merely offer a quick nod, her shoulders visibly relax, and she slips back inside to rejoin Logan. Within 10 minutes, it's clear that the boy has finally run out of questions. He's had Simone autograph a few things, and they've taken selfies on his cell phone. Then he asks her if she ever emails.
I honestly don't,
she admits.
What makes you ask? Well, I wondered if we might be able to be email pals or something.
His parents interject, clearly embarrassed.
Logan, she's so busy.
Simone offers them a reassuring smile.
No, it's fine. Honestly.
Addressing Logan, she tips her head to the side in thought.
How about this? If you can keep that secret I told you for a week, then I'll know I can trust you. So, give me your number, and I'll text you once I know you're the best secret keeper.
She winks.
Because I'm a much better texter. Really?
His eyes are as wide as saucers.
Totally.
Sweet! He gives her the biggest smile.
Who do I give it to?
Logan's mother quickly jots it down on paper, and Simone asks me to hold on to it for her. With a severe warning in her eyes, she adds,
Don't lose that.
I won't, ma'am. She holds my gaze for a beat before requesting for escorts to show the family to their seats so they can watch the concert. I reach for my cell phone and shoot off a text to Rachel, who immediately responds that she has someone on the way. Simone turns and gives Logan one final hug.
Hope you enjoy those VIP passes. Rachel's cell is on the back of those lanyards, so feel free to let her know if you need anything.
Logan wraps his arms around her waist once again and mumbles against her.
This was the best day of my life. Aw, buddy.
She hugs him against her.
This is definitely one of mine, too.
Once he releases his hold, she steps forward to shake hands with his parents, but the mother rushes forward and hugs her. A myriad of emotions flickers across Simone's face before the woman backs away with a teary-eyed thank you. The father shakes her hand, thanking her profusely. I open the door to a waiting Rachel, who guides Logan and his family away to watch the show. Since Simone makes no move to exit the room, I close the door again and remain inside. Do you need anything else, ma'am? She eyes me before warning coolly.
Don't lose that number.
All the warmth, all the happiness from mere moments ago have vanished. I won't, I promise. And I mean it. She turns and exhales a long, slow breath, shaking her limbs and tipping her head side to side. She looks in the mirror and then smooths her hands down her outfit. With a barely perceptible nod at her reflection, she turns around to face me.
Let's do this.
Moments later, Simone is locked into a harness, headset microphone on, and raised up to the top of the arena's ceiling, where she'll gradually descend for her entrance. Now, as I watch her spin upside down with stunning gracefulness, descending in gradual increments while performing flawlessly, I look on with fresh eyes. The image of the snobby, stuck-up pop star I've had in my mind has been chipped away by the woman I watch now. A woman with a heart of gold, one who actually gives a shit about something or someone other than herself. She's a woman who'll run late, something I've quickly learned over these past few weeks that she never does, if it means a kid with cancer wants to hang out with her as his epic wish. I'm not sure whether I'm happy about this discovery or pissed as hell because now it's thrown me off kilter. It's way fucking easier to keep myself locked away and shut off from every woman out there. Except now, I'm pretty sure Simone King has begun to sneak past my defenses.
12. Simone. Vancouver, British Columbia. Early June. "Get ready, people!" Maddie shouts inside the hotel suite. Nervous anticipation floods me, and I worry my bottom lip with my teeth. I don't think I can watch it. With an exasperated huff, my best friend grabs me by the wrist and drags me over to the large couch. Pointing sternly at me, he commands, "Sit and stay put." Slowly, I lower myself to the leather cushion, but I can't bring myself to look at the large flat-screen television in front of us. Instead, I focus on the view outside our windows. People might hate the trailer, I worry silently, though it's not my first acting gig, since I've done a few cameos here and there. It is my first leading role in a movie. I guess the public's overall reaction to the trailer's official release will determine if I should can the prospect of acting for good. So ensnared in my worries, I don't immediately register the additional footsteps approaching where I sit with my hands clenched tightly in my lap. When I look over, my breath catches at seeing both Kane and Rachel nearing the couch. Rachel glances over at him, and there's no mistaking the interest in her eyes. He doesn't appear to notice, though. Ever since we finished the Vegas shows, Kane's been, I don't know. He's completely professional at all times and shows no interest in me in any way, except from the "I'm your personal head of security" stance. But still, something's slightly different in the way he reacts to me. At least, I think so. Then again, I don't exactly have the most flawless track record when it comes to men. It's not that I think Kane's lusting over me or anything. Not even. I truly felt like the man hated me on sight when we first met. He was incredibly cold and closed off, and his eyes took on that vacant look unless they were narrowed on me. When he wore that expression, the steely stare of his, it led me to believe he was hard at work, filling his head with a cynical narrative about me being all the things the press alleges I am. If I'm being honest, I hate it. Hate the idea that Kane Wyndham might believe I possess any of those awful traits plastered in the headlines. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, but it's a fact. It eats away at me if those around me don't like me based on something they read, or if they don't bother to pay attention to the person I actually am. And at the moment, if anyone paid close attention, they'd notice a pathetic woman with shit luck at relationships and love, who's worrying herself to death over a man who's a temporary fixture in her life. Even if I were interested in him, I know how risky it would be. The odds are stacked against me. If I were to judge by my past alone, it's pointless to even allow the slightest smidge of interest to edge its way into my mind. I guess it's just the first time I've ever felt drawn to a man before who has zero apparent interest in me or in what my fame could do for him. "All right, people." Maddie gestures for the two of them to take a seat on the couch. And of course, Rachel sits and peers up at Kane with a hopeful smile. When his face remains devoid of any expression, and he instead chooses to stand near me by the arm of the couch, sliding his hands into the pockets of his slacks, my manager's smile dims slightly. A tiny sliver of relief skitters through me at his refusal to sit next to her, sending a sense of calmness flooding me simply because of his nearness, at him choosing to stick close to me. I try to avert my eyes, but it's a challenge to look away and not notice the way he's rolled up his sleeves of his button-down shirt and cuffed them at the elbow. With his strong, muscled forearms bared, my eyes trace a path along the tendons and veins on display, and my stomach gives an odd little flip. "It's showtime!" Maddie plops down beside me and presses the remote button to increase the volume. "Our little actress here wouldn't let me see the trailer and wouldn't set her eyes on it even when the director sent it over to her a while ago. So, here we are." My best friend announces this dramatically, including a long, dejected sigh. "Like true peasants, watching it on a hotel TV, sitting on the couch while sipping bottled water." "You're the one who should go into acting," I mutter with a laugh. "Shh," Maddie hisses. "Here it is." He focuses on the screen as the movie trailer for The Last Love Letter begins. Leaning forward, I brace my forearms on my legs and sit hunched over, scared shitless. John Hamill comes on the screen first, the scene where he first catches sight of me at the carnival, and he tells his friends that I'm the girl he's going to marry someday. My breath holds, trapped in my lungs, creating a burning sensation while I wait for my own face to come into view. As soon as it does, silence settles over the suite while the trailer shows the remainder of the select scenes from the wartime romance, before finally flashing the dates it'll be in theaters worldwide. Once it's finished, Maddie whoops so suddenly I jump, startled by the loud noise. "I have to watch it again." He bounces on the couch as if he's got ants in his pants. Whipping out his phone, he leans forward, fingers flying across the screen before I hear the telltale sound of the trailer starting up again. I jet up from the couch with a hasty, "I can't watch it again," and my feet quickly carry me away to the large balcony doors overlooking the city on the opposite side of the suite's common area. "Look at our girl kill it!" Maddie hoots. "Hell yes!" Bracing my palms against the smooth, cool glass, I let out a soundless sigh and stare down at the cars and people walking below. A fraction of me wishes I were one of those faceless individuals, where part of my career didn't ride on whether people thought I was too much of a slut, a homewrecker, or just a bitch in general, and gave my acting attempt at least a fighting chance. And, in turn, gave others involved in this movie a chance as well. "You okay, Miss King?" I stiffen at the question offered in a low, husky voice because I hadn't heard him approach. Without turning to face him, I keep my eyes locked on the sights below. "Fine, thanks." Kane grunts out a sound that could be partly dismissive, partly a laugh. If I knew him better, I might be able to decipher it, but I don't. Nor will I remind myself. He's only here temporarily. My gaze catches his reflection in the glass, and I allow myself to study him. He moves to stand beside me, mimicking my stance to peer out the window. "The trailer looks good." A hint of a derisive smile tugs at the edges of my lips, and I tear my eyes away from studying his reflection. "You don't have to say that, Mr. Wyndham." "God, this trailer is fucking golden!" "Rach, grab my phone and Instagram video me watching it. Wait, let me grab some cheese puffs first. I'm gonna look captivated as I shove puffs into my mouth while my eyes are glued to Sim on the screen." Maddie's voice carries over to us, and I snicker, shaking my head at his antics. "The guy's definitely a champion of yours," Kane muses. Hints of both affection and sadness intertwine within my heart, and I'm grateful for it. Because my best friend is the only person who champions my successes. For a millisecond, I allow myself to be pathetic and mourn this fact, But only for a millisecond, because anything beyond that entertains a host of maudlin thoughts that will drag me under, gnashing their sharp claws deep into my flesh and keeping a firm hold on me. I refuse to allow it. Maddie's all I have, and for that, I'm eternally thankful. The faint sound of vibration comes from Kane, and he reaches into his pocket to withdraw his cell phone. It's only now that I turn, knowing his attention won't be centered on me. However, the expression on his face, the discreet hint of softness I noticed in the reflection, vanishes entirely when he reads whatever is on the screen of his phone. If I ever wondered what this man's expression might have been like when he served in the military, this would be it. Tight, closed off, fierce, hardened, emotionless. The latter bothers me for some odd reason. The yearning to rewind time and get that man back, the one who stood beside me with a gentler expression, who spoke to me as if he actually wanted to talk to me, or might even care the slightest bit about my feelings, and that's why he came over here, is so utterly overwhelming. It batters away at me until I give in. I part my lips in a brave, or insanely stupid, attempt at offering an olive branch to ask him if he's okay. Sharp blue eyes find mine, and the intensity in the depths has my mouth snapping shut so quickly my teeth practically rattle.
If you don't need me for anything, I'll be in my room.
All I can do is nod and watch him stride to the end of the suite and slip inside his room, leaving those curt, concise words in his wake. I can't help but wonder who that text was from to make him shut down like that. Whoever it is, they're on my shit list because they ripped away a moment that was nearly within my reach, an opportunity to catch more of a glimpse of the man behind the mask and be privy to the softer, private version of Kane. Because now that I caught that rare glimpse, I'm like an addict jonesing for my next fix. I crave more. I desperately need to see more of Kane Wyndham. The next day. It's my day off, yet here I am making you breakfast, I complain, shooting a playful glare in Maddie's direction. He lifts his shoulder in an overly casual shrug.
Think of it as a celebration of your trailer being, I don't know, only the most amazing trailer that's broken the internet with so many views and shares? He makes a sour face. My best friend is such a show-off.
Leveling him with a squinty-eyed stare, I wave my spatula at him. Watch it, buddy. He breaks out into a shit-eating grin and holds up both hands in surrender.
You know I'm just playing.
Quickly flipping a few slices already browning, I coat a few more slices of sourdough bread with the mixture and settle them on the large griddle. I wipe my hands clean just as my cell beeps, notifying me of another incoming text. I click on it and immediately smile before typing a response.
Put the phone down, damn it, Maddie whines dramatically. Pay attention to your favorite man. He slumps into one of the bar stools at the kitchen's island.
The sound of a knock on the door has him perking up. I toss my friend a questioning look as I plate some of the slices of cooked French toast. Normally, when I make this, I invite David, Vance, and Jed to join us. Today, however, I'd been so caught up in texting Logan and chatting with Maddie that I'd been off my usual routine. When Maddie flashes a mischievous grin, I grow wary.
What did you do?
Oh, nothing, he says in a hushed voice, his eyes darting around to land on Kane's door. As if on cue, Kane opens his bedroom door and strides toward the suite's entrance to answer it. Without realizing it, my eyes catalog his casual attire. The short-sleeve cotton t-shirt that looks incredibly soft and well-worn pulled over his broad torso, his firm biceps stretching the hem of the sleeves. His jeans are distressed with a few frayed and worn areas throughout, and they mold his hard-muscled body, curving over his ass like a...
While you're drooling, your French toast is burning.
I whip my head around, wide-eyed, before scrambling to scoop up the slices from the griddle and deposit them on the large platter with the others.
I invited them to breakfast,
my best friend whispers. When I meet his gaze, his amused expression is enough to have my muscles tensing, but it's his next words that have my spine going ramrod straight.
Thought maybe a casual day would help Rach and Kane get to know one another better. Eyes averted, as if my attention to each subsequent French toast slice on the griddle means life or death, I can only hum out an, okay. Footsteps grow louder as they approach, and Maddie whispers quickly, "Had to reassure the guy that you didn't use cow or goat's milk in the recipe." My head snaps around to stare at him, caught off guard. He shrugs. "Must be an allergy or something." I offer, "Or maybe he's dairy-free like I am." If that's the case, having something in common with Kane, even something as small as this, shouldn't give me a little thrill. Damn, that's pathetic. "Hey, guys." Rachel greets us cheerfully and slides onto the other bar stool, casting an expectant look at the other empty one beside her. "Good morning, you two," Maddie drawls. "Have a seat while our diva here serves us like the royalty we are." Ensuring the last few pieces are finished cooking, I quickly remove them from the griddle. "Can I help you with anything?" Kane's deep voice rasps from a few feet away. I glance over and find him watching me with an indecipherable look. "I think I've got it covered, but thank you." I try to offer a polite smile, but when I do, a crease between his brows forms. Not sure what that's all about. I unplug the griddle so it can cool and step back from the counter, rushing to grab the container of orange juice in the refrigerator and set it beside the glasses, plates, silverware, and syrup. "Feel free to serve yourselves." Rachel practically salivates over the heaping pile of French toast. "God, that looks and smells amazing." She hops down from her chair, Maddie following, but Kane remains where he stands, waiting his turn patiently. Rachel and Maddie pile their plates and pour their juice before settling back in their seats and digging in. Maddie moans around a mouthful of food. "So damn good." "This is why I can't work for anyone else," Rachel jokes. "It's why I can't be best friends with anyone else," comes his snappy retort, eyes shining with humor. I glance over at Kane and find him studying me and recall what Maddie told me a moment ago. Quickly, I offer, "I use almond milk in this recipe." I tip my head, gesturing for him to go ahead and make a plate. "Go on, help yourself." He lifts his chin at me, blue eyes watchful, softer and much less brittle around the edges. His voice is gravelly, and the sound dances over my skin in a whisper of a caress. "Ladies first." Something inside me stutters to a halt, my brain whirring to a stop as a realization hits me from every one of my past relationships. Not one of the guys I was in long-term relationships with, whether dating or engaged, ever waited for me to make myself a plate before helping themselves when I made my French toast recipe. Not a single one. "Miss King?" Shit, I zoned out. I blink, forcing myself to regain focus. Then I meet his eyes and realize he's taken a step closer, his brow furrowed in concern. Inwardly, I cringe at the worry within the depths. But more than that, I resent the formalness. Miss King. Damn it, get yourself together. Antsy, I move to step past him, intent on heading to the door. "I should just check and see if Vance and Jed—" "Jed's cutting out carbs and Vance already ate," Kane answers quietly. His eyes dart in Maddie's direction before returning to me. "We all got the group text from Matthias about breakfast." "Oh, okay." I internally scold myself for suddenly losing the ability to converse like a normal human. Hurriedly, I turn and make myself a plate and grab my thermos of water before heading around to the bar stools. Shit, I'll be a total cockblocker for Rach if I sit next to her, which is why I choose the stool on the far end. After setting my plate and thermos on the countertop, for good measure, I scoot my stool a few inches away from Kane's before sliding onto the seat, ensuring there's plenty of room. Of course, once he settles between Rachel and me, I realize those extra inches were futile at best. The clean, fresh scent from what I assume is his body wash wafts over me as I hurriedly cut into my breakfast. Taking a quick bite, I'm wishing for a distraction from the man beside me. "Everybody lean in for a quick selfie." Maddie holds up his phone, arm outstretched and high enough to try to get us all in, before looking over at us. "You cool with that?"
I glance at Kane nervously before leaning in to whisper, "It's okay if you don't." His head turns, and I freeze, not anticipating how close our faces would be. The faint stubble along his jawline, the surprising length of his dark blonde lashes, and eyes that I now notice have a faint hint of a darker, stormier swirl of blue in them, hold me captivated. "It's fine." His lips move with the two simple words, and I find myself wishing for the opportunity to see him smile. "All right." My best friend's voice draws me back to the present, and Kane and I turn for the photo. "I'll take a few real quick. Smile." Once Maddie's satisfied with the photos, he tells me he'll tag me on Instagram. Which reminds me, I grab my phone and hold it out to snap a photo of me with a massive forkful of French toast with my mouth open, looking silly. I start typing a text to accompany the photo. "Who are you sexting over there, woman?" Maddie demands. I finish typing and hit send before I set the phone on the counter. "A boy." I lean forward in my seat to see past the others and flash him a mischievous grin. His face drops, and a pained expression crosses his face. "Simone, you know you don't exactly have the greatest—" My smile vanishes, and I blow out a breath. "It's literally a boy, Maddie." Exasperation lines my tone, and my appetite begins to wane from this conversation. Maddie gapes. "Sim, dude, that's even worse. Underage shit will kill your career." I drop my fork to my plate with a clatter. "Oh, for fuck's sake, Maddie. Seriously?" I stare at him in disbelief. "He's like 8 years old." Maddie looks positively horrified now. "What the— and he's from the Make-A-Wish Foundation." His jaw goes slack, and silence envelops the room before my friend's face transforms into the widest smile. "You did that shit on purpose, didn't you?" He jumps off his stool, and I follow suit, darting around the island as he advances. I put my hands out as if to ward him off. "The French toast will get cold if you don't eat it right now." I barely get the words out through my laughter as he speeds toward me, and I squeal and rush back around the island. Except I forget that Maddie used to run track in high school, and still somehow has speed even 10 years later because he nabs me, arms slinking around my waist, and starts tickling my side. "Stop! Stop!" I beg through gales of laughter. When my legs give out and he follows me down to the hard floor, we're both out of breath and laughing, sprawled in a heap. I look up just in time to see Rachel snapping a pic of us. "This'll be cute for your Instagram page." She looks at the image on her phone and grins. "Perfect." Maddie sits up, wearing a stern expression. "Be sure to include the detail that I was the champion of this tickle fight." I let out a groan. "They say I'm the diva, yet you always make it about you." Rising to his feet, he offers me a hand. I grasp it, and he hauls me to my feet. His perfect white teeth practically blind me when he grins. "That's 'cause I'm a diva in disguise."
13. Kane. Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. The texts have escalated to calls now. I'm tempted to block her number, but I can't bring myself to do it. Not just yet. Regardless of how much it guts me to see her name on my cell phone. I reckon I'm just a glutton for punishment. Lucia. The name lights up the cell screen, and I send it straight to voicemail. I have about a dozen from her now, and haven't been able to bring myself to listen to any of them, to hear her voice. My fingers clench around the cell phone in such a punishing grip, it's a wonder the damn thing doesn't crack. Shoving it in my pocket, I stalk toward the door of my room, eager to escape these confines. As soon as I tug the door open, I stop short as the realization hits me. The hesitance that plagued me before, the slight discomfort at the unusual living arrangement, is gone. Instead, the prospect of stepping into the common area of this suite almost feels normal. I scrub a hand down my face, unsure whether this new normality is a good or a bad thing. Dismissing my inner conflict, I walk through the luxurious space, following the sounds of Simone singing Bad Love while she works out on the rented VersaClimber that was delivered here yesterday. Turns out you can do that when you're a famous musician. After indulging in 3 days off in Vancouver, she rested and was lazy and didn't work out. Apparently, that means she needs to make up for it by singing while working out. It makes sense, now that I watch her toned arms and legs move in climbing motions. Training so she's able to sing without being breathless makes her aerobic-like performances where she uses the silks, the trapeze, or one of the harness contraptions that much more impressive. Her voice carries, echoing throughout the spacious suite, along the tile floors, and I find myself paying closer attention to the lyrics, especially after she shared that secret with Logan. Now that I know it's about Jackson.
I'm on the edge, hanging by a thread. I gave you the news and you just shook your head, like I don't matter at all, like I don't mean a thing. Not worth a phone call, so I won't wear your ring. You give bad love, giving me all of your lies. Bad love, begging for one more try. Bad love. Now you're sugary sweet, but I know better now. Your love is bad love. Your twisted lies, your lame alibis. The love we have is gone. Let's say our goodbyes. But first, you throw some shade. Show me the real you. Say I got played. Say I've got real attitude. But I know now I can do better than you. Without your bitterness, I'll find someone new. You give bad love, giving me all of your lies. Bad love, begging for one more try. Bad love, now you're sugary sweet, but I know better now. Your love is bad love. Your sticks and stones, I let them hurt me. I let them snap my bones. Your words are knives, I let them slice me through. But baby, that's just you. You only give bad love.
Sweat runs down her temple, her hairline damp and darkened, and her nape drenched. My eyes travel over her lightly muscled shoulders to the sports bra, lingering there before I jerk them away and drift down to the base of her spine where tanned skin disappears into her compression leggings. How she manages this while singing and staying in tune is impressive, to say the least. I don't want to interrupt her, but I need to let her know that Vance is out with a nasty stomach bug, and Jed let me know about 30 minutes ago that he's now down for the count and sick as hell, too. I don't want her to be caught off guard by this later on. Leaning against the wall, I slide my hands in my pockets and tip my head back, staring up at the ceiling. My eyes fall closed as I listen to Simone, and I realize I can connect with the lyrics. Shit. It could be my own personal fucking anthem at this point. The faint knock on the door has me straightening and shooting down the short hall to the entrance door. Peering out the peephole, I find a hotel employee with the food cart I'd almost forgotten was due to arrive, so distracted by the issue with Vance and Jed. My growling stomach reminds me it's now dinner time. Carefully opening the door, I nod at Parker and William, Jed's and Vance's stand-ins, before focusing on the room service employee. A woman stands off to his side, her stance confident, and something about her strikes me as familiar. Accepting the card from the hotel employee, I thank him, and he disappears into the elevator as I train my attention on the woman. "She's Simone's aunt," Parker quickly says. The woman fixes her smile on me.
Well, hello there.
Her greeting is a shade too welcoming, but I dismiss it. It might just be her style. Surveying the woman now, I recognize why she looks familiar. Her smile and the shape of her eyes are near duplicates of Simone's. Quickly, my brain catalogs the differences. Where Simone's hair is long, fallen well past her shoulders, her aunt's is much shorter, chin length and perfectly straight. While still slim, her figure isn't toned and athletic like her niece's, and I reckon she's dressed the part of the supportive aunt of a famous pop star in an expensive-looking pantsuit and sky-high heels that help her match Simone's height. The woman reeks of money. Well, That and high maintenance. "Hello, ma'am." I eye her suspiciously, keeping my stance wide in the doorway because no one's ever mentioned anything about Simone's aunt visiting.
"You must be new. Is David finally on his honeymoon?"
Instead of answering, I ask, "Is Simone expecting you, miss?" I tug out my cell, quickly pulling up the list David gave me of individuals never allowed to see Simone, just to be sure.
"Mrs. Klein."
When I scan the list and don't find her name, I pocket my phone. The other guys would have checked her ID before allowing her up here. I need to remind them to give me a heads up about something like this. Addressing the woman, I lift my chin, gesturing toward the suite. She's been working out, but since dinner's here, I push the cart the rest of the way through the door, holding it open for her to slip inside.
"Such a southern gentleman,"
she beams at me before gliding past, her stiletto heels clicking on the tile floor as she goes in search of her niece. Ensuring the door is securely locked behind me, I carefully push the cart down the hall and head toward the dining table. That's when the singing comes to a complete stop, mid-syllable.
"What the fuck are you doing here?"
Filled with fury, Simone's demanding tone is lethally sharp. I quickly sidestep the cart and rush around the corner to find Mrs. Klein leaning against the back of the couch, casual as can be, like this greeting is the norm. She watches, face placid, while Simone unstraps her feet from the VersaClimber.
"No, honey, I'm allowed to come and check on you. I just wanted to ask you for—"
Simone storms over to her, bringing them toe-to-toe, and her aunt's nose wrinkles as she takes in the sweaty state of her niece. Jaw tense and eyes narrowed, each of Simone's words slices with intense anger.
"You wanted to ask me for what? For more money? Because what you have isn't enough?"
She sneers.
"You're a fucking joke of a mother. You need to get the hell out of here right now before I—"
Mother? What the hell? Regardless of whether this gets me fired, there's no way I can stand by while she disrespects her own mother. It's her mother, for Christ's sake. I shove an arm between them, partially in fear that Simone will assault the woman. Her eyes clash with mine and I grit out, "That's no way to speak to your mother." Simone's eyes narrow dangerously.
"You think not? You think she doesn't deserve this?"
She lifts her chin stubbornly, eyes bright with anger, and those multicolored eyes lock on to her mother.
"He says I shouldn't speak to you this way."
Her tone turns saccharine sweet.
"Perhaps we should enlighten him. Should I tell him, or do you want to have the honors?"
The older woman crosses her arms defensively, the innocent expression leaving her face and replaced with wariness.
"I didn't do anything wrong." "Oh, really?"
Simone interrupts, and her voice climbs in volume as she continues.
"You didn't do anything wrong?"
Simone's mother's eyes turn mutinous, her lips twisting in an unattractive frown, and I suddenly feel like I've just inserted myself in a hornet's nest.
"If you hadn't been so—"
"Ma'am," I quickly interject, cutting the older woman off. "I think you should—" Simone shoves against my arm, pinning me with a furious glare.
"Oh no, it doesn't matter what you think anyone should do right now, Mr. Wyndham. You opened this can of worms, and now you get to experience all the slimy nastiness."
Each word, every syllable drips with pure venom as she turns her gaze to her mother.
"This woman here,"
she gestures to her mother,
"decided that it was okay to steal from me. And we're not talking like $50 here and there, are we, Anne?"
With a hard shake of her head, she adds,
"No, we're talking millions of dollars that I worked my ass off to make. Money I made sacrificing my social life by not going to prom or homecoming, by foregoing college because that's what you and the record producers thought was best. And you didn't even ask."
Her next words are spoken from between clenched teeth.
"You just took and took and took."
I have no words, because fuck. Simone's mother takes this moment to speak up, defensiveness in her tone.
If I had just what? Asked you if you wanted to blow the money I'd set aside for the money I'd promised St. Jude's Children's Hospital instead? I should have asked you if you wanted the money because, who the hell should care about a bunch of innocent children who are suffering from cancer? Or dying from it? Is that what I was supposed to do, Mom?
Disdain drips from every word.
Oh, of course.
Simone presses her palm to her forehead.
How silly of me. There's no need to be nasty.
Simone stares back at her mother for a beat before turning to me.
In case that wasn't enough of a reason, here's another.
Her mouth unleashes what must be the biggest and fakest smile I've ever seen.
Mommy Dearest decided it would be fun to go through my phone and share photos I'd taken privately when I was in a committed relationship.
Her sugary sweet tone has my muscles going rigid with unease.
She thought TMZ would take super good care of those by posting them everywhere online.
She snaps her head around to glare at her mother.
And to encourage others in slut-shaming me after I found out about her stealing from me. I think that just about sums it up, don't you, Anne?
Ah, fuck me.
14. Simone. I've become skilled at shutting off my emotions. One could even say I have a PhD in it. God knows it's helped me get through a lot of shitstorms, but there's something to be said about the therapeutic quality of yelling at someone face to face. Especially when it's someone who's betrayed you, when it's an individual you inherently trusted. I end up sitting on my bed, one of the large pillows clutched to my chest, staring sightlessly out the windows. I don't even recall walking in here. I trusted Kane to clean up this mess. That is, see my mother to the exit. Now I simply sit and work on calming myself. Hopefully, I didn't strain my vocal cords with that whole interaction. It would be just my luck, though. So caught up in my thoughts, it takes me a moment to register Kane's presence. He stands in my open doorway, and when I turn to peer at him, his shoulders stiffen, broadening, as if he's preparing for the worst.
"I'm sorry, Miss King. She said she was your aunt. The name she gave, Mrs. Klein, wasn't on the list."
His tone is heavy with remorse.
"I apologize for not being up to speed with Jed and Vance, both out sick. I just verified with Parker and William that they checked her ID."
The crease between his brows grows deeper, more cavernous, and he rakes a hand through his hair.
"Not only that, but I'm sorry for sticking my nose where it didn't belong."
Emotionally spent, I expel a long, slow breath. This was a situation I really hoped wouldn't come up while David was away. He had concerns about this exact thing.
"Why was she not on the list David gave me?"
Kane's tone has a slight edge to it, his eyes narrowing.
"If she's a security risk, she should have been on there."
He drags a hand over his face, clearly agitated.
"This is a dangerous oversight on his part, especially if she's a threat to you."
Tone demanding, jaw tense, he asks,
"Do we need to reevaluate the list I have?"
"No, she's not a threat or security risk to me. My mother won't physically hurt me." A harsh laugh bubbles up and my lips curve into a derisive smile, my voice muted. "She just hurts me in other ways, by going to the press and selling shitty stories about me." I lift a shoulder in a half shrug. Jed and Vance know the drill, know her tricks. Holding his gaze firmly, I implore him to understand me. "Look, David said he trusts you implicitly, but I don't know you. My trust is hard-earned. And I trust Jed and Vance, but I didn't want to run the risk of the others possibly leaking the fact that I blacklisted my own mother from visiting to the press. David had concerns about her, and he'd wanted to alert the rest of the team and make you aware. But I'm the one who requested he not do that. I was adamant that my mother not be mentioned anywhere, on any list, because if that were to get out, it'd be more fuel igniting the shitstorm the press loves to shower me with. So the blame falls on me for keeping you in the dark." I exhale a slow breath. She hasn't tried getting through to me in quite a while, but it figures she'd do it while David's away. Not surprised she used a fake ID either. I finish with a mutter. Kane steps forward in an almost tentative way. I lift my eyes to watch him, his gaze now averted to the floor as he scrubs a hand along his jaw wearily.
I'm sorry, Miss King. I can't imagine going through any of that."
Blue eyes lift to mine. The troubled expression, coupled with the crease between his brows, emphasizes the sincerity of his words.
"Do you, want your phone?"
He glances around, searching for my cell.
"I reckon you probably want to talk to Matthias."
I shake my head. "No, thanks." Hesitance lines his features as he takes another step toward me, his eyes wary.
Look, I know I'm the last person you probably want around, but
he tips his head to the side.
If you want to go and let me have it, I know I deserve it.
A harsh-sounding laugh bubbles up. That's magnanimous of you, but it's over and done. He draws closer to where I sit on the bed and leans against the wall opposite me. His hands slide into his pockets, and his eyes turn gentler, offering me a glimpse of the man behind the polite gruffness I've become accustomed to. Those blue eyes skate across my features as though he's attempting to assess me.
Regardless, if you want to vent or take it out on me, I'm here, and I promise it stays between us.
My eyes flick across his face as I try to figure him out. I ponder internally, realizing that since Kane's begun working for me, nothing new has been leaked to the press. That at least serves as a slight indication that he might actually be trustworthy, like David claimed. When I don't immediately speak, something flickers across his face, and I can't quite decipher whether it's worry or disappointment or maybe I'm just reading too much into this. Tugging his hands from his pockets, he crosses those thick, muscled arms against his broad chest, biceps stretching the fabric of a shirt. With that deep crease between his brows, he speaks, but his voice is hushed, gravelly.
I can't imagine what you've been through. My mother would have laid into yours if she'd been here.
There's a hint of a smile in his tone, the affection evident.
Dad died a while ago from colon cancer, and I think a lot of people thought the grief would take her soon after. But she fought through it for me and my sister. She's always been in my corner, my #1 fan, even when I've done some really stupid shit.
He pauses briefly, eyes intently watching me.
Like today.
These are simply words, and in this industry, words are worthless. Except Kane's aren't just empty sentiments. They feel solid, strong, and powerful, with a weight of meaningful emotion behind them. This man and his words are formidable, as though he's offering me a temporary life raft to help me survive the sea of shittiness that encompasses the many people who've hurt me. I'm embarrassed. Not so much for him witnessing what went down with my mother, but because of this. This right here, with him seeing me vulnerable. It's at this moment that I wish I had someone to hold me, to comfort me, but I can't. I don't let myself crave a soothing touch or ever seek it out, not even with Maddie. It's not that he wouldn't, of course. It's just that perhaps I've experienced so much hurt that I'm even holding back from my best friend. Subconsciously afraid that one day he'll follow suit like all the others. And because it's him, my best and only real friend, it would devastate me on a whole other level. When will it stop hurting? The words are out before I realize it, and I stiffen, mortified at not only voicing them aloud, but for how weak, tiny, and vulnerable they sound. I honestly hadn't intended to say it, but the question has plagued me for the past few years. Kane's voice is soothing and calm, deep and masculine.
I wish I had the answer.
He lets out a sigh.
I think, sometimes, the more we wish the pain would stop, the more it hurts.
His phrasing and the melancholy lacing his words pique my curiosity, but it's not my business. The man is simply offering me comfort, not opening himself up for my intrusive and probing questions. So, I trail off, unsure of what to say, yet I'm desperate for the conversation to continue, for the moment not to end. I just need a little more time like this while I rebuild my defenses. I curl my knees to my chest and lean my cheek against one. What's your family like? He hums thoughtfully before telling me about his mom first, the awe threaded in his tone when he speaks about her, never seeming to let herself get swamped by the grief from his father's death. Then about his sister, who has a 6-year-old boy. His entire body appears far less tense, and the love, the evident adoration coloring his words, makes me yearn for that sort of family. To have more than one person in my life I can truly trust. Where do they live?
Back in Texas, he answers. My mom and sister run a business together, so that keeps them busy, but I try to visit as often as I can.
And you don't live in Texas? I try to rack my brain, wondering if David or Kane mentioned anything about this, but come up empty.
I live in Northeast Florida now.
What? Do you mind if I ask what brought you there? A job?
Kind of.
He pauses, and when it drags on, I wonder if he'll expand. Finally, he exhales a long breath.
I battled a wicked TBI, traumatic brain injury, at the tail end of my career in the military. It was hard to leave that part of my life, that job, because being a Green Beret is something I'm proud of. But Texas had never been where I wanted to go back to really call home. When you bounce around a lot, it's hard to get settled again. But a buddy of mine I'd crossed paths with while serving offered me a job with the private security consultant firm he was starting, and I couldn't say no. And I ended up beside some of the best guys I've come to know and respect.
A wistful smile tugs at my lips at the image. They sound pretty wonderful.
They are, he answers softly. They've become my extended family.
There's a slight pause, and his voice grows faint.
Always have each other's backs, no matter what, and they meddle even when it's the last thing you want them to do.
A little sigh escapes him, and his next words are murmured so softly, it's almost as if he's talking to himself more than me.
Because they care.
Lowering my eyes, I allow his words to wrap around me and imagine what that must be like to have people in my life like his friends. The center of my chest aches so intensely at the idea that I press my fingertips to it as if to stifle it somehow.
I'm sorry, Miss King.
His voice rumbles in the silence of the room.
It won't happen again.
There's a steely undertone of promise in his words.
She won't get anywhere near you as long as I'm around. You have my word.
I nod, relishing in the promise, in the certainty that this man is unlike the hordes of others I've come to know, because Kane will stand by those words. Clearing my throat, I brave a look at him. A whimper nearly escapes me at the sight of his eyes awash with remorse, a breathtaking depth of emotion visible in the depths. It's both pathetic and embarrassing that it took him witnessing the humiliating showdown with my mother to put more life back in them. But more frightening is how badly I yearn to continue doing it. To keep trying to see what I can do, to see just how much more beautiful those eyes can be if they were completely alight with life. Oh, shit. This is dangerous, Simone. Back away now. Thank you for... I gesture back and forth between us. This. Carefully, I slip off the bed and walk toward my door. Resting a hand on the handle, I don't have to wait for him to pick up on the hint. He steps past me and over the threshold, then turns and pauses, his heavy gaze centered on me. I'm going to take a shower and get some rest. My smile is forced, and even if I didn't already know it, the tight press of his lips at the sight alerts me to this. Good night. He doesn't move. The only indication he heard me is his slight nod. Gripping the handle, I close the door softly, and the click sends a jolt ricocheting through me. I rest a palm on the door and lean my forehead against the cool surface, closing my eyes. When his husky voice drifts through the door, the tone faint and so softly spoken, I wonder if I'm imagining it.
Good night, Miss King.
15. Kane. Nashville, Tennessee. Late June. Miss King, what's on the agenda for 2 o'clock? I frown at the updated schedule on my phone. And why wasn't it on here earlier? When she doesn't respond, I raise my eyes and find Simone staring out the window of the hotel. She looks a million miles away, lost in her own thoughts. My gaze rakes over her face, skimming her features, and the way her bottom lip juts out, so pink and soft-looking, snags my attention. Her barely audible sigh jerks me from the crazy trance her damn lips sent me into. Lips, for fuck's sake. Jesus. Clearing my throat, I prompt again. Ma'am? She jumps before turning to face me, and I can practically hear the clink of all her defenses falling into place.
Yes, that's one of those things we do just in case anyone happens to see or overhear talk of it. I add it last minute so the press don't catch wind of it.
It being... Her lips flatten as if she's preparing for me to be pissed at whatever she's about to divulge.
Every time I'm here, I visit the Woodson Children's Hospital.
Her throat bobs as she swallows hard.
Mainly to see my goddaughter Zoe, but also for the others.
Ah, her former drummer's little girl who's sick with cancer. Simone steps closer, and her expression turns fierce.
I don't go there for the press, so I don't want it to get out and have them make it look like some publicity stunt, because I go there for her. For those kids.
She averts her gaze to focus on her black boots.
It's the least I can do.
Then we'll make it happen. Her head snaps up as if my response surprised her. Relaxing her features a fraction, she nods.
Thank you.
As soon as we arrive at the hospital, promptly at 2 o'clock, we're escorted through the rear entrance by Beth, who leads the hospital's administrative team. She hugs Simone like they're old friends and thanks her profusely for stopping by. Simone starts right in.
How are things? Do you need any...
Beth waves a hand dismissively.
Oh gosh, no. Your donations have helped us so very much.
After a brief elevator ride, we step onto the 4th floor.
This visit is just what everyone needs.
The older woman beams at Simone like she's just arrived with the miracle cure.
I can't wait to see my girl.
Simone strides over, guitar case in hand, and stops at a nearby room whose door is slightly ajar. Beth speaks in a hushed voice.
Isaac's here with her right now. Lauren just left to run to the store.
Simone knocks on the door, and a man's voice calls out.
Come in.
She strides into the room with me at her back.
Where's my favorite girl? Simone!
A little girl with a bald head grins from ear to ear. She's tucked in the hospital bed, appearing frail and far too pale. Simone sets down her guitar case to blow the little girl a kiss and immediately raises her hands.
I need to wash up really quick, okay?
As if remembering my presence just now, she adds,
Oh, and this is Kane. He's filling in for David while he's on his honeymoon. Hi, Kane.
Zoe greets me with a smile. Hello, Miss Zoe. Simone gestures to the bathroom, directing me to join her.
We've got to wash up. Germs are dangerous.
I follow suit, scrubbing my hands with soap and drying them before we rejoin the girl and her father. Isaac rises from his chair beside Zoe's bed and holds out a hand to me.
I'm Isaac.
He tips his head in Simone's direction with a hint of a smile on his lips.
Thanks for bringing the diva along.
Kane Wyndham. We shake briefly, and it's my pleasure.
Did you hear your daddy?
Simone admonishes, her tone playful.
Diva?
Pfft. Zoe giggles before sobering, her brown eyes wide and innocent.
I missed you. Aw, I missed you too, sweetie pie.
The little girl perks up.
Do you have any new songs to play?
Simone cocks her head to the side.
Well, they're not great, but I have the start of one. Maybe you can tell me if it's any good.
The young girl nods excitedly, and Simone breaks out her guitar, perching on one of the available chairs beside the bed.
When you walk into the room, I forget to breathe. When your eyes catch mine, they whisper, never leave. When you hold me tight, all my worries disappear. To my darkness, you're the light. You fight off my fears. Save me from the undertow. You remind me what I need to know. I am strength, even when I feel weak. I am brave, my armor without a chink. I am heard, even when my voice is meek. But most of all, I am loved. Oh, I am loved. I am loved. By you.
Simone trails off, gazing at the girl expectantly.
What did you think so far? I love it! Yeah?
Zoe nods.
I can't wait for you to finish it.
She shifts slightly, pulling the covers up.
Could you play my song for me?
The smile that spreads across Simone's face is a unique mix of sadness and affection, and something sharp twists in my chest at the sight of it.
Of course.
When Simone begins playing the song she performed at the impromptu concert she did at Edwards Air Force Base, Zoe softly sings along.
Baby girl, don't you worry about a thing. No, nothing's gonna hurt you.
Isaac rises from his seat and approaches where I stand a few feet away, his voice hushed as Simone and Zoe sing.
She's amazing, huh?
I glance at him, unsure of who he's referring to, so I choose the safe response. I can't imagine going through this so young. He lets out a little grunt.
Zoe's tough.
A deprecating grin tugs at his mouth as he scrubs a hand down his face.
Much tougher than Lauren or me on most days, I swear.
We return our focus to Simone and Zoe as the former plays the guitar while the two sing together.
She's not like they make her out to be.
Isaac's subdued tone has me turning to him in question.
She's done more for me and my family than anyone else.
His dark eyes hold mine a beat before returning to Simone and his daughter.
She could have kicked me out of the band and been done with it, but she still pays me. Insists on it.
The corner of his mouth hitches upward.
Got pissed when I tried to give it back the first few times, and she's paid for everything for Zoe.
He trails off, his throat bobbing as he swallows hard.
Simone's an angel in disguise. The press likes to paint her as some heartless bitch, but that's the furthest thing from the truth. Simone comes here as often as she can, trying to fly under the radar. She doesn't do it for the publicity.
He shakes his head firmly.
Anyone can see that just by watching. She's doing it because she likes making these kids happy, even if it's for just one quick moment.
Isaac's words linger in my mind long after we say goodbye to him and Zoe, and Simone heads off to surprise other children and sing to them. The day isn't strictly filled with her singing, though. She competes in thumb wars with a few of the patients, and their faces light up with laughter when she whines about her thumb being sore from exertion. 3 hours later, Rachel notifies me that the press has gotten word of Simone's visit. When I discreetly alert Simone, she nods and says that she'll say one last goodbye to Zoe, and then she'll be ready to leave. While I coordinate with Jed and Vance for the vehicles, I wait for Simone to wave and smile to the kids and hospital staff. Once we step inside the elevator, she slips on her sunglasses and her usual armor seems to fall back into place. Her grip on her guitar case is nearly white-knuckled. Once we emerge from the hospital's back entrance, a few cameras flash, but luckily we make our escape before the bulk of the paparazzi arrive. We ignore their shouts, and I guide Simone into the awaiting vehicle before slipping in beside her. The car takes off toward the hotel, and she gazes out the dark-tinted window with the sunglasses still masking her eyes. I'm about to turn away when I catch sight of it. The slight twist of her lips, as if she's attempting to stifle her agony, visibly wrestling with the pain, passes in a quick flash. And I can't help but wonder what else Simone King hides from the world. 16. Kane. Second round of scheduled interviews for The Last Love Letter.
What was it like to work with Jason Stark as the director of this film? It was surreal, quite honestly. I feel like I learned so much from both him and John.
I stand a few feet away from where Simone sits across from the interviewer. The woman's smile is worse than Simone's sad excuse for a smile. It appears almost dangerous, as if she's up to no good.
I'm sure we can agree that John Hamill is a hottie, right?
Simone's polite smile turns a shade brittle.
He's wonderful to work with, and has become such a good friend.
The woman tips her head to the side.
So the chemistry on screen didn't transfer to off screen, then?
Simone blinks, but maintains her composure.
We were acting in a movie.
A slow, practiced smile forms on her lips.
But it's good to know you felt the on-screen chemistry.
The woman laughs.
Well, we know there have been some rumors about you, so...
She holds up her hands in surrender as if she's completely innocent.
I had to ask.
Simone remains silent with her polite smile stamped in place.
Right.
The woman glances down at the notes in her lap.
There are some heart-wrenching scenes in this movie, Simone.
With narrowed eyes, she asks,
Did you draw on your experience from your multitude of breakups?
The hint of tightness around Simone's mouth tells me she's irritated, but she powers through. I glance around for Rachel before I remember she had to run off and put out some other fire. Damn it. I really don't like how this interview is going.
I think anyone who's experienced some ups and downs in a relationship could relate to the scenes in this movie. And again, I was acting, so I had to channel this character who had endured being away from the man she was madly in love with. He was off fighting in the war, and simultaneously she was setting out on a new path for herself and ensuring her own livelihood. Now going back to you and John. Phew!
She fans herself.
Those love scenes were scorching hot.
Simone's smile is so tight, I fear her face might crack at any moment.
What did his wife have to say about that, do you think?
Simone's head tips to the side, eyes narrowing.
I can't answer that since I haven't asked her. Well, surely she's a bit intrigued by how sensual it is. I wouldn't know. It was a scene we had to act out in the movie, so...
Another polite smile. I can't take this shit anymore. Thank fuck this is the final interview for today. I pull out my phone and put it to my ear, murmuring before I step forward, my tone filled with urgency. Excuse me, but there's an emergency call for you, Miss King. Simone blinks before quickly offering her apologies for having to cut things short, then accepts my phone and moves away out of earshot. Luckily, the other woman mumbles her assent and rises from her seat, gathering her personal items. Ma'am, I can see you out. We apologize for the interruption. I quickly but politely usher her out the door. As soon as I lock it behind her, I brace myself for whatever reprimand I'm due. I know I deserve it, but I can't say I regret stepping in. When I head down the hall and into the living area, Simone is back in the chair she'd been in for the interview. Leaning forward, her arms resting on her upper thighs, she raises her head to look at me and holds out my phone. A tinge of discomfort edges into her features.
I'm sorry, but a text came in. I didn't mean to look at it.
My entire body tenses, because that can only mean one thing. Lucia, again. I accept my phone from her and ignore the question practically written in her eyes. Who is Lucia? Is she your ex-girlfriend, estranged wife? Why is she apologizing? Are you planning to call her back? She studies me for a moment, her eyes more hazel today.
Look, I appreciate you trying to defuse that situation, but there was really no need. David doesn't do that, and I don't need it getting out that my head of security is fighting my battles for me because I can't put on my big girl panties and do it myself. All that shit?
She gestures to the chair opposite her, where the woman had been sitting a moment ago.
That's par for the course with me, with this job.
Well, it damn well shouldn't be. I bite out. Her resigned smile holds a tinge of sadness.
Well, it is.
A humorless laugh spills out.
When you're dubbed the breakup bitch and the ice princess of pop, and people talk about how you always use your former relationships to write songs,
she shrugs.
That's just what happens. It's my life.
Doesn't make it right. She lets out a long exhale, and I can't help but notice the weariness in it.
Anyway, I appreciate you stepping in, but next time, please just don't.
I clench my jaw tight before I answer. Yes, ma'am. 2 days later. When Foss actually calls instead of sending a text, I know shit's not good. Luckily, we're back in the suite, and it's nearing 7 in the evening. Simone's had dinner, and judging from the faint sounds drifting from behind her closed bedroom door when I stepped out to grab water from the kitchen, she's tucked away with her guitar, possibly writing new material. I let out a low groan and lean back against the bed pillows at my headboard before I accept his call. Hey, Foss starts right in.
Just checking to see how hard you fell in love with the life of the rich and famous.
A small derisive sound escapes me. It's a whole other world out here. He laughs.
I bet.
When he hesitates, I brace myself for whatever's coming next.
Lucia's been asking about you. Said you're not returning her calls or texts.
My friend lets out a sigh.
Apparently, she needs to talk to you about something.
I clench and unclench my jaw, trying to find the right words, and come up empty.
Look, I just want you to know that nobody blames you for that shit. You didn't know, and it's not like she was transparent about it either.
I drag a hand through my hair, my eyes closing in a wince. Yeah, well, it doesn't really soften the blow. Foster's voice grows tight.
You won't like hearing this, but I'm gonna give it to you straight. She was never right for you. I felt that shit down to my bones, man.
He's right about one thing. I don't like hearing it. Not one damn bit. Unfortunately, he's not finished.
Look, I get it. She's a beautiful woman, and the accent's a bonus, but do you ever think that maybe, I don't know, you just lacked the chase? How different she was from anyone else?
I clamp my mouth shut to hold back the hot-headed response that's sitting on the tip of my tongue. Because maybe he's right. Maybe. Then again, maybe not.
Right.
Foster sighs.
Anyway, she's probably gonna email you since that's her only option left. Just beware.
Something in his tone raises my hackles, like he knows something and isn't telling me. But I'm too much of a chicken shit to call him out on it, because I'm not sure I even want to know. Thanks for the heads up. Foss blows out a long breath, and I can tell he's disappointed in me. Instead of giving me shit about it, though, he changes the subject and starts asking me about the job and Simone. I give him the rundown, how I've been meeting with the security team and assessing things differently than the average security crew. He seems impressed by that and asks a few questions about the team. Then I find myself talking about Simone and mentioning the moment backstage with the boy, Logan, from Make-A-Wish, and the visit to the children's hospital.
She sounds a lot different from how the tabloids make her out to be,
my friend remarks thoughtfully.
Good to know you're working for someone like that. Good people who give back.
Yeah, that's all I can say, because I realize he's right. Simone is a good person, and I was the asshole who took those damn stories at face value in the beginning, assuming the worst when she's done nothing but show me the real her. A female voice sounds in the background, telling Foss that dinner's ready.
Be right there, gorgeous,
my friend tells his wife. Laughter follows, then a sarcastic,
Gorgeous my ass. I'm humongous.
Tell Noelle I said hey. Foss does, and I hear a shuffling sound before her voice comes over the phone.
Hey, Kane.
The sound of her familiar voice has my mouth curving up. Hey, darling, how are you and the little one doing?
Hungry all the time.
She breaks off with a laugh before sobering.
How are things with you?
Going all right? There's a pause. Then she lowers her voice and says,
You know I can still throw down, so if you need me to go over to her house and...
There's a shuffling sound, voiced protests, and then Foster lecturing.
That's enough, Rambo. Keep calm for the baby.
More protests sound from Noelle before his voice comes back on the line.
Sorry about that.
Amusement lines his tone.
She's very protective these days.
It's the maternal instincts,
Noelle calls out in the background.
Right. Anyway.
Foss hesitates.
You call any time. You need anything, we're always here.
My throat grows tight, and I nod even though he can't see it. I appreciate that.
Talk soon.
Later. Ending the call, I set the phone beside me on the bed, tip my head back and stare up at the ceiling. Damn if I'm not a little homesick. God only knows how long I zone out, lost in my own head, before my phone vibrates on the bed. When I glance down, my heart skips a beat. A new email notification, just like Foss warned me about. I stare down at the screen while internally warring with myself whether to delete the damn thing without reading a single word. Of course, I don't, because I'm a goddamn fool. This is confirmed when I open it.
Kane, I've been trying to reach you for a while now, but you haven't been able to respond, or haven't wanted to. I understand, but I want you to know that I miss you.
Fuck. I drop the phone like it's just burned my hand and stare at the words illuminated on the screen, feeling a mixture of disbelief, hurt, and anger. My heart feels like a hand has reached inside my chest, clenched it in its fist, and ripped it straight from my body. I feel fucking gutted. It takes me a full minute before I find the strength or courage to pick it up and read on.
I wanted to talk to you personally before I sent this, but since that's not possible, I still wanted to invite you. I understand if you don't wish to come, but I would love for you to be there. I miss you and hope you're doing well. Love, Lucia.
Attached to the email is an invitation to her engagement party.
17. Simone. No, that's not right, I mutter around a Sharpie, ultra-fine point pen that's pinched at the corner of my mouth. I try strumming CFFG while I hum the chorus. Yeah, that's it. Quickly plucking the pen from my lips, I jot it down in my notebook. So caught up in my own world, I'm startled by the quiet knock on my door. My head snaps up, and I call out, "Come in." Kane steps inside, one hand braced on the door handle. Agitation practically radiates from him, a worried crease between his brows. "Are you in for the night?" I peer at him in surprise because he's been working for me long enough to know I'm not exactly a party animal. Hell, I'm more of a recluse, if anything. Which is why I can't resist answering with a mix of sarcasm and self-deprecation bleeding from my voice. Aside from my plans to host a raging party here in about 10 minutes with people doing lines of coke off each other's stomachs, I'm really not sure if... Simone. Oh, whoa. He's never spoken my name like that before. Raggedly, like he's on the verge of breaking. Only now do I realize how much of an ass I am, because if I'd looked closer and paid more attention, I would have noticed the pain in his eyes, the flat line of his lips, as if he's pressing them together to prevent the world from hearing him bellow in pain. The entire reason I've avoided looking too closely at Kane is because every time I allow myself to do so, I end up falling further under his spell. Sorry, I clear my throat awkwardly. Yes, I'd planned to stay in for the night. He nods, his eyes darting around the room, and he looks cagey as hell. I wanted to make sure before I had Vance and Jed stand by while I went for a run. His entire body oozes with tension. Something's wrong, but I can't ask what. It's not my place. I'll just let him off the hook, tell him to go for a run, and hope it's a good one, that it works off whatever stress he's got going on, and... Would you mind company? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. The words just spill out. Before I can rush to take them back, more follow in rapid fire. I mean, I won't chatter on. I like to run with my earbuds in, so I... Fine. That's it. That's all the response he offers. Fine. But I get it. He's my babysitter, of sorts. And when he wanted to go off alone and not be settled with my high-maintenance ass, I go and practically beg to tag along. Well done, Simone. Well done. God, I'm utterly disgusted with myself at this point. You know what? I'm sorry. I verbally backstep. You probably want time to yourself, and here I am, just... Get changed. Be ready to go in 10 minutes. He turns abruptly and leaves, pulling my door shut behind him. I stare at it for a second, trepidation barreling through me. What the hell have I gotten myself into? Running with Kane Wyndham is officially the dumbest thing I've ever volunteered to do. Ever. The only positive out of this is I haven't spotted anyone lurking, ready to snap photos of me looking disgustingly sweaty. Praise the gods for that small mercy. It could also be the fact that Kane must have mapped out a running route ahead of time, a route that's about 3 miles longer than my legs can handle. And that's one way. Good grief, the man's barely broken a sweat, whereas I'll be dying in the morning when I do my usual VersaClimber workout. Doubtful I'll make it more than 5 miles on that sucker tomorrow. Finally, I let out a strained exhale, dislodge an earbud, and huff out my words in pants. I'm about to collapse. So you go on ahead to whatever golden running mecca you're aiming for. Have fun with that. When he lets out a short laugh, I don't even have the energy to revel in it, which pisses me off. I slow, nearing a vacant bench along the side of the park, and bend at the waist, bracing my hands on my knees. My breaths are ragged as I work hard to drag in lungfuls of much-needed oxygen. His footsteps slow, and his sneakers come into view beside my own. I slowly raise my head to meet his eyes. Seriously, you go on. I'll be fine. His eyes spark with what looks to be amusement, and my heart lurches at the fact that I somehow managed to chase away some of the pain that had been there earlier.
I'm not leaving you behind.
Well, I heave out another breath. Bad news is, I'm not sure I have it in me to run back. I straighten and stretch my arms above my head. When his eyes drop down, I realize my shirt has risen a notch to bare part of my stomach. Something flickers in his gaze, but it's gone before I can decipher it.
Can you manage to walk back?
An edge of his mouth hitches up in the barest semblance of a smirk. I nod. I can do that. We turn and stroll in easy silence as dusk begins to settle. Finally, I glance over at him warily. Do you want to talk about it?
About what?
Whatever's bothering you. I lift a shoulder in a nonchalant shrug as if I'm not antsy at the prospect of getting to know him better. I'm actually a pretty good listener.
That's so.
Blue eyes dart to me before returning to survey our surroundings while we walk. He scans for threats, and from that simple act alone, I feel safer with him by my side. Silence hangs over us once again. I don't want to push, so I take in the trees and the quaint quality of the downtown area. We pass by a small shop with their magazine display near the window. Of course, a particularly trashy tabloid is included in the variety of magazines, with a photo of me plastered on the front. I swear it's like some demonic gift they have for snapping a photo of me right when I'm speaking, catching the worst and most unflattering facial expression. The headline, though, is what has me making a misstep and nearly face-planting. The Ice Princess of Pop, Simone King, sent Jackson Diaz into the arms of his new fiancé. Trusted source discloses details of her affair with her choreographer. Kane's fingers cinch my upper arm to study me, and I wrench my eyes away from the nasty printed trash. It never gets easier. Countless people have told me I'd learn to grow thicker skin and let it roll off me, but it's been over a decade now, and I've come to the realization that I can't grow thicker skin. I'm the same tender-hearted person I've always been, and nothing will change that. Not a bunch of failed relationships, not my own mother stealing from me, and certainly not a bunch of strangers spreading goddamn lies about me to garner a fucking paycheck. Attempting to steal my spine, I notice Kane's eyes snag on the headline before returning to scan our surroundings. Hell, he probably thinks it's all true and likely believes every word that's been printed or spoken about me. You probably want to know about that, huh? My attempt at a light, easygoing tone is subpar at best.
If you want to talk about it,
he offers politely. I deepen my voice to sound like I'm announcing a game show. Fact or fiction? Did I have an affair with my choreographer and run off my ex-fiancé? He tosses me a curious look.
Never played this game before, so you'll have to help me out here.
I avert my eyes and instead concentrate on putting one foot in front of the other. The fact, no way in hell did I have an affair or do anything while engaged. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. I focus on each step, fighting against the hurt threatening to break free and take hold. I've never been unfaithful, ever. I put so much concentration into each step that he startles me when he finally speaks.
I've got to be honest.
His tone is hushed, and thankfully, I don't detect any animosity or judgment.
You having an affair with your choreographer would rank up there with NASA discovering the moon was made of cheese.
When I whip my head around to gape at him, he only catches my eyes for a split second before returning to his valiant awareness.
I, don't reckon you're his type.
I can't help it. I stare at him. No, that's not right. I flat out gawk. Finally, his eyes cut to mine, brows knitted.
What?
I'm not his type? As in, what exactly is his type? He frowns in confusion.
Men?
I stop short, stunned. Oh, wait a minute. You think my choreographer is gay? He stops and turns to face me, looking at me like I'm not quite right in the head. His words come out slowly, tentatively.
You Didn't know?
I'm stunned. Connor Blandstone, the ruggedly gorgeous man who was a professional soccer player before retiring and returning to his love of dance and choreography and making a name for himself with big names in the entertainment industry, plays for the other team? I shake my head, dazed. I had no clue. One corner of his lips quirks up.
He's definitely not interested in you.
At my raised eyebrows, he quickly adds,
or anyone else with your kind of equipment.
How did I not see this? I muse more to myself than to him. Kane shrugs and tips his head, gesturing for us to continue walking, and I fall into step once again.
If you want people to see something bad enough, and you put on that image, that's usually all they'll see.
Wow. Wonder what else this guy's picked up on that I haven't.
So that's how I know you didn't sleep with your choreographer.
There's a pause.
But I still think printing it in a magazine is a shitty thing to do.
I revisit the moment I knew it was all falling apart with Jackson. Before I realize it, it's like the dam bursts free, and my words tumble past my lips. The night I got the news I'd landed the role in The Last Love Letter, I was so damn excited. I'd never been given a chance like that before, and honestly felt I could do the part justice. And to have John Hamill specifically ask the director to have me audition with him was... I falter, trying to find the right words. It was the most incredible compliment, coming from someone who's been in countless films and received awards for his talent. I draw in a breath before exhaling slowly. I tried to call Jackson as soon as I'd finished the audition to tell him they'd asked me on the spot if I'd accept the role. He knew where I was, what I was doing, and how important it was to me, but he couldn't be bothered to pick up his phone. I shake my head in disgust. He'd been playing some goddamn video game. So I called Maddie, and he... I break off as my throat grows tight with emotion. He hollered so loud I think he nearly ruptured my eardrum. Recalling the moment, I feel my smile widen. He was so damn proud of me. Kept telling me so, saying he knew all along they'd pick me if they had any, I hook my fingers in air quotes, goddamn sense about them. Kane sniggers in amusement. When I made it home, I walked in, so excited to tell Jackson, and as soon as I did, while he was still playing his game because God forbid he pause it for even a split second, he said, "Don't let it go to your head." My anger rises to the surface now, my fists clenching at my sides. Not congratulations, baby. Not I'm proud of you. I give a terse shake of my head. Nope, nothing of the sort. We fall quiet a moment before I add softly, looking back, the signs were there that he wasn't supportive, and he wasn't in it for the right reasons. So it didn't come as much of a surprise when he broke off our engagement the next day. I release a heavy sigh. I should have been the one to do it the night before, but I didn't want to tarnish the excitement of my good news any more than he already had. Selfish, I know. I trail off with a shrug.
Nah, that's not selfish. Selfish is someone who can't find it in themselves to be happy for someone else's achievements. You weren't the selfish one. You were just being human.
Kane's deep, husky voice settles over me in a surprisingly soothing way.
Wanting to sit a little longer in the sun at the beach just to feel its warmth doesn't make a Christian a pagan sun worshiper. You wanted to savor that moment a little more. No one should hold that against you.
I peer up at him. You really believe that?
Yes, ma'am.
Somehow, hearing the affirmation and the assuredness in his tone lightens a portion of the burden of the past from my shoulders. We walk in companionable silence for a long moment before he finally speaks, catching me off guard.
Fact or fiction?
I snap my head around to look at him curiously. Excuse me?
Want to play fact or fiction?
He tosses me a quick glance before continuing to scan our surroundings in that casual, easy manner.
But I'm gonna go rogue on the rules and let you pick whether you want the fact or fiction. His jaw tenses. About my reason for running tonight.
I'm rendered speechless for a moment before I scramble to recover. attempting to calm my racing heart over the fact that he's offering me a glimpse, a chance to get to know him. I release a slow breath before answering. Fact.
18. Kane. Am I really fixing to do this? I stretch my neck to one side, then the other before I answer her. There's a chance you'll think less of me once I tell you. She scoffs.
Doubtful.
I shake my head and return my attention to everything around us, remaining vigilant even though the people here seem much more chill about Simone staying in the area. They seem more acclimated to seeing their fair share of musicians and aren't nearly as rabid about it as fans in the other areas we've been. I got spooked by an engagement party invitation. Unsure of how to go on, I let the silence hang between us.
Ah,
She finally says. After a pause, she tacks on.
not a fan of engagement parties then, huh? It's the whole true love, happily ever after, blah, blah, blah bullshit, isn't it? Can't say that I blame you. I mean,
She breaks off with a sheepish laugh threaded with self-recrimination.
I'm a prime candidate for love not working out, so I get it.
Her little tangent pulls a rough, derisive sound from me. Not quite that. I try to figure out how to phrase it best, but come up short. Fuck it. The invitation came from the woman I've been in love with. The one I thought felt the same way until I exhale a heavy breath, attempting to forge past the hurt and anger while I try to choose my words carefully. Until she told me she didn't. I've taken 2 steps before I realize Simone's stopped. Spinning around, I pin her with a questioning look. She just stares at me, dumbfounded.
I'm sorry.
Tipping her head to the side, she holds up her index finger.
I just need you to clarify a few things for me, please.
I stay quiet, curiosity battering away at me and slowly overpowering the other emotions as I wait for her questions.
Did you cheat on her?
I rear back. Hell no. Without any reaction, she continues.
Did you steal her money?
I frown. Again, hell no.
Did you spread rumors about her? Abandon her physically, emotionally?
No and no. I'm not sure where the hell she's going with this line of questioning.
Did she give you a reason?
Simone's eyes, a unique mix of golden and green now, bore into me. I glance around before running an agitated hand through my hair and focus on everything, anything but her face. She told me she loved me, but she didn't think she loved me the way I loved her.
Oh.
My laugh is humorless. Yeah. We resume walking.
And she's marrying...
The guy her family wanted her to marry all along. I can practically feel her confusion, so I add, she's Colombian-American, and her father's the epitome of old school. She decided she'd comply with his wishes and marry the family friend.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Yeah, well, I hesitate. I didn't take it very well.
No normal person with a beating heart would.
Her emphatic response makes me turn to look at her. Simone stares back with an expression of outrage. Well, let's just say I got a major deduction from my man card over the way I dealt with the rejection.
Who can blame you? I mean, love pretty much sucks.
I let out a little grunt.
I have written songs about it, after all.
Amused, I arch an eyebrow. Reckon that means you have an expert opinion, then. Grin in place, she attempts to mimic my southern accent.
I reckon it does.
Sobering, she appears thoughtful.
If there's one thing I feel I've learned about life, it's that heartache doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care about your age, gender, skin color, or if you're rich or poor. It can happen when you least expect it or give you a few hints ahead of time.
Simone's voice grows smaller.
It doesn't always pertain to romantic love either.
I know, without a shadow of a doubt, that last part is a reference to her mother.
And I hate that guys are expected to be so stoic all the time. To hold their shit together even when something hurts.
Exasperation is heavy in her words.
If you feel like crying, go cry, for God's sake.
I don't know how to respond, so I stay quiet as we venture along the well-lit sidewalk. We're due to make a right turn up ahead, and have about a mile to go before we hit the hotel.
Want to know a secret?
Her sudden question, spoken in a hushed, almost embarrassed tone, catches me off guard. Depends on what kind of secret, I hedge. Attempting a teasing tone, I tack on. Not the kind where you tell me where bodies are buried or anything. Her forced smile makes me nervous. She puts her hands behind her back, linking her fingers.
I think I'm broken.
I frown. Broken how?
I can't cry.
She shakes her head, avoiding my eyes.
It doesn't matter how much I hurt or get hurt. Even with everything with my goddaughter Zoe, it just won't happen.
Her lips twist.
It started after I won my first Grammy Award, when I found out about my mother.
She lifts a shoulder in a weak shrug.
Honestly, I wonder if I'm just cursed, and my emotions are just like, nah, fuck it, we're done. Every time something great happens in my career, my personal life crashes and burns. First top 40 hit song, I lost Will, my first real boyfriend, and he'd sold the story of our breakup to the tabloids, claiming I was frigid, which kick-started the Ice Princess of Pop nickname. Then I sold 40 million records, and Luke couldn't handle it. The year I won 4 AMAs, my boyfriend Taylor broke up with me less than a week later. I got the movie role in The Last Love Letter, and my engagement to Jackson ended.
She mutters darkly.
Of course, each time I was spotted out in public, the press had a field day, just because I wasn't letting it show how upset I was.
With a long sigh, her voice sounded defeated.
Now I've got a sold-out tour, and I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like, who's next? Who's gonna deal the next blow?
That's a lot to take in. Well, hell, it's safe to say you've got me beaten. Her laughter sounds brittle.
Yeah, well, it's not exactly something I'm proud of.
We arrive at the back entrance of the hotel, exactly how we slipped out, where Jed waits on our return. After thanking him, we head inside and step into the elevator. Simone's quiet on the ride up to our floor, but Jed fills the silence, like usual, with his friendly chatter. We say goodnight to him and Vance at the door. Once we enter the suite, it feels like we're blanketed by some sort of intimacy. It must be because we connected on our run today. We shifted from employee and employer to, shit, I don't even know, to whatever the hell this is. Stopping in the hallway as if there's some invisible force keeping us in place, I hesitate. I need to grab a shower.
Me too,
she offers quickly. Those eyes of hers, now more of a golden brown in color, study me. Her skin is still flushed from the run, and a sheen of perspiration clings at her hairline. The hint of vulnerability that creeps into her features unlocks something deep inside me, some sort of magnetic pull toward her. She wets her lips, immediately drawing my eyes to her bare mouth, rid of any gloss or color she normally has when she's performing. My fingers twitch with an unusually strong urge to run my thumb over her bottom lip.
Thanks for,
Simone trails off, ducking her head slightly, a few strands of hair that had come loose from her ponytail earlier fallen forward. It takes me a moment to realize why she's suddenly gone still. Because it's my hand that reaches out to slide her hair back. When she raises her face, eyes locking with mine, her gaze is questioning and holds a hint of heat. I'm powerless, unable to draw my hand away. Instead, I cup the side of her face gently, unwilling to break this moment, whatever this is. I study her face, wondering just who the hell Simone King really is, wondering why she has this pull on me. She lifts to her toes and presses a gentle kiss to my cheek, lingering for a beat and whispering against my skin.
Thank you, Kane.
Kane? The way she says my name, the fact that she's not calling me Mr. Wyndham for once, spurs something deep inside me. When she moves to retreat, I'm not entirely sure why, but my instinct is to lower my chin and turn my head slightly. Our lips brush, just barely, yet still so much, and we both freeze. Neither of us moves for a beat, eyes wide open, and I'm not sure whose breathing is more ragged, hers or mine. What are you thanking me for? I whisper, and with each word, with each syllable, the softness of her lips grazes against mine. Her whisper is breathless.
For letting me tag along.
She still doesn't move away, but neither of us is ballsy enough to take things further. Fuck. This is wrong because I work for her. I'm not even sure I'm over what Lucia did. and I sure as hell don't feel ready to jump into anything new. But it would take a damn intervention from God himself to pull me away from her right now. Like a damn fool, I fucking do it. I move, bringing our mouths closer, more aligned. There's no mistaking this, no mistaking my intent. I've crossed the line. Anytime. She presses her mouth to mine, cutting off my words, momentarily catching me by surprise, but not for long. With a hand on her back, I pull her closer, fusing our mouths in a kiss that makes my cock harden instantly. Fuck, she can kiss. She clutches at my arms, and with a tiny moan, her tongue darts inside to toy with mine. That's when something inside me breaks loose. I fist her ponytail, adjusting the angle of our kiss to deepen it, and walk her back, trapping her between the wall and my body. The sharp jolt of contact of our slightly damp skin stirs up the reminder of what we've just come back from doing. Breaking the kiss, I intend to take a step back, but I can't bring myself to do it just yet. Instead, I trail my lips across her cheek and along the column of her neck, taking tiny nips before soothing it with my tongue. I ease my body away from hers slightly, and she lets out a tiny whimper of protest, her hands moving to my waist to tug me closer.
Come here,
she breathes out, and damn if it isn't one of these sexiest things I've heard. I trace the tip of my tongue along the shell of her ear. I'm all sweaty.
Don't care.
A surprised laugh breaks free. No. I graze my teeth along her earlobe, and she arches in response. I ease back to find her eyes closed, and her expression is one of rapture. One glance at her breasts has me groaning. Her damn nipples prod against her sports bra, and the fabric of her tank top is just begging to be released. Just begging for my mouth. I glide a hand up along her side, slow enough to give her a chance to tell me to fuck off. When she doesn't, I swear my dick grows hard enough to nearly bust through both my briefs and athletic shorts. Her breath hitches the closer my hand inches to her breast, but when my palm covers her nipple and she arches, pressing into it and urging me on, I nearly lose control. My mouth is on hers, our kiss hot and messy, teeth clinking, but neither of us cares. I drag my thumb over her nipple once, twice, and then a third time, before she gives my waist a rough tug, bringing my cock closer to nestle between her thighs. My guttural "fuck" is spoken against her lips before she fits her mouth to mine once again, her hand cupping my ass and urging me even closer. The knock on the door is so sudden, so unexpected in the silence around us, with only the sounds of our harsh breathing, that we jump apart, startled. We stare back at one another, and I'd bet hard money that my expression looks as shell-shocked as hers, if not more. The knock sounds again.
Simone!
Rachel. Shit. Simone smooths her hair, the same hair I'd fisted moments ago, and runs a hand over her slightly wrinkled tank top. Her eyes dart up to mine nervously before dropping below my waist.
You should, probably get in your room before I let her in.
I glance down at what's got to be the most massive hard-on I've had in, maybe ever. Scrubbing a hand down my face, I watch her advance toward the door. Shit, what the hell do I say? I'm sorry, I was out of line and that was unprofessional as hell, but I don't know that I regret it because it was also hotter than fuck. I don't reckon that would suffice.
It's okay,
she says softly. Stepping over to the door, she settles her fingers on the handle, turning her head slightly and speaking in a hushed tone.
It was just a weak moment. We bonded over shitty heartache stories and got carried away. No need to worry about it.
She hesitates when another knock sounds, and Rachel's tone is worried.
Simone?
I'm bombarded by a strange mix of relief and disappointment at her response, at how quickly she organized what just happened and classified it into a clean-cut category. Let me know if you two need me. I'm gonna grab a shower.
Okay.
I slip inside my room and close the door just as she lets in Rachel, who immediately starts off with,
Gotta go over some things with you before I go hardcore with damage control. Your mother's at it again.
Shit. I lean my forehead against the door, torn with wanting to be out there with Simone while she deals with whatever clusterfuck her mother started this time. But I can't. Not with this raging hard-on I've got that shows no sign of going away anytime soon. Inside my adjoining bathroom, I stared at the closed door for a second. It's almost as if I'm in a daze, my mind replaying every damn thing that just happened with Simone before we got interrupted, and my dick loving every fucking part of it. Muttering an expletive under my breath, I undress quickly and turn on the shower. Even though I know it'd be wise to just take a cold shower, I can't bring myself to do it. My cock insists I take care of things, and now that I know how Simone tastes, now that I know about those little sounds she makes, what it's like to have her grab at me and pull me close, there's no way in hell a cold shower will do. Stepping inside, I closed the shower door, letting the water pulse over my body. Palms braced on the tile wall, I'd tip my head from side to side, stretching my neck in an attempt to ease the tension. The heat from the water reminds me of how much heat radiated from Simone, her body so goddamn hot and damp. That coconut scent from her hair still lingers in the air somehow. Fuck. My cock juts out proudly, and with one hand against the wall, I reach down and wrap the other around my cock. I grit my teeth to stifle a groan at the contact, wishing like hell it were Simone's fingertips gripping me right now. Fisting my length, I give a strong tug, my grip tight. With my head bowed, water pours over me, serving as white noise while I imagine the gorgeous woman I was with moments ago on her knees at my feet. Giving another tug, I glide my fist up and down my rigid length and close my eyes. As soon as I do, it happens. My goddamn fantasy comes to life. Simone enters the shower, shoving my hand away to take me in her own, those delicate fingers wrapping snug around me. She looks up, lashes wet, her long hair plastered to her shoulders and breasts. With a wicked smile, she leans forward, her pink tongue darting out to trace along the ridges and veins of my cock. I lock my knees, willing my legs not to give out as she teases me, running her tongue along the notch of the head. My muscles tense, and when she takes me inside her hot-as-fuck mouth, it takes every ounce of self-restraint not to shove my cock down her throat and come right here and now. Fuck. Gliding her mouth up and down my rigid length, she grips the base with one hand while her tongue toys with me. My entire body arches into her touch, spine rigid, when she sucks hard, her lips nearly airtight around me. She watches me, eyes filled with heat, and sucks harder, her fingers drifting between my legs to tease the underside of my balls, and that's when I lose control. My hands fly to her head, gripping her soaked hair and fisting it as I surge in and out of her mouth, my balls drawing tight. A low, guttural fuck falls from my lips a second before I pulse my release in long, hot spurts down her throat. The gleam of satisfaction in her eyes as she swallows every single drop has me shuddering. Leaning my forehead against the cool tile, I can't bring myself to open my eyes. Don't want to be slapped with the reality that I'm alone in this damn shower. That it was my hand and not Simone's mouth that did me in just now. She referred to what happened between us as a weak moment. I call it hot as fuck. And if what just happened in this shower is any indication, I'm in a shit ton of trouble. Once I finish showering and head out to grab water and a snack, Simone and Rachel are still going over details. It doesn't escape my attention when Rachel eyes me with interest. Simone, on the other hand, barely glances in my direction. When she does, it's brief, only to avert her gaze so fast you'd think I was the blazing sun threatening to destroy her retinas. "No need to worry about it," she said. It was just a weak moment. That so-called weak moment had me jacking off in the shower, my cock harder than it's ever been. That same weak moment has somehow managed to lessen the 2-ton grief-filled weight I've been lugging around. But that's not what's most unsettling. It's that, if given the chance, I doubt I'd be able to resist taking part in another one of those moments. 19. Kane. Washington, D.C. Early July.
So, I wrote this song because I think we all need a reminder to build each other up instead of tearing one another down.
Simone sits at the piano, speaking into the mic secured on the top of the instrument, addressing her fans.
We're all facing battles, and just one little, hey, I really like that dress, or your hair is super cute, or you have the prettiest smile. Anything can have the power to make someone's day a little brighter. Be the reason someone smiles. Can you try to do that for me?
Cheers sound from the crowd, and Simone smiles.
I knew you'd be on board. You guys are the best.
She begins playing the first few notes of her next song, and they go wild, recognizing it instantly.
Feel free to sing along.
Their words can be weapons in a war. Their words can cut down what was tall and proud before. Their words leave scars deep down inside your soul. Their words can make you feel so much less than whole. Build me up, stop breaking me down. Follow your heart, don't you dare steal my crown. Build me up, don't break me down. Free that pain inside you, trying to make you drown. Build me up.
With so many fans singing along, Simone's voice sounds a bit muted, but her smile widens with evident pleasure. God, she looks even more beautiful like this.
You going soft on our girl?
Jed's tone is teasing. I do my best to play it off. Nah, just trying to reconcile the version I had in my head with this one. I tip my chin, gesturing to Simone on stage.
Nothing to reconcile.
One's fictitious, one's real. He turns to me, expression serious.
Getting to know the real one is a special honor.
Shifting gears, he says,
I wanted to say that we all appreciate your work on assessing these venues. It's nice to have a different perspective on things.
There's a pause.
You might be a good fit for other musicians on the road like this.
He lifts his chin, gesturing to the stage.
Food for thought.
I just nod, and Jed turns and heads to ensure the additional security personnel the arena provided us with are still in place and on task. My phone vibrates in my pocket a few minutes later, and I check it, hoping Jed didn't hit any snags. But when I glance at the caller ID displayed on the screen, I falter. It's not so much the sight of Lucia's name as it is the realization that I haven't thought of her since... Hell, I smooth a hand along my jawline as I try to recall exactly how long it's been. Since the night Simone went running with me. Since the night she dubbed a weak moment. Things have returned to how they'd been before that so-called moment, but I've found myself waiting to see if she'd falter or show a sign that she'd like to pick up where we left off. Not once has she indicated that. She's been the utmost professional. I'd be lying through my damn teeth if I claim I'm not the slightest bit disappointed. If I claim I wouldn't jump at the chance to run my tongue along her skin and taste how salty she gets after a workout. To feel her arch into my touch, silently begging for more. Fuck, just the thought of her taste and how she kissed makes my dick harden. I groan internally and fold my hands in front of me, willing my body to calm the hell down. The last thing I need is to look like some sort of freakish perv. My mind shifts to Lucia. I haven't responded to any of her attempts to reach out to me, but where the thought of her normally felt like someone was singeing me from the inside out, I only feel a slight twinge now. I raise my eyes to take in the side of the woman's face on one of the jumbo monitors in the arena. The same woman who somehow helped me take a few small steps in the direction of getting past this shitty heartache. A few days later. The knocking on the door is incessant, and I already know who it is even before I hear the obnoxious fake accent.
Ms. King, you ask for happy ending massage, no?
Simone hasn't come out of her room, so I assume she's still in the shower. She's been doing shows nearly every night over the past week, and tonight marks the beginning of a much-deserved 3-day break. How she maintains the stamina to be on each night, when just watching her perform exhausts me, remains a mystery.
Ms. King, me love you long time, promise.
I fling open the door, coming face to face with Matthias Tobin once again. I stare him down. You always like this? His shit-eating grin gives me his answer before he responds with a cocky, pretty much. An amused Jed stands in the hall. Vance, like usual, appears unfazed, his expression cool and calm. Begrudgingly, I step aside to let Matthias in. She's in her room. He huffs as he enters. She'd better be primping and doing all that womanly shit because we've got a birthday to celebrate. I shove the door closed and trail him in confusion. There hadn't been anything on the agenda for tonight. As if hearing my thoughts, Matthias spins around from where he's snagged a bottle of water from the fridge and narrows his eyes on me. You don't know? Didn't you get the... I cross my arms, refusing to let him see my uneasiness. The what? He smacks a palm against his forehead. Shit, I forgot and sent the email to the usual contacts for her security team, including David. His sheepish expression is apologetic. I usually try to surprise her and take her dancing, just the two of us. My gaze narrows. Dancing. I draw out the words slowly. He tips back his bottle of water, drinking nearly 3/4 of it before capping it and setting it on the counter. Copying my stance, he crosses his arms and grins. Guess whose birthday it is today? That grin grows even wider, challenging me. Without any change in my facial expression, I respond with barely a hint of sarcasm. Yours. He finds this hilarious because he tosses his head back with a hearty laugh. I simply stare at him, waiting for the damn loon to get control over himself. Once he finally does, he shakes his head, starts to say, no, but then gets cut short when Simone opens her bedroom door.
Sorry, I was just FaceTiming with Zoe.
She rushes out, face down as she focuses on smoothing the fabric of her dress. Her hair drifts forward in a curtain, hiding much of her features. Matthias's eyes light up like a damn kid on Christmas morning when he sees her. Immediately, he starts in with a breathy imitation of Marilyn Monroe's Happy Birthday, sauntering over like the iconic star with his hands on his hips as he sings. Christ's sake. When I shift to gauge her reaction, I'm rendered speechless and robbed entirely of breath. Holy shit. Amusement sparkles in eyes, a more vibrant shade of green enhanced by her eye makeup and the strapless green dress that falls to just above her knees. Her legs seem impossibly long, her feet in some strappy black sandals with no heel. Hair is tousled and hanging loose, her lips are painted glossy red. An image bombards me, those endless legs wrapped around me while my body pins her against the wall, her dress hiked up to her waist, and fuck. Then I realize I'm staring, practically salivating over her like I'm some goddamn creep who's never seen an attractive woman before in his life. I whip my head back to where it's safe, to glare at Matthias, only to find him watching me. With a smirk, he arches an eyebrow at me as if to silently say, "Yep, I caught all that, Wyndham." I scramble to recover, clear my throat, and force myself to offer a polite, "Happy birthday, Miss King." Of course, Matthias has to pipe up. The smartass sounds scandalized as if he's just discovered his Rolex watch is a knockoff or some shit. What? You didn't get her a birthday gift? I bristle beneath his scrutinizing look. Not really familiar with the gift registries for pop princesses these days. His eyes go wide before he cups his hand to the side of his mouth and says in a loud whisper to Simone, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, did Mr. Burly Bodyguard himself just make a joke?" She snickers, and something about the sound has the edge of my mouth ticking up. Her friend is much too observant because he catches sight of it and grins at me. I immediately flatten my lips and narrow my eyes on him. Not like it has any effect, because his smile grows so wide he looks like he's auditioning for a damn toothpaste commercial. Focusing on Simone, I strive for composure. "You're headed out for the night."
It's tradition,
she answers.
Yep.
Matthias pops the P.
Pays to make friends while still a peon, playing dive bars and such.
He tosses Simone a wink.
Although I'm still a peon compared to our diva here.
She scoffs, rolling her eyes.
Matthias continues. I got one of the owners of a small club where I used to play to let me rent the place for us to...
He hip checks Simone playfully.
Get our groove on.
She just shoves at him with a laugh. Suddenly he takes an abrupt step back from her, finally taking in the full effect of her in the dress. "Damn, Sim," he shakes his head slowly. "You trying to keep your reign as people's most beautiful person of the year?" Her eyes flick to me so briefly that I wonder if it actually happened. But then a hint of a blush rises on her cheeks as she gazes at her best friend.
Stop it.
Matthias pulls an envelope from his back pocket and hands it to her.
You didn't have to get me anything.
I know.
He lets out a long, dramatic sigh. It's tough to shop for the pop diva who has everything, but somehow I managed. A mixture of curiosity and excitement highlight her features as she opens the envelope and slides out a gift card. Her brow furrows before she tips her head back, peals of laughter spilling from her lips. I'm not sure I've ever seen anything so beautiful in my life.
20. Simone. It's been over 2 weeks since that moment with Kane and me. Mr. Wyndham. Well, it's been precisely 17 days, but who's counting? Ever since that night when we came back from running, he's been his usual polite, professional self, never overstepping, never interrupting interviews if a question veers into the intrusive category. No longing glances my way. It's almost like it never happened. Except it did. And every time I look at him, I think about how his mouth felt on mine, how his kiss was so different from any other I've ever experienced. It had been filled with such raw passion. The way he'd gripped my ponytail, as if desperate to guide our mouths together. How he'd felt, thick, heavy, and prodding, against me. How he'd toyed with my nipple, making me crave more of his touch. I'd scrambled to cover it up and try to make it less awkward for us both, because after what he'd confessed to me earlier on our walk back, I knew it couldn't be more than a connection and the two of us being starved for affection. So, I pushed him away by classifying it as a weak moment for both of us, because if I was too willingly to put myself at risk for a world of heartache yet again, I'm not entirely certain my heart would survive. The damn organ is like a car battery on its last leg. It might crank, but it barely has enough power to start the engine and keep it running. I can't deny that I put a smidge more effort into getting dolled up tonight. Sure, it's my birthday, but a part of me wanted to see Kane's reaction. It might be stupid since he's seen me with 3 tons of makeup and in sequined outfits for my shows. But this is different. It's me dressing up like I would to go out on a date or a girls' night, if I had girlfriends I could actually trust like a normal person, that is. Hell, just admitting to my lack of real friends is depressing. Inwardly, I shake off the maudlin thoughts. No time for that on my birthday. Might want to change, Wyndham, Maddie tells Kane, his tone ever so helpful. Maybe a blue shirt and black slacks? Tie's optional. Wait. He turns to me. What do you think? Would Wyndham look better with a tie or no tie? My mouth parts to say he'd look great either way, but I catch myself in the nick of time. Praise the gods. Of course, my best friend knows me like the back of his hand, so nothing slips past him. Damn it. Maddie turns to Kane with a bright expression. Either way, you'll be passable. He glances at the Rolex I bought him 2 Christmases ago. We're due to leave in about 20 minutes. Think you can be ready by then? Gesturing to Kane's loose-fitting athletic pants and sleeveless shirt with a look of pure innocence, he adds, Not sure how long it takes to beautify or if you need to manscape. Kane looks like he's grinding his teeth. I'll be ready in 10 minutes. Maddie's smile is blinding. Great. He turns to me. Now, my lovely diva, let's plan all the dirty dancing we're gonna do tonight. The sound of Kane's bedroom door closing with a bit more effort than necessary makes my friend grin from ear to ear. It's our tradition that Maddie rents a small club out for my birthday, and we hook up our iPhones, usually mine since he claims I have a better variety of music, and cue the playlist to blast through the sound system. We dance like dorks while the fancy lights do their own dancing. It's one of the few times, aside from being cooped up inside a hotel or at our homes, when we truly let loose. With no one to snap a photo of us, it's relaxed and comfortable. At first, I struggle to be as carefree as I normally am for this occasion, but my best friend calls me out on it right away. "Woman, you could sprout a massive zit in the middle of your forehead and have spinach stuck in your teeth, and that man would still be entranced by you." I shush him, even though I doubt Kane can hear us while we're out here in the center of the dance floor. With a quick glance over my shoulder, I can barely focus on where he sits at the unmanned bar, his bar stool at the far end near the back wall, partially hidden in the shadows. He's moved the stool so his back is to the wall, and he has a full view of the bar and dance floor. I shouldn't feel this way. Regardless of what happened between us, it was an isolated incident. Not only that, but he's still nursing his wounds from another woman. Reminding myself of that fact helps me to push past whatever obsession I'm suffering for him. Maddie and I sing along and dance for the next few hours, employing every single ridiculous dance move we've ever seen done, changing the songs on my playlist when he cups his hands around his mouth, and boos if it's a slow song or deems it lame. From time to time, Maddie playfully grinds his ass against me, but I shove him away as both of us nearly double over in laughter. He refills our cups with water, seeming to understand my reticence for not wanting to go near the bar, to be in proximity to Kane tonight. When another slow song comes on my playlist, Matthias glances past me a split second before he tugs me closer and smiles down at me. "Happy birthday, Sim." "Thanks for this." I press a light kiss to his cheek and lean back to meet his gaze. "And for the gift card." Recalling the note included with it, I can barely contain my smile. It had said, "Amazon Prime Pantry will see to it that you are supplied with the necessities to make your famous French toast." Of course, that wasn't all he gave me. The gift card was accompanied by a mysterious PS at the bottom. "Check your Instagram at 10:30 tonight." "It's time." Maddie grins and releases me to head over and pause the music. Withdrawing his cell from his pocket, he directs me to sit on one of the nearby chairs and swipes his screen a few times before settling into the chair beside me. When he hands me his phone, I peer at him in confusion, but he lifts his chin, gesturing for me to check Instagram. Then I see that @MatthiasTobinMusic has tagged me in something. Evidently, he'd scheduled this post specifically for my birthday. A video starts up, and Maddie comes on the screen, playing a ukulele and singing. Flashing in the upper corner above his shoulder are snapshots of the two of us together, some that we've posted on social media, and others I'd forgotten about. A multitude of amazing memories bombards me. His lyrics are funny and sweet, and so typical Maddie. "It's my best friend's birthday. What can I possibly say? She writes all the hit songs. I've got my guitar to play. You say she's a hottie, but she's like my sister. I'd be violently ill if I ever tried to kiss her. Today's her birthday. I really want to celebrate by showing how much I care, by saying I'm glad that fate brought our lives together, 'cause it's plain as day to see. We're like two birds of a feather, best friends for eternity. It's your birthday, girl. I'll be making the French toast. Just kidding, girl. I'll be brewing the French roast. You're the princess of pop, and I'm your #1 fan. Your hits will never stop. Just admit it now, girl. I'm your favorite man." He laughs on screen as he strums the final chord. "That's the worst song I've ever written, but it's from the heart. Happy birthday, Sim." The video ends, and I turn to find him watching me. "You totally one-upped me, you jerk," I admonish with a laugh. No way could I ever top this. And I thought getting Beyoncé to give him a shout-out at the VMAs last year would be the top tier. "Happy birthday." Maddie drops a quick kiss to my temple before he jumps up and starts up the music once again, selecting a slow song. After he steers me to the center of the dance floor, we sway to the music. I smile up at him. "Thank you for doing this." "You know I'd do anything for you." He winks with an affectionate grin. "Likewise." As we dance, his eyes continue darting past me. Finally, I huff out an exasperated breath. Seriously, Maddie, would you stop, throw your head back, and laugh really loud for me? His gaze locks with mine, holding an odd intensity, and his grin appears a tinge maniacal. What? I stare at him as though he's crazy, because right now that's not so far-fetched. The hand he has at my hip suddenly shifts upward, and his fingers tickle my side. I twist, my peal of laughter loud, overpowering the music and volume. "Maddie!" I breathe through my giggles. His attempt to look innocent is laughable. Belatedly, I realize he's not directing his innocent expression at me, but to something, or someone, over my shoulder. Suddenly, Maddie's mouth forms a wickedly mischievous grin. "Think you can outdance me?" The resounding deep voice sounds from behind me with utter confidence. "Any day of the week."
21. Kane. This is all wrong. I shouldn't let myself get pissy over another guy making her laugh, over another guy having his hands all over her, dancing with her, making her smile. I shouldn't. Yet I am, because the entire time, all 2 fucking hours and 47 goddamn minutes of it, I sit with my hands fisted, resisting the urge to stride over and push them apart, to take her in my arms, to dance like a goddamn fool with her and make her laugh, to spin her on the dance floor and see her face light up. It also serves as a reminder of how things used to be. God, it's been so damn long since I went out with Foss and the others in downtown Fernandina and danced like a bunch of fools without a care in the world. I didn't realize how much I missed that until now. How much I missed that me. Simone seems to be the one person who pulls the old me out of this damn shell I've retreated inside. She doesn't appear to pick up on my feelings or the conflict plaguing me ever since that night. I wonder if she just didn't feel it, didn't feel that same pull between us that I did, that I still feel. When Matthias eyes me from across the room, it's a challenge I can't back down from. Something's shifted, and it'd take an act of Congress to stop me from seeking her out tonight. Some unearthly force continues to draw me to Simone King, and I need to find out if it's one-sided. I approach, and he dishes out his usual smart-ass shit. Reckon my answer must suffice because he bows dramatically and steps back. Meeting Simone's surprised gaze, I offer, "Mind if I join you? Because the last thing I want or need is to be the guy not only stepping out of line in his job, but also pushing himself on a woman who doesn't want a damn thing to do with him. Already been there, done that, got the fucked up heart to show for it."
I've actually got to head out.
We both turn to Matthias, who offers Simone an apologetic smile.
I thought I'd check on my buddy Rafe's new restaurant. Oh, okay.
Simone's words come out slow and hesitant, as if he's caught her off guard. She tosses me a quick glance before turning back to Matthias, uncertainty etched on her features.
You don't want me to come along?
Nah. His tone is casual.
You two dance all the slow songs, and I'll see you in the morning.
He winks. Her eyes grow wide.
Maddie, I don't think Mr. Wind...
I don't mind, I interrupt calmly. When she peers up at me, a hint of vulnerability breaks through.
See? It works out perfect.
Matthias flashes a toothy grin.
Happy birthday, Sim.
Her smile is soft with affection as she gives his hand a quick squeeze.
Thanks, Maddie.
Damn if that innocent gesture, that simple touch, doesn't fucking grate on me. When he doesn't relinquish her hand but tugs her closer to whisper something in her ear, I stiffen, wondering what the hell he's up to. Especially when she eases away from him, her smile from seconds before slipping and giving way to a perplexed expression.
Mr. Wyndham?
Matthias's overly polite tone makes me uneasy.
A quick word, please?
I cross to where her friend is now moved, a few feet away from Simone. His sharp, somber, assessing look is a distinct contrast to his usual mischievous, smiling, happy-go-lucky personality. Even with the undeniable threat and protectiveness threaded in his words, his voice is hushed enough to prevent Simone from overhearing. Don't fuck with her. Don't intend to. He holds my gaze for a long moment, lengthy enough that Simone calls out,
Hey, you guys okay?
Matthias breaks into one of his trademark smiles.
All good. See you tomorrow.
With a final pointed look at me, he spins around and weaves his way around the tables, heading to the exit. And now we're alone. Well, aside from Jed and Vance, who are manning the outer doors. I turn around to approach Simone, who looks all sorts of uncomfortable.
I guess it's time to call it a night.
I frown. Thought we were going to dance. She offers me one of those polite smiles that I've come to despise.
You don't have to.
When I step closer, her eyes widen. My voice sounds raspy, hoarse with need for her. I have to see if she feels even an ounce of what I'm feeling. I want to. Her lips part in a breathless sounding.
Okay.
Then she hesitates, glancing over at where her phone is hooked up to the sound system.
This might not be the greatest song to...
She trails off when I close the distance and settle a hand at her waist. Holding out my other hand to her, Simone slides her palm into mine. I guide us, swaying and not caring that the song currently playing isn't that slow, Lady Antebellum's Heartbreak, because our bodies instantly move to their own rhythm. The bottom of my jaw grazes her temple, and I feel a slight tremor rack her body. The faint hint of coconut hits my senses from whatever hair product she uses. Lowering my chin, I notice her pulse beating rapidly at the base of her neck, and I'm hit with the urge to taste her skin, to see how sweet or salty it might be tonight in contrast to before. Damn it, this is a job. She's my employer. My responsibility is to keep her safe, not to be a goddamn perv. It's bad enough I've been practically mooning over her since that night. Fuck. Simone eases away to peer up at me, her brows pulling together.
What's wrong?
Shit, I cussed out loud. Grimacing, I scramble to try to come up with something remotely passable. Sorry, I was just, thinking about the next venue's specs. There, that actually sounds legit.
Oh.
Her eyes drop to my lips, and damn if they don't linger there before she snaps her gaze to focus on something over my shoulder.
I should probably call it a night.
She eases from my hold, and I will my fingers to relax their grip and allow her to move away. All the while, every single part of me is inwardly yelling, "No, don't let her go." As soon as she steps back, I'm bombarded by an alarming sense of loss. Something I've never felt before. Not even with Lucia. Simone's back is to me as she reaches to disconnect her phone from the sound system. Wait. The urgency in my tone has her freezing, and when she tosses a worried glance over her shoulder, questions evident in her eyes. I don't answer. I simply advance, only stopping when I'm less than a foot away from where she stands. Turning to face me, she rakes her eyes over me, and her tongue darts out to wet her lips. I swallow hard, knowing there's a huge chance this could blow up in my face, that I might just be a vulnerable, pathetic fuck and seeing what I want to see. With a wince, I rake a hand through my hair, dragging my hand down to grip the tense muscles in the back of my neck. If things were different, I wouldn't be the man hesitating. I wouldn't be less than self-assured. But Lucia shot that all to shit. Fuck. I pinch my eyes closed before forcing myself to look her in the eyes. I know I'm way out of line, but I can also promise I know what no means. I pause in hopes that my words will settle in, to ensure that she understands there's no way in hell I'd force the issue. Thing is, I've noticed you haven't had a proper birthday kiss. Simone's chest rises and falls with shallow breaths, lips parting in what I hope is anticipation. What I pray won't be a rejection.
22. Simone. You deserve to live a little on your birthday, Sim. Maddie's words linger, echoing within my brain as I stand here with the man he was referring to. For whatever reason, my best friend gave me a not-so-subtle nudge, an opportunity to be with this man. Maybe he sees something I don't, something I won't allow myself to see, because fear always seems to sink its filthy claws in and take hold of me.
I noticed you haven't had a proper birthday kiss.
Kane's voice holds an edge of desperation, and the intensity, the raw need in his eyes, catches me off guard nearly as much as his words. Hesitance, learned protectiveness, makes me ask, why? I swallow hard before pressing on. Because if you're saying that out of pity, if you are feeling sorry for me simply because it's my birthday, then it's a hard no. In fact, it's a hard hell no. A severe crease forms between his brows as his features turn stormy, lips flattening into a firm, thin line.
You think I want to kiss you out of pity?
He grits out. Those blue eyes rake over me slowly, leaving a visceral heat in their wake. I stammer, well, He cuts me off, closing the distance, his broody stare locked on me.
You've been pulling me in, making me want more of you, to know you.
Those eyes trace over my face, gaze searching, a hint of vulnerability and perhaps even fear beneath it.
You're beautiful and talented, sure, but you've also got the biggest damn heart. What's beneath the surface? That's where the magic is.
His voice turns deeper, more guttural, as if it's being ripped from deep within.
That, Simone, is why I want to kiss you.
Raising a hand, he gently tangles his fingers in the hair at my nape, the question gleaming in his eyes, etched on his features. When I make no move to stop him, he brings his forehead to mine, and his minty breath dances across my lips.
It's not pity. Not at all.
Raw desperation lines his tone as his gravelly voice sends a shiver racing down my spine. He grazes the tip of my nose with his own, bringing our lips so damn close.
I'm just dying to kiss you.
This is dangerous, getting involved in any way with a man I'm not certain is over his heartache from another woman. Then again, it's tough to say if I'm completely over all the heartache I've been dealt in my past. I don't respond for so long, so ensnared in my thoughts, that he starts to withdraw. His fingers loosen their grip, preparing to release my hair. And when he starts to back away, I somehow inherently know that he won't ask again. He'll never broach this topic after tonight. If this is my opportunity to have another taste of what it's like to be kissed by a man who wants me for me, not the fame or the fortune, then I need to take it. To experience the heady sensation that goes hand in hand with Kane's mouth on mine. I reach out and fist each side of his button-down shirt before I tip my head back, causing our lips to graze. Gutless, I know, but I'm scared. This feels all-encompassing, like I'm breaching new territory. The instant I feel his body tremor in response, it urges me on. When I press myself flush against him, the hand at my nape tightens, and our mouths collide in an explosive kiss that's devastating in the best possible way. It overtakes my senses, ridding me of any semblance of sanity or logic. I can only breathe, taste, and feel his lips on mine. Our tongues tangle when he drives the kiss deeper, and I feel my nipples grow impossibly hard against the firm wall of his chest. The ache between my thighs has me arching into him. I glide my hands up along his hard body, skimming over the broad muscles of his back. His large hand drifts down to my ass, molding my flesh with his fingers, gripping me and urging me closer to rock against him. I can't restrain a moan when I feel his hardness prodding beneath his pants. When my hands drift down from his back toward his waistband, the vibrating catches me off guard. Dazed, I break our kiss, and his lips instantly shift to the side of my neck. His teeth rake my skin in tiny nips before he places small kisses in their wake. I arch into his touch, my voice breathless when I tell him, "You're vibrating." He freezes, and the pause in his decadent touch elicits a whimper of protest from me. But when he straightens and reaches for his back pocket, It's like someone has just dumped a bucket of ice water on me. Withdrawing his cell phone, he expels a profanity beneath his breath and types out a quick response. Once he pockets it, his eyes meet mine.
Jed and Vance were concerned after they saw Matthias leave. Wanted to make sure we were okay.
My face heats, and I'm certain it's the brightest shade of crimson. Nothing like nearly getting caught making out with your personal head of security. Awkward. So awkward. I take a step back and attempt a casual tone. You know, if you... His arm snakes around my waist, tugging me back to him.
Don't. I told you. I was dying to kiss you.
His eyes bore into mine with so much intensity it makes it difficult to breathe.
I'd still be, except...
He tips his head to encompass our surroundings.
Duty calls.
I swallow hard. So, if we were back in the room, you'd... I trail off, biting my lower lip in hesitation. He brings his thumb up to my lip, smoothing it away from my teeth's hold.
Hell yes.
Relief floods me, along with an urgency to get back to the hotel. Okay. He studies me, gaze searching until his mouth curves up into a devastating grin.
Okay.
Once I detach my phone from the sound system, Kane escorts me, large palm hovering at the base of my spine, to the exit where he'd instructed Jed and Vance to wait for us. The entire walk has me in a daze, but it's not entirely from that kiss, nor from his words. When Kane had smiled at me, I'd witnessed a transformation. He'd gone from the shuttered, by-the-book man who's let me see glimpses of his anguish to a man who's dangerously handsome and oozes sex appeal, one with a fiery light in his eyes that hints at a man beneath it all who's full of life, full of passion. It dawns on me, at this moment, that I'm not the only one hiding behind layers, showing one version of myself to people, all in the name of self-preservation. I may have just found someone who does exactly the same thing.
23. Kane. If I thought getting my mind off her, off what happened that night, was a near impossible feat, it's nothing compared to now. It's goddamn agony trying like hell to play it cool in front of the guys as we head back to the suite. To not touch her, to not look at her because I know, sure as shit, I won't be able to hide how much I want her. At the back of the elevator, I stand with Simone by my side. Jed and Vance are in front, near the panel of illuminated buttons. My fingers clench and unclench, antsy as hell. I swear heat radiates from her body, and I nearly jerk, startled when her pinky finger grazes mine. At the softness of her skin, an extreme contrast to my calloused fingers, I work hard to keep my breathing even and steady. Inside me, though, is a shit ton of turmoil. I dart a look at her from the corner of my eye, but she gazes straight ahead, casual as can be, while Jed yammers on about how he hopes her birthday is the best one yet. If I have any say, I'll be doing my damnedest to make sure it is. It seems like centuries before we enter the suite and close the door behind us. After securing the locks, we draw to a stop less than a foot away, silently acknowledging the men right outside and the chance of them overhearing anything that goes on in this alcove. Except I've always been a bit of a risk-taker. Well, the old me was. That same version that's been rising to the surface and pushing his way to the forefront ever since I've been around Simone. Having her bring out this side of me makes life seem a hell of a lot less bleak. I move swiftly, catching her off guard and crowding her against the wall. My palms land beside either side of her head, caging her in. Leaning close, I whisper, "Don't make any noise." I dust my lips over hers, and her sharp intake of breath spurs me on. "You don't want them to know what I'm doing, do you?" Another slow drag of my mouth over hers. "Where I'm touching you." Her lips part, and her whisper is ragged.
Where are you going to touch me?
I toy with her earlobe, grazing it with my teeth. "I'll start here. Breath whooshes out of her.
Then where?
I grin against the smooth skin of her neck. Then down here. When her body arches, straining for more contact, my hand slides down from the wall to skim over her shoulder, before slowly drifting lower to cup one breast. Maybe here. Her chest rises and falls with shallow breaths. I tuck my fingers beneath the elastic band at the top of her strapless dress and tug the fabric down inch by inch, allowing her the opportunity to stop me. When she doesn't, I nip at her collarbone, eliciting a gasp from her while I lower the fabric to bare her upper body clad in only a strapless bra. Her nipples are hard points, prodding through the lace. Maybe you'll let me suck on these. I drag a finger over one hardened peak. Her breathless moan of is all the response I get. I reach for the clasp, and once I free her breasts, letting the bra fall soundlessly to the floor, my hands immediately move to cup them. Lowering my head, I capture one nipple in my mouth, flicking it with my tongue before I suckle it. I toy with the other, grazing the tip with the pad of my thumb.
Kane,
she hisses. Shh, I say against her hot, silky skin. Gotta be quiet. I shift to the other breast. Can't have them knowing what we're up to. Her hands fumble at my waist, tugging at my buckle.
I need to touch you.
Later. I shift out of her reach, sliding a hand down her body to her sleek thigh, then hiking up the hem of her dress to her waist. God damn, she's so wet her panties are clinging to her pussy lips. Our eyes meet, hers filled with hunger as they watch me, the dim lighting and the sweet casting a soft glow over her features. When I trace my finger over her, she sucks in a sharp breath. You like that? My words are low, husky. I make another pass, this time nudging my finger a fraction inward. Something flashes in her gaze. Uncertainty, maybe, but it disappears so quickly I wonder if I imagined it. Then she grips my wrist, guiding me beneath the elastic, urging me on. Her words are a hoarsely whispered plea.
Touch me, please.
My cock goes impossibly hard beneath my pants. I don't hesitate before sinking one long finger inside her wet heat. Her pussy clamps around me, as if it's desperate to draw me in deeper. Damn it, I've got to see her. Withdrawing my finger, I quickly peel down the thin straps of her thong and let it fall to her ankles, before she kicks them off. Transfixed by the sight of her waxed pussy, lips shiny in the dim light, I slide my finger back inside. I nudge her legs wider before working a second finger inside, but barely get a knuckle deep when she stiffens. Immediately I freeze, my eyes meeting hers. An apologetic smile plays at her lips, her tone hushed.
Sorry, it's just been a while.
I start to withdraw my fingers when she stops me.
No, you're just a little bigger than I'm used to.
A blush rises on her cheeks.
Your fingers, I mean.
My fingers are big, huh? I can't hold back my grin. Darling, that ain't all that's big. She covers her face, shoulders shaking with silent laughter.
Oh, stop it.
Sliding my fingers from her, I move my hands to bracket her pussy instead. Then I'll be gentler. I lower myself, bringing my face between her thighs. I reckon this might help. The first drag of my tongue along her entrance has her body going ramrod straight, hands moving to my hair, fingers gripping the strands tight, murmuring against her wet pussy. Let me know if this isn't gentle enough. I place an open-mouthed kiss on her before gliding my tongue inside for a taste. Gently suckling at each of her outer lips, I drive my tongue inside again, using my thumb and forefinger to tug and toy with her clit, while I devour her with my mouth. Those lean hips writhe, her body silently urging me on and begging me for more. When her thighs tense, her breaths coming out in fast, harsh pants, I know she's close. She whimpers at the loss of my tongue when I retreat to drag it down the slick crease of her pussy and pants my name on a ragged breath.
Kane,
My eyes lock with hers, and my harsh whisper matches the lust visible on her face. "Tell me, princess." The hands gripping my hair urge me closer.
I ache.
Her whispered words hold a hint of desperation, her breathing choppy. "You need me to make you come, don't you?" "Say it, princess."
Please make me come.
I clench my jaw, trying to maintain control. "Play with those nipples while I fuck this pretty pussy with my tongue." Simone nods, but when she makes no move to do so, I slightly swat her pussy. She jerks with a gasp, eyes widening in surprise. "Did you hear me?" A quick nod follows. "When your hands are on those gorgeous nipples, then you'll get my mouth." She releases her grip on my hair and moves her hands to her breasts. A tiny whimper escapes as her fingers toy with her hardened nipples, and I drape one of her legs over my shoulder before fitting my mouth to her wet pussy once again. Burying my tongue as deep as I can, I devour her while my thumb works her clit.
Kane?
Fuck, the way she whimpers my name, the desperation laced in it, the pleading, knowing she's begging for more of my mouth on her, nearly has me coming in my goddamn pants. I add more pressure on her clit while I grip her shaky thigh, her other leg still draped over my shoulder, and thrust my tongue deep. Then her hips jerk, her breath catches, and she lets out a keening cry before she rocks her pussy against my face, chasing my tongue and mouth, urging me to tongue fuck her through her orgasm. Her head is tipped back against the wall, lips parted, breasts heaving, and nipples hardened into pebbles while she toys with them. I watch as she rides out her release with her eyes closed, looking too damn beautiful for words. Once the shudders subside, I ease back, placing a gentle kiss on her before sliding her leg off my shoulder. Straightening, I steady her with my hands at her hips. Just as a knock sounds at the door, Simone's eyes fly open, pure panic etched on her features.
"Simone, is everything all right?"
Fucking Jed. Damn it. I've got to hand it to the guy. He does his job well, trying to stay alert and on top of things, doing his best to keep Simone safe. But right now, I'd like nothing more than to tell him to fuck off.
Yes, Jedediah?
Wide eyes meet mine, and she frantically tugs her dress up over her breasts with one hand, the other smoothing down the bottom portion.
Just stubbed my toe.
There's a pause.
"Do you need me to get anything for you? An ice pack?"
She ducks her chin, hair falling around her face in a curtain.
No, that's quite all right, thank you.
Okay. Well, if you change your mind, just let us know.
With her hair still hiding her face, she offers a muted,
Thank you.
Heavy silence engulfs us, and I step back to lean against the opposite wall, giving her space. This can easily go sideways. She might be trying to figure out how to let me down gently. Tell me she was caught up in the moment, in the excitement of her birthday. Tell me that she...
Hey.
Voice husky, she peers up at me. Hey, I echo softly. With hesitation written on her features, she steps forward, expression guarded. Then she reaches out, dragging the pad of her thumb across my lower lip, her eyes tracking the movement before rising to meet mine. Voice still hushed, she says,
Got you a little messy. Sorry about that.
Don't be. I lick my lips, and damn if her lingering taste doesn't send another surge of arousal rocketing through me. Not complaining one bit. That hesitation I noticed a moment ago ebbs from her expression.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Then it happens. A slow-forming smile spreads on her face. A real one. Except this is the kind that not even Matthias has managed to elicit. This one's all mine. It's filled with intimacy and so much heat. It's enough to nearly bring me to my knees.
24. Simone. Look, I'm not a virgin, but I'm also not the heinous slut the press likes to make me out to be. I've literally been with 4 guys in my 28 years. The first was Will, the guy who sold me out to tabloids once I had my first hit song. He'd been paid a few grand for dishing the details of our breakup and his story of woe about how overshadowed he'd felt by my career and his distress over my alleged frigidness. Second was Luke. After getting the news that my album had sold 40 million copies, he got spooked because he couldn't handle my success when his own album flopped. Then Taylor bailed on me after I took home 4 American Music Awards. He'd been butthurt since the film showcasing his directorial debut didn't make the cut for the Cannes Film Festival. And, of course, there's Jackson. Jackson Diaz was the worst of them all simply because not only had he not even tried to pretend to be happy for me when I'd been chosen to star in the last love letter, but I also discovered he'd been cheating on me for a while. It had been right under my damn nose with someone I'd actually considered a friend, Emily Harmon. Then he'd spun the breakup story to the media, painting me as a villain and spouting off lies of how Emily had been there to comfort him when I abandoned him for my true love, my career. Of course, the press wholeheartedly gnashed their teeth into his melodramatic diatribe, and Jackson was once again thrust into the coveted spotlight exactly the way he prefers. No man I've ever been with, no man I've ever dated has been comfortable sharing the spotlight with me, with cheering me on, same as I would them. And I can understand it might be tough for a man to come to terms with his girlfriend or fiancé out-earning him financially, but one would think mindsets should have shifted by now. Sadly, this isn't the case, at least when it comes to the men I've dated. But something about Kane is different, and I get it. He's working for me, so maybe I'm not the best judge. Even so, when paparazzi are snapping photos, he never angles his head to enable them to capture more than just his side profile. Nothing has been leaked to the press, aside from my own mother babbling about how terrible of a daughter I am for turning her away, since he's been here. Maybe I've veered into the realm of delusions and bought into my own lyrics about love and passion. Either way, something deep within spurs me on. It urges me to take that leap with this intriguing man. I reach for his hand, linking his fingers through mine, and give a tug and silent demand that he follows me down the short hallway. But when I reach the end, where I turn in the direction leading to my room instead of his, he resists. My chest grows tight, the pressure of embarrassment making it difficult to breathe. I let my fingers go slack, eager to rush off and find safety behind the closed door of my room. But he won't release his hold on me. Stopping, he tugs on my hand, steering my now stiff body toward him. Simone. The gentleness in his tone nearly undoes me, but I can't bring myself to meet his eyes. Instead, I find the third button on his shirt immensely fascinating. I won't sleep with you. Not like this. At his words, I'm unable to suppress the flinch and pray he doesn't notice. Of course, my prayer goes unheard. It becomes clear with his next words. Simone, please look at me. He lets out a frustrated sound when I don't move. It's not that I don't want to. I finally work up the nerve to lift my eyes to his. But his gaze is searching, eyes more expressive than I've ever witnessed. I don't want you to do something you'll regret. He swallows hard. I don't want you to regret this. I hear what he's not saying, and my heart aches for him. I don't want you to regret me. He won't let this go any further tonight. I know that as surely as I know my mother will sell yet another shitty story to the tabloids. And sure, my out-of-control hormones might be pissed as hell, but every other part is feeling dangerously swoony. Kane brings his forehead to rest lightly against mine. I don't want to be just a birthday. He trails off as if unsure how to describe it. I can't resist snickering. A special birthday kiss? A faint smile touches the edges of his lips. Yeah. I think on this for a moment before I decide to forge on. I don't really want to call it a night just yet. His voice is a deep timbre, bewitching me with its sound.
What do you have in mind?
I've got to be honest, Kane murmurs. This isn't what I expected. I choke back a laugh. It's not? His eyes narrow, but they contrast the upward hitch of his lips. You said you wanted to talk. I shrug and grin. And then I got the brilliant idea to do this. Let it be known that former Green Berets are the ones to call when you get a wild hair up your butt and decide it's completely necessary to build a blanket fort a few feet away from the row of windows in the living room area of your hotel suite. Resourceful would be a vast understatement. I haven't done this in years, I admit quietly. Same. The slice of moonlight shining through the small opening of the blankets partially illuminates Kane's face. Music plays softly in the background, my mellow playlists, including Coldplay and Dave Matthews Band. We lie inside the blanket fort, freshly showered and in our pajamas. It's far more comfortable than I could have anticipated. Tonight marks a lot of firsts for me. The first time I've truly felt comfortable enough to be myself with someone aside from my best friend. The first time in far too long that I've let my guard down in front of a man. The first time a man has actually been willing and seemingly content to be with me and just talk. When I was little, I used to make blanket forts and pretend it was my own little world, a place where nothing bad ever happened, where secrets were safe, where you could be honest and apologize for things you did, for bad choices, and be forgiven. My hushed voice carries a tinge of melancholy in it as I recall those days. Want to play a game? I turn on my side, propping my head in my hand to peer at him. Sure. Fact or fiction? I'm secretly pregnant with Maddie's love child. Kane shifts to mirror my position, and in the shaft of moonlight illuminating him, I can't help but notice how the material of his well-worn t-shirt stretches over his bicep muscle. Stop ogling him, I reprimand myself, tearing my eyes away hurriedly to meet his gaze. Once I do, my stomach gives a little flip at the presence of those tiny creases at the corners of his eyes. The knowing laugh lines are present, even though his lips remain relaxed. Fiction. I let out a little laugh. Point for you. Then sobering, something makes me grow braver. Or more reckless, perhaps. Because although this scares me, this intimacy between us, testing it with raw honesty seems like a necessity. Maybe because right now it feels too good to be true. Fact or fiction? I threw a party that got out of hand, and the drummer from the Stripes cheated on his girlfriend with me. An odd expression crosses his face as he studies me for a long moment. It drags on so long that I find myself holding my breath. When he murmurs, "Fact," I exhale with a wince. I was an asshole at that point, early on, young and stupid. I made out with him and didn't give a thought to the repercussions. Eyes averted, I trace an invisible design on the large blanket cushioning the floor of the fort. It was a shitty time for me, but that's never a valid excuse to hurt other people. I heave out a breath before lifting my gaze to his. I apologized to Lily, and she was far more gracious than I deserved. A sad smile tugs at my lips. She thanked me for showing her the real him. It takes two to act on something like that, he remarks quietly. Doesn't make me any less guilty. I clear my throat and get us back on track. Fact or fiction? I wrote the song North Star about one of my former boyfriends. His brow knits, and he appears to ponder this before answering, Fact. Fiction. Everyone, both fans and the press, has assumed this, and I've never made it a point to deny it. It's more romantic for them to believe it's about someone I once loved. Really? I nod and lie on my back, staring up into the shadowed blanketed area. I once overheard this older man at a cafe in Boston talking to his daughter. I couldn't help but eavesdrop because their conversation was just compelling and heartfelt. The daughter told him that she hoped someday he'd be able to move on from the grief and maybe even find another love like he had with her mom. He said, "Sweetheart, your mother was so much more than just the love of my life. She was my North Star. always bright and beaming, always there to light the way, to guide me, always there by my side. And now it's gone. She's gone. And I know that I can still find my way. I do. But it's more difficult without her, and so much darker. Silence hangs between us as I recall the heartfelt emotion overflowing from the man's words. When I finally speak, I can't disguise the mix of sadness and yearning in my voice. It's a pipe dream, I know. But if I could have that with someone, if I could find my North Star, if I could be someone's North Star, I think that would be the most magical kind of love. With a little laugh, I duck my chin, embarrassed. Sorry, guess I got a little carried away.
Don't be sorry.
The sound of Kane's raspy voice seems to skitter against my skin in a sensual caress.
That's the way it should be.
There's a brief pause before he whispers words that could be filler, could be just placating, but from him, from Kane Wyndham, I'm unable to regard them as anything less than heartfelt.
I hope you find that, Simone. Hope you find someone who makes you their North Star.
We don't speak after that, and at some point I fall asleep. When I wake in the morning, I'm still beneath the fort, snuggled under one large blanket. The spot beside me is empty, without a single trace of evidence that Kane had been there the night before, as if he'd been an apparition, as though everything that transpired between us had simply been a figment of my imagination. Perhaps that's the magic of birthdays. 25. Simone. Later that morning. Get ready. We've got to pick up your birthday present. I squint at Maddie suspiciously. But you already gave me my present. He grins. That's because I just found out about this late last night. And you can't tell me what we're doing or where we're going because... His toothy grin grows even wider. Because it'd ruin the surprise. I heave out a sigh. Fine. With a nervous glance at the closed door to Kane's room, I hitch the strap of my bag higher on my shoulder. Relax, Maddie says softly. Already cleared this with the big guy. I narrow my eyes. He knows about this? Yep. Maddie's gaze turns mischievous. Speaking of the big guy, did you... He wiggles his eyebrows comically. My expression remains deadpanned. No, I don't know. He does some hip gyrations and grunts a few times. Oh yeah, baby. I just stare. You are so weird. Maddie just continues, starting to slap his own ass. Is this what happened? No. You sure? More hip thrusts and overly dramatic grunts and moans. No deep thrusts or moaning like that. A deep masculine voice suddenly offers, might need to see a doctor for that. My head whips around in surprise to find Kane standing there watching us, or rather watching Maddie act like an idiot. Of course, my best friend doesn't even bat an eye. His smug smile widens. I was just asking Simone if she got birthday nookie. Kane's lips remain in a flat line, expression blank, exuding that all-business mode. He ignores Maddie and says to me, we're all set. I perk up and address Kane since I got nowhere with Maddie. All set to go where? I ask casually. It's there and gone in the blink of an eye, but I swear I catch a glimpse of the edges of his mouth twitching the slightest bit. Afraid that's a surprise, ma'am. I scowl and narrow my eyes on him, not only for refusing to clue me in, but also for that ma'am. I get it, I do. We're back here, back to where we were before. Employer and employee, returned to our respective sides. It doesn't mean a certain hollowness isn't created in the center of my chest, however. Maddie slings an arm across my shoulders. Come on, let's head out. Guarantee you'll love me more after this. Maddie's right. I love him even more once the surprise is revealed to be a trip to a tucked-away bookstore which holds a signed copy of my favorite novel with a rare cover. Wow. I breathe out on a sigh. I run my fingers over the worn brown leather hardcover, noting the embossed lettering for the author's name. I trace my thumb along the large capital A in the center. The Scarlet Letter. It's my favorite written work, and not simply because it's a classic in its own right. It's a depiction of social stigmatizing, of a woman judged so harshly. A story of redemption. I've never mentioned it to Maddie, but I'm certain he knows why it's my favorite book. Because I feel an odd sort of kinship to Hester Prynne. She's cast out in society, forced to wear a symbol representing her act of adultery, and subjected to scorn from her peers. Don't get me wrong, I never got myself knocked up by a preacher while married to another man, but the way the press has made me out to be something I'm not, and the way they sling nasty insults or post egregious commentary about me, holds some loose parallels to Hester's experiences. It's beautiful. You don't have one like this, do you? Maddie asks. I shake my head. No, I don't. Raising my eyes to meet his, I smile. Thanks for the surprise. He slings an arm around my shoulders and tugs me in to drop a loud, smacking kiss to the top of my head. Love you, diva. Now, let's pay for your book and get going. The shop owner, an older woman, has continued to dart worried glances between the front windows where a crowd has begun to gather, and Kane like he's some rabid pit bull about to lunge in for the kill. After Maddie pays her, she carefully places the book, already in a protective plastic covering, in a small bag. Kane approaches us, speaking in a low tone. A few people have caught wind of this. Just be aware. I'll get you to the car as quickly as possible. Maddie tosses a worried glance in my direction before telling Kane, Appreciate it, man. I tug at my best friend's sleeve as Kane leads us to the exit. Thank you so much for this, I say softly. His eyes crinkle at the corners. Anything for you, Sim. We draw to a stop at the door, and Maddie pulls his ball cap on, tugging it low, and dons his dark sunglasses. My eyes meet Kane's expectant ones. I nod, and when he opens the door, a flurry of flashes greets us as we quickly step to the car waiting at the curb. Kane's palm hovers at the base of my spine in a protective manner I've become accustomed to. His hand never quite makes full contact, merely poised there, but the comfort in the gesture is undeniable. Jed and Vance are nearby, along with a few other members of our security team, barricading us from the crowd of fans already gathered. They call out my name, apparently dismissing the other men and not noticing Maddie, even though his disguise is at the bare minimum. With Kane hyper-vigilant by my side, I quickly sign a few autographs and take a few selfies with fans before I offer a little wave and disappear inside the safe confines of the car with him and Maddie seated on opposite sides of me. Once we pull away from the curb, I breathe a small sigh of relief. Maddie leans forward and lowers the privacy screen between the driver and us. Hey, man, would you mind dropping me off at the next Starbucks, the one on the corner of Center and Toomey? The driver agrees, and Maddie raises the privacy screen once again. I eye him curiously because he's the furthest thing from being a huge coffee or tea drinker. What's at Starbucks? My best friend shrugs but doesn't meet my eyes. Just meeting someone there for a coffee. A slow smile spreads across my face. Drawing my words out slowly, I playfully ask, Do you have a date? A faint blush spreads along his cheeks, and he rolls his eyes and mumbles, Shut it. I nudge his shoulder with mine. Come on, tell me who she is. He heaves out a breath before glancing my way. I don't want to say yet. Not trying to get my hopes up. My expression sobering, I grasp his hand and give it a quick squeeze. Well, good luck. He finally gives me a small smile tinged with nervousness. Thanks. The car draws to a stop, and within a flash, Maddie bids us goodbye before darting out of the vehicle, and the driver heads back to our hotel. Silence hangs heavily between Kane and me, and I can't resist the urge to withdraw my book from my bag once more. True collectors would never lay an ungloved hand on an item like this, but I can't bring myself to care as I remove it from the plastic covering. There's just something about the feel of a well-worn, well-loved book, the fact that so many others have held it and have read the story within. I often compare it to when fans sing my songs because they're singing something I wrote with my emotions poured into each line. There's a connection there that's indescribable.
You collect them?
Kane's softly spoken question contains the slightest hint of hesitation. Without looking over at him, I nod. I try to find an edition with a cover I don't yet own. Closing the book, I trace the pad of my index finger lovingly along the spine. It's a bonus if I can find one signed by the author. This is one of the first Canadian editions. I turn it to show him the cover. It's unique because the capital A is in the center, surrounded by the title and author's name. I trace over the A, and my mind wanders as I muse internally. If I replaced Hester in my own version of the story, would I have to wear a capital IP for Ice Princess? When Kane remains quiet, not responding to my remark, I glance over at him, but he's not looking at the book. Our eyes catch, and his gaze rakes over my features, leaving a visceral heat in its wake. I draw my eyes from his, unsettled, and force myself to remain professional. Feigning avid interest in the passing scenery, storefront, 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 some trees. Oh, look at that, another storefront. I clutch my book like it's a lifeline preventing me from doing something reckless and stupid. Like hurling myself onto Kane's lap and begging him to kiss me. Blanketed in silence for the few minutes it takes us to return to the hotel, it seems like no time passes before we're back inside the suite. Just the two of us. Maddie's not here with his vibrant personality, drawing my attention from the elephant in the room. Kane had his hands and mouth on me last night, my temporary head of security, my employee. Carefully setting my new book on the end table between the couch and leather chair, I linger but don't immediately look his way. But I sense his hesitation, feel his uncertainty. I'm sorry. My voice is firm but hushed. I slowly raise my eyes to meet his. He stares at me, expressionless. I drag in a fortifying breath. For being inappropriate last night. When he doesn't respond, I wince and blurt out, I don't want you to think I go around just letting men shove you against walls and tongue-fuck your pussy. All breath is robbed from my lungs. Holy shit. Wide-eyed, all I can manage to do is gape at him. Well, that's not quite how I was planning to say it, but yes. His features turn stormy, that crease between his brows fierce, jaw clenched tight as he strides toward me. I back up only to bump into the dining room table, which blocks my escape. Once we're toe-to-toe, his blue eyes bore into mine. You think you took advantage of me? He demands. My breath stutters past my lips. Maybe? There's a tick in his jaw. You think I go around shoving my tongue inside my boss's mouth? I frown, and my words come out slow, careful, hesitant. Isn't your other boss a guy, though? Our eyes are locked, and neither of us looks away until finally it happens. One edge of his lips twitches in the barest hint of expression, as though his muscles are stiff and rusty like the Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz, and he's not used to smiling. Shifting slightly, he places his palms on the table on either side of me, caging me in. Leaning closer, he murmurs, You didn't take advantage of me. No, I whisper. Eyes blazing with heat, they never leave mine, and he gives a subtle shake of his head. No, but I need you to know I don't make it a habit of doing this. My words are breathless, with hope that he won't stop, with the fear that he will, with longing for him to touch me again. Of doing what? This. One word. That's all he utters before his mouth captures mine.
26. Kane. I reckon I should know better. Hell, I do know better. I've never been one to buck the system, to dismiss rules that are in place for a damn good reason. I've always tried to navigate my way along the smartest path. Not saying I haven't had some missteps here or there, but aside from those, I pride myself in staying on the up and up. I've never crossed the line, never put myself in a position like this. It might not state in my employment contract that I can't do this, but anyone with half a brain knows this is dangerous. The situation can be easily misconstrued. When Simone rises and presses her lips against mine, silently telling me she's on board, my worries are brushed aside. Urgency rushing through my veins, I grip her hips, lifting her to settle on the table and step between her thighs. Moving a hand to her nape, I tunnel my fingers in her long hair and tip her head to deepen the kiss. Her tongue seeks mine, and at the contact she lets out a little moan. Powerful surges of lust shoot through me, my cock hard as steel beneath my pants. Our lips part, and I scatter a path of kisses along her jawline, then trail into her earlobe. When I capture it between my teeth and gently toy with it, she clutches at me, her hands fisting in my shirt, urging me even closer. She gasps my name, voice breathless, and I bury my face in her neck, drawing in a deep breath, the light hint of her coconut scent filling my senses. I can't resist you. My words are a low whisper, and I hope like hell she doesn't detect the fear in them. I'm scared shitless of making another mistake and having it blow up in my face, having to face down more shame.
Then don't,
comes her softly spoken response. I raise my head to peer down at her. Her eyes, appearing a light shade of bluish green, lock with mine, and it's jarring how she's opening herself up to me, showing her vulnerability. This woman is undeniably complicated, famous, talented, rich. Everyone wants something from her. She only seems to show the public one side. Right now, though, I get to see more of the other side, more of the real her. More of the woman who pushes her body to extremes to perform her best for her fans. The woman who spends extra time with sick kids before her shows. The woman who dances like a goofball with her best friend on her birthday. One who makes a special stop at a hospital to sing and visit with kids battling cancer. This same woman who's been betrayed so many times is opening herself up to me. Her hand cups the side of my face, and a flicker of uncertainty, of nervousness, flashes across her features.
It's okay. You don't...
I press my finger to her lips, stopping her words. My chest feels tight, and I work hard to draw in a deep breath. I just want to make sure you're okay with this. Last thing I want is for you to have regrets. My fingertip traces a path along the fullness of her bottom lip, while I hold her gaze, waiting, hoping. She studies me for so long, the muscles in my shoulders start to tense, knotting up. When she says my name on her next breath, tone flooded with need, it nearly does me in. Reaching up, she slides her fingers in my hair, gripping my head in her hands to guide me closer. Simone whispers against my mouth,
I need you to keep kissing me.
A smile tugs at the edges of my lips. Where? She lets out a tiny huff of a laugh.
Everywhere.
I press a soft kiss to her lips before scooping her up in my hold. She lets out a little yelp of surprise, linking her arms around my neck and ducking her head to nip at my jawline. When her tongue darts out to soothe the skin, a low growl rumbles from my throat, and I stalk toward her bedroom. Lowering her at the side of the bed, I gently smooth back her hair from her face with my hands, gliding my thumbs over her cheekbones. You're beautiful. A blush rises on her cheeks, and her shoulders rise and fall in a quick shrug as she averts her eyes.
It's just good genetics.
That's not what I mean. I wait for her gaze to meet mine. You're beautiful, inside and out, but especially inside.
27. Simone. I've been told countless times that I'm beautiful, stunning, gorgeous. Basically any equivalent one might come up with. Each time I knew the comments were indicative of my exterior, restricted to what people see on the outside. Kane is the first person to ever tell me, to ever emphasize that he thinks I'm beautiful on the inside. I'm sure that makes me sound pathetic, that it means so much to have him say it and speak it with such reverence, but I don't care, because this man moves me. His words move me. And it's scary as hell because he's slipping past each and every one of my defenses. With his hands cradling my face, his husky voice holds me spellbound as he utters a sentiment I've never received. "Your heart is so damn beautiful." Vivid blue eyes hold mine with urgency, as though he's pleading with me to believe him. Slowly, he dips his head to dust a light kiss against my lips. "You try to hide it, but you're too good." I pinch my eyes closed against the rush of emotion bombarding me. His lips land kisses along my cheeks and forehead, while he continues to murmur little things like kind-hearted and gorgeous soul and so giving. My chest becomes uncomfortably tight and desperate for a distraction. I tip my head so our lips meet once again, except this time I take control. With my mouth fused to his and my hands fisted in the fabric of his shirt, I kiss him for all I'm worth, trying to convey how much he's come to mean to me. The man who stood up for me against the press before he even really knew me. The man who was clearly brought up to be a gentleman. The one who had preconceived notions about me, much like the bulk of the world, but was still respectful toward me. The man who could have taken the first chance to sleep with me, but didn't because he was concerned I'd regret it. The man who spent the night of my birthday building a blanket fort for me and lying in the dark doing nothing but talking. More than that, though, Kane's the man who actually listens when I talk, when I divulge secrets, and never offers simple, bland responses in return. He's thoughtful and kind, and there's so much more to him than meets the eye. And by God, this man can kiss. He kisses with an intensity much like I imagine he dedicates to every job he's ever done. Every touch of his lips on mine is drugging, maddening, and makes me feverishly crave more. I don't even think. I just act. My hands frantically tug at his shirt, untucking it from his waist, fingers diving beneath the cotton undershirt to skim over his hot, hard abdominals. At my touch, a rough sound rumbles up from his throat, and his kiss turns more fierce, greedy, practically ravaging my mouth. Our tongues battle, both of us desperate for more. Feverishly, I work the buttons on his shirt, shoving it past his shoulders. He quickly unbuttons the cuffs and tugs free of it before ripping the cotton undershirt up his broad chest and over his head, then discarding it as well. Strong fingers are suddenly at work, unfastening my jeans. Once he shoves the denim down past my hips, he grips my ass in his palms and groans against my mouth. Gliding my fingers downward, I run along the curves and sloping indentations of his stomach until I reach the waistband of his pants and move lower over his thick arousal. When I stroke him through the fabric, he tears his lips from mine, eyes heavy with lust, and his grip on my ass tightens. I tug at his leather belt, peel it back, and begin unfastening his pants to bear the placket of his boxer briefs. The black cotton molds to his thick erection, barely containing it, as the tip of his cock peeks from the elastic waistband of his briefs. I shove down his pants and briefs just enough to allow his length to jut free. His eyes close the instant I wrap my fingers around him, and when I glide my hand up from the base, his abs flex. Unable to resist, I run the pad of my thumb over the tip of his cock, gathering the moisture there. Those fingers clenching my ass tighten, and it sends a rush of wetness to my core. Kane's blue eyes flare open, and the heat, the blatant intent in the depths nearly robs me of breath. His fingers trail from my ass to my hips to toy with the bottom hem of my blouse. Inch by inch, he raises the fabric, eyes locked with mine the entire time as though waiting for me to stop him. as if that's even possible. I feel like my body's been ignited with a fiery need, and only his touch will assuage it. When I arch at the decadent rasp of his calloused fingertips brushing against my skin, Kane's eyes flash with blatant male appreciation. He lifts my blouse, and I raise my arms to allow him to remove it, leaving me in my thin camisole and bra. The look on Kane's face, however, makes me feel as if I'm wearing the most provocative lingerie instead of simple garments. His long, tapered fingers skim along my stomach before gripping the camisole and removing it to join my discarded blouse on the floor near our feet. He reaches out to trace the pad of one finger over a hard nipple, prodding eagerly through my lace bra, and my inner muscles clench in response, my body yearning for more of his touch everywhere. Kane. My voice sounds needy, but I don't care. I shamelessly arch and press my breast into his touch. Please. His tone is husky and low. You want more. Ever so lightly, he rakes his thumbnail over the top of my other nipple, and my loud gasp seems to echo within the quiet confines of the room. More of that? Yes. Or, bending slightly, he lowers his mouth, and his hot breath skitters across my skin. Maybe this. He captures a lace-covered nipple between his lips, his tongue darting out to flick at it, making the peak harden more, suckling it before releasing it from his decadent mouth. Left delirious with want, I arch into his touch, eager for more, when he lifts me onto the bed. Impatient hands tug down my jeans and panties before he discards his own pants and boxers. He grips my thighs, pressing me wide, exposing me to him, and his eyes gleam with wicked intention before he lowers his face to press his mouth to my core. My hands fly to his head, gripping his hair while my hips can't, my body urging him on. His open-mouthed kisses are wet and thorough, branding me with their singeing heat. When he guides one thick finger inside me, the ache for more becomes nearly unbearable. Kane, I whimper. Blue eyes watch me from where he devours me, intent on driving me wild. When he places his lips around my clit and creates a light suction, my inner muscles clench around his finger inside me. His eyes turn molten just before he presses his tongue to my clit with the perfect amount of pressure, circling it just so while he works another long finger inside, thrusting, pace increasing with each deep plunge. Kane's relentless tongue pushes me closer until I tip over the edge and shatter. Brazen and unapologetically, I press myself into his touch as my release washes over me. Once my muscles relax, he eases away, pressing a light kiss to my inner thigh. An unidentifiable look crosses his face, but when I reach for him, relief takes its place. I welcome his weight on top of me even though he braces himself with an arm on either side of my head. The feel of his hot skin flush against mine is decadent. Hey, I say softly. His tone is low, husky. Hey. I trace my finger over his bottom lip. He catches me by surprise when he nips at it playfully. So you're a biter, huh? I tease, my voice hushed. Crinkles form at the corners of his eyes. Can't say I've been one before. He ducks his head to graze my collarbone with his teeth. Reckon you brought that out in me. I close my eyes, relishing in his touch. Simone. The hesitancy in his tone has me opening my eyes. He peers down at me, and I drink in the sight of this Kane, the one whose features are much less guarded, yet I still know he's holding a part of himself back. If I were smarter, I'd ask him about the other woman, the one he mentioned before. I'd ask if he's still hung up on her, if he still cares. I'm sure it makes me a coward, but I can't bring myself to ask. I just want to pretend for a moment that I'm all he sees, that I'm all he wants, because even having a fraction of Kane feels like more than I've ever had with anyone else. Please don't hurt me, I silently beg as my eyes skim over his handsome face.
Don't have anything.
It takes a moment for his words to break through my thoughts. I think Maddie actually stuffed some in there. I tip my head in the direction of the bedside table and attempt to laugh off the awkwardness. He was certain I'd get birthday sex. He shakes his head, those gorgeous lips of his twitching at the edges.
Never thought I'd thank him for any of his stunts.
Reaching out, he grabs a condom from the drawer, the muscles and veins in his arm mesmerizing me. He lifts to his knees and rips the packet open, then does something I never expected to be so erotic or captivating. His eyes hold mine while he grips his hard length in his fist, gives a strong tug, and I see moisture gather in the slit. He drags his thumb over it before sheathing himself with the latex, smoothing it down his rigid arousal. I think I just orgasmed from that alone, I whisper, half joking. Well done. His lips curve upward, bearing perfect white teeth and a rare hint of a smile, and I know it's too late for me. When this is over, and it will be because I'm a realist, and it does me no good to be ignorant of my track record with men, I'll be destroyed. And for whatever reason, I already know that this man will leave more wreckage in his wake than any of the others. But when he presses the tip of his cock to my entrance, blue eyes ever so watchful as he inches inside me, allowing me time to adjust to his thickness, I lose myself in the moment. I'll deal with the aftermath when the time comes. Right now, I'm going all in. Because no man has ever regarded me like he has. No man has even held me beneath him and looked into my eyes while he pressed inside me as though I was something, someone, to cherish.
28. Kane. Her breath hitches as I inch deeper, and I swear her inner muscles are gripping me so damn tight my control barely hangs on by a thread. I dip my head, grazing the shell of her ear with my teeth. She shudders, her inner muscles spasming in response to my touch. Fuck, Simone. A huff of breath rushes past her lips. Her hips shift, and I slide even deeper, her nails digging into the muscles of my back as she arches into me. I'm trying to give her body time to adjust to me. Her pussy is so goddamn tight I wasn't sure she could take me. I grip my teeth against the primal urge to rear back and thrust hard, to fuck her without an ounce of finesse. Instead, I gently run my teeth along the side of her neck before darting my tongue out to taste her. Her pussy gets slicker, and I bottom out, our combined gasps echoing in the silent room.
You're so deep.
Her words come out in harsh, ragged pants, a hint of wonder threaded in her tone as she grips my ass, urging me to move. I withdraw slightly before driving back in, and her breathing quickens before she utters a whispered command of, "More." With my mouth on hers, our tongues wage their own war while I drive my cock in and out of her impossibly wet and snug pussy in deep, steady strokes. When I roll onto my back with her on top of me, Simone rises, heavy-lidded eyes watchful, and when she sinks down deeper, her mouth parts with a shaky breath, her nipples hardening even more. I grip her hips, grazing her hip bones with my thumbs, and take in the sight of her. Her long hair drapes over her shoulders, her nipples are hard and rosy, her stomach flat, giving way to where her pussy's secured around my cock. When she shifts, I can't restrain a guttural moan at the sight of the shiny wetness she's coating me with. My fingers tighten their grip on her, and I guide her to rock against me. Bracing her palms on my chest, she leans forward, and I raise my head to capture a nipple. Suckling the hardened peak, I flick it with my tongue, and her movements become more hurried, more urgent. I reach between our bodies to circle her clit with the pad of my thumb. With a hand gripping her hip, I thrust upward, urging her on, silently encouraging her to take what she needs from me. Only when she goes stiff seconds before her body is racked with shudders, inner muscles clenching and releasing me, is when I let myself go. Hands cupping her firm ass, my upward thrusts are wild and rough, and I'm crazed with the need to bury myself impossibly deep. My orgasm barrels through me, stealing my breath, my vision blurring before I release in hot spurts deep inside her. Holy fuck. Soft fingertips trace a path along my bicep while Simone rests her head on my chest. When her hushed voice drifts to my ears with a,
"How soon can we try that again?"
It takes a moment for her question to register. I can't contain my surprised laugh. Reckon I'll need a few minutes at least. I peered down at the top of her head. You did me in, woman. She shifts, raising her head to look at me, and I smooth back her hair, tucking it behind her ear. When she presses into my touch, something in my chest tightens in response. Lowering her lips to mine, she dusts a light kiss to my mouth.
"Let me know when you're ready."
Simone slips off me, causing both of us to suck in a sharp breath at the loss of connection. She pads over to the bedroom door, naked and gorgeous as all get out. Damn that ass of hers.
"I'm going to get a snack."
Rising off the bed, I stride into the bathroom to toss the condom. Then I head to the kitchen just as she withdraws a smoothie from the fridge. The chilled air has her nipples puckering, and when she turns, setting the smoothie on the counter, she catches sight of me.
"Hey."
There's a hint of nervousness in her voice, as if she's unsure about us. This. She tries to cover it up by taking a drink. Condensation drips from the cup and lands on the top curve of one breast, and damn it, I'm unable to look away as gravity takes hold and it trickles down farther. Without thinking, I reach out and catch it with my thumb, tracing an upward path of the trail of wetness. Her breath hitches, and she sets the smoothie down with a loud clatter. I step closer, backing her against the small island, and dip my head to take her mouth. I don't bother going slow. The kiss is deep, wet, and the taste of her combined with the sweetness of the smoothie makes me greedy for more. Her nipples prod against my chest, and I lift her up, only breaking the kiss when she gasps at the cold surface of the countertop. Shit, sorry, I mutter, about to set her back on her feet, but she stops me. Widening her thighs, she tugs me closer, cinching her legs around my waist.
"Don't."
Her gaze dips to my mouth, lips tilting up at the corners, voice husky.
"You'll just have to warm me up."
With a glance at the smoothie, I dip 2 fingers inside the cup to gather the thick mixture and paint her nipples with it. Her body arches as she gasps at the coldness, but before she can voice a complaint, my mouth latches on to a peak, sucking the sweetness from that one, then moving to the other. Simone's fingers thread through my hair, tightening, and it sends a surge of heat to my cock. When I raise my head, our eyes lock, and she watches me gather more smoothie and paint it along the crease of her pussy. Her eyes glaze with lust, and I lower my face to lick and suck the sweet mixture from her, paying extra attention to her clit. I ensure she's clean of all remnants of the smoothie before driving my tongue deep inside her. Riding my face, thrusting her pussy against my tongue, Simone gasps my name a second before she comes apart. Her hips rock instinctively, arching into my touch as she coats my tongue and lips with her juices. It's so fucking hot I have to grip my cock tight to keep from shooting my load here and now. She leans back on her elbows, breasts rising and falling with heavy breaths, and peers at me with an expression that looks like wonder.
"You don't play fair."
I tip my head to the side. How so? A mischievous smile forms slowly, and she slips down from the counter with my assistance.
"You didn't let me have my way with you."
She drops to her knees before I manage a response. Gripping my cock in her hand, she takes me deep in her hot, wet mouth, and my breath lodges in my chest. I thread my fingers through her hair and strain against the urge to thrust hard. Her lips glide up and down my length while she grips me tight in her fist. When those eyes look up at me and she draws back to trace her tongue along the slit of my cock, I nearly lose my goddamn mind. My fingers tighten their grip on her hair, and I struggle to draw in deep, steady breaths. When those light blue eyes look up at me and she draws back to trace her tongue along the slit of my cock, I nearly lose my goddamn mind. My fingers tighten their grip on her hair, and I struggle to draw in deep, steady breaths, to resist the temptation to fuck her mouth without a care. She quickens her pace, rapidly sliding her mouth up and down my length, and it catapults me to the edge. Fuck, I grit out between clenched teeth. Simone, I'm gonna... Her moan and the vibrations from it ricochet through me, sending a rush of shivers down my spine moments before I lose control, and in 3 more thrusts, I release into her sweet, hot mouth. She takes it all, sucking me dry until I'm nearly boneless and have to lock my knees to stay upright. Once Simone slides her mouth off my cock and slowly rises with a small, satisfied smile playing at her lips, I wonder how the hell I'm going to survive this woman, because she's already snuck past my damn defenses.
29. Simone. Fact or fiction? I've had a facelift. Kane shoots me a sharp look. Fiction. I raise my eyebrows at him. Are you sure? We're in bed, although now we're showered and clothed. Well, I'm more clothed than he is, since I'm in a pair of shorts and a tank top, whereas Kane's only wearing a pair of athletic pants. And let me tell you, a shirtless Kane Wyndham is something to be admired, ogled even. I'm sure. His eyes are alight with a hint of amusement. I lean over to plant a kiss on his lips as a reward. Correct. With a pause, I settle back against the pillow before continuing. Fact or fiction? I've had work done. His eyes narrow. Fiction. Fact. A mixture of disbelief and surprise bleeds into his expression. Really? I nod. My teeth were the first change once I got signed with a label, then my nose and chin. And I can't lie. I lift a shoulder in a half shrug. I don't regret it. It made me more confident. I'm not condoning overuse of cosmetic surgery, but if something bothers a person to such an extent, then so be it. I drop my gaze to the comforter, lost in thought. Those physical changes helped me to tuck some of the old Simone away, the one who busked on the city streets of Atlanta before anyone gave me a chance to perform in the seediest of dive bars. A melancholy smile tugs at my lips. I don't forget where I came from or how hard I worked to get here, but I also don't miss the struggle. And the rejection, the worry that I wasn't good enough to make music my career. I flop onto my back and close my eyes. Your turn. He hums thoughtfully, silence lingering between us. Fact or fiction? I was a cheater. My eyes fly open, and I whip my head around to stare at Kane. He calmly stares back, his expression laced with both vulnerability and recrimination. The word sticks in my throat because I already know it's true. Yet I can't believe it, don't want to. I just can't reconcile this man with a cheater. Fact. It comes out as the barest wisp of sound. Holding my gaze, his lips pressing thin, voice weary. Yeah. The woman you told me about? He nods, his jaw clenched tight. Turning on my side, I prop my head in one hand and keep my tone gentle, hushed. The last thing I want is to spook him, especially when he's opening up to me. You don't strike me as the type to do something like that. He rakes an agitated hand through his hair and focuses on the ceiling. Lucia is a beautiful woman. I ignore the deep lance of pain that ricochets within my chest at the mention of the woman who hurt him. Between her ass and her Colombian accent, I was head over heels in no time. He exhales slowly. She let me chase her for a bit before giving in.
I knew her family still bought into the old school way of things, but I thought after a while they'd come to see how much I loved her and that I'd do whatever it took to provide for her. I weighed him out, watching his jaw work. I didn't realize she was actually engaged to someone else. I honestly thought it was just her family pressuring her to date this family friend. Then one night, I decided to lay it all out. I made dinner, played my guitar for her. Wait, I interrupt with surprise. You play guitar? He rolls his head on the pillow to look at me, the edges of his mouth tipping up ever so slightly. Yes, ma'am. I hold up a finger. We'll revisit that later. Sorry, please go on. He draws in a breath before resuming. I told her I loved her, and I wanted her to be a part of my future. A sick churning starts in the pit of my stomach, knowing this won't be good. She got the deer-in-the-headlights look and backed away from me like I had the plague or some shit. Told me she couldn't be with me, that she thought we were on the same page and having fun before she had to follow through with her obligations. He lets out a slow exhale. Those obligations being marrying another guy. Kane eyes me with caution. Then she told me she was engaged. His jaw clenches tight, eyes alight with anger. The entire fucking time we were together. Nostrils flaring, he stares sightlessly at the wall. She made me a goddamn cheater, a fool, and she knew that I prided myself on having morals, that I never do that shit. The anguish in the depths of his blue gaze and etched on his features rips at my heart. I lay a gentle hand on his bare chest, willing him to meet my gaze. Once he does, I whisper, "It wasn't your fault. She did that, not you." I reckon I should have known better. He practically forces out the words from between clenched teeth. Would you've still been with her if you'd known? Hell no. His quick answer tells me everything. Exactly. I lower my head to dust a feather-like kiss to his lips. You're not a cheater, Kane. When I land another soft kiss, his lips aren't quite as rigid beneath mine. You're a good man who is taken advantage of. Another kiss has his mouth curving in acceptance, and he kisses me back. Leaning back to gaze down at him, I find his eyes are softer and not quite as harsh and cold. You believe that? The hushed question is asked in a voice hoarse with emotion, and his tongue flicks out to wet his lips as if he's nervous. Kane, the man who surely landed more compelling achievements from his time in the military, is seeking approval from me, a woman who merely performs for a living. My heart lurches at the vulnerability in his words. Normally, this imposing man practically oozes self-confidence. I hate that this other woman has made him question himself. I nod slowly, willing him to believe me. I really do. When his palm slides to my nape, steering me lower to fit his mouth to mine, this kiss is different from the ones before. It's softer, more tender than I expected. Scarier still is that his kiss packs more emotion than any other I've been on the receiving end of. Instead of latching on to the fear, however, I choose to ignore it and give in to the heady need to show this man, this tough yet vulnerable man, how special he is, how good he is. I show him with my kiss, with my touch, and when he thrusts deep inside me, our bodies joined in the most intimate way, I realize that I'm showing him with something else. My heart.
30. Kane. Tampa, Florida, early August.
Holy crap.
Simone lets out a breathy laugh.
I'll be honest, it was not supposed to be that fast of a spin at the end.
Screaming fans go berserk, and she laughs again.
Whew! At least I didn't mess up the lyrics, right?
Her red lips stretch wide into a smile.
Maybe it's time to sit down for a sec. And what do you know?
Stagehands roll a piano and bench seat into place on stage for her.
Perfect. Thanks, Antonio. Thank you, Derek.
She slides onto the bench seat and rolls her shoulders.
We have over 350 people who travel with us for these shows, and without each of them, none of this would be possible.
Her fingers dance over the piano keys while she continues addressing the crowd, much like she has at every other show she's done so far.
They help drive the trucks, the tour buses, help put up the stage and create this.
She gestures to the enormous, decorated stage.
And work on lighting, the pyrotechnics, the sound. Then there are my awesome backup singers and the magical ladies who do my hair and makeup and handle my outfits, our choreographer, the security, which can be a vast undertaking, those who tune the instruments, and who help me train so I can sing upside down and while spinning like a crazy person.
Simone breaks off with a laugh.
You name it, these people helped to ensure this show wouldn't be a complete amalgamation of nonsense. Not only do they deserve thanks, but also the people here working the concessions, selling merchandise, those directing traffic for parking, the crew who will break down the stage once this show's over, and those who are responsible for cleaning up afterward. Can we please get a massive and heartfelt round of applause to thank all these incredible individuals?
The roar of applause rumbles through the stadium. Simone smiles, and as soon as she plays the first 3 notes of the song, Without You, the fans' reaction is near deafening.
I remember when I first saw you. Your eyes met mine and I had to say hello. Little did I know, you would show me a love so true. I couldn't imagine my life without you.
With the piano as her only accompaniment, Simone sings. Her fans quickly join in, and it's a challenge to keep my attention focused on all the security aspects instead of the captivating woman on stage, commanding the attention of thousands of fans with her mere presence. Hours later, Simone ends her concert with Build Me Up and the message,
Please find it in your hearts to be kinder to others and yourself. Build up, don't tear down.
With a wave and a huge smile, she leaves the stage amidst roaring cheers. When she approaches, prepared for me to escort her to her dressing room like usual, it takes everything in my power to school my expression, to not allow my eyes to drink in the sight of her relaxed and happy, body damp with sweat from exertion and the heat emitted by the stage lights. Instead, I offer a curt nod and guide her to the room while studiously canvassing our surroundings. After ensuring the dressing room is still secure, I move aside for her to enter. She steps through, and when I grasp the handle to pull the door closed, her voice stops me.
Mr. Wyndham?
Ma'am. Her brusque tone is at odds with the barely banked heat in her eyes.
I need to speak with you for a moment, please.
We've been keeping things strictly behind closed doors, but it seems she wants to change things up. Arousal surges straight to my cock, and I clear my throat to offer a quick, "Yes, ma'am," and follow her inside before pulling the door closed behind me. With her back to me, her gaze meets mine in the mirror.
The lock.
I swallow hard, anticipation rippling through me as I lock the door.
I'll need your help with this zipper, please.
Her voice is barely a whisper, but her eyes give her away. They darken with arousal. Slowly I approach. With every step I take, bringing me closer to her, Simone's breathing quickens and her lips part. Holding her gaze in the reflection, I carefully lower the zipper on her black sequined bodysuit, peeling the heavy fabric away, distractedly noting the built-in bra to reveal her gorgeous body. She's left wearing only a pair of shimmery, flesh-toned tights and her red fuck-me heels. I dip my head to place a kiss on one bare shoulder, and her sharp intake of breath urges me on.
Did you...
She trails off when I graze my teeth along the column of her neck.
enjoy the show?
Hell yes, I murmur, lifting my eyes to meet hers in the mirror. You were spectacular. And I mean it. She's incredible and so goddamn talented. I watch our reflection and drop open-mouthed kisses along her other shoulder. Simone's breasts rise and fall, her breathing turned ragged. Her body arches, leaning into my touch, eyes closed. She looks beautiful with her hair up like this in some sort of elaborate twist. There are a shit ton of pins holding it in place, and my fingers itch like hell to dive in, undo it, and grip the silky strands in my fist. Something about Simone brings out my inner caveman, and I can imagine fisting her hair while she's bent over this chair with me driving my cock in and out of her at a furious pace while she's watching every fucking move in the mirror.
Whatever you're thinking, yes,
her husky voice says, drawing me from my thoughts. I hadn't realized she'd opened her eyes and is now watching me with a heavy-lidded gaze. Her lips curve upward mischievously. I skim a hand over her bare breasts, studying her in the mirror while I tuck my fingers in the waistband of her tights. Jesus, I scrunch my face in disbelief. What the hell kind of tights are these? She lets out a nervous-sounding laugh.
It's made to suck everything in.
Shifting away slightly, she removes them, stepping out of her heels, leaving her in a pitiful excuse for panties. Flesh-toned like her tights, the thong is merely a string on each side with a small bit of fabric covering her pussy. My jaw tightens, and without realizing it, I grip each side, my fingers slipping beneath the strings over her hips, and give a strong tug, snapping it. Her startled eyes meet mine. They probably cost more than I make in a lifetime. I grit out the words. But I can't give a fuck right now because all I want to do is bend you over this chair and fuck that sweet pussy while you watch. Her breath rushes past her lips, eyes glazed with lust as they lock with mine.
Do it.
A heartbeat later, I'm about to do exactly what I said. I stand behind Simone as she grips the chair, facing the mirror holding our reflections. My hands mold her ass before I nudge her legs apart to glide a finger along her pussy, barely parting her outer lips. Oh, fuck, princess. Her pussy's so goddamn wet, already drenching my finger. Like that idea a lot, huh? She breathes out a yes that morphs into a low moan when my finger dips knuckle deep in her wet pussy. Her top teeth dig into her bottom lip, the perfect white contrasting with her red, slicked mouth. With one hand, I tug at my belt with zero fucking finesse and unfasten my pants to shove them and my boxers down enough to grip my hard cock and guide the tip to her entrance. Simone whimpers my name when I gather her slickness with the head of my dick, her wet heat nearly singeing me. When she presses her pussy against me, urging me on, I know my grip on her hips is near punishing. Our eyes locked. I force my words through clenched teeth as I try to rein in my control. I want to fuck you hard, princess. Not sure I can be gentle. Just want you so bad. I glide my cock against her soaking wet pussy lips. Want to fuck you so deep you can't think of anything else for days. Her grip is white-knuckled on the back of the chair, and her pebbled nipples graze the upholstery.
Do it.
I lower my head, placing a kiss on the back of her neck, and guide the tip of my cock inside her wet heat. God damn, I'm barely an inch deep, and already I'm so fucking close to the edge.
More.
She begs me, and I can't deny her. No damn way I can deny this woman anything. I surge deep, and her inner muscles clutch at me as soon as I'm buried to the hilt, as if refusing to ever release my cock. And I reckon I'd be good with that. Just spending the rest of my days balls deep in this beautiful woman, spending my time making her come undone while she rides my tongue or my cock. Look at you. Those beautiful eyes of hers blink open in the reflection, and I love that I put that look of bliss on her face. Look at how hard your nipples are. Watch when I do this. I reach a handful around to finger her clit in slow, steady circles, and those rosy nipples tighten into small pebbles. Her chest heaves as I thrust in and out of her pussy in long, deep strokes, one hand gripping her hip while I toy with her clit. You're soaking my cock, princess, but I want you to come hard and make it even wetter. She whimpers again at my words, and I instantly feel a rush of wetness surround my dick. I practically growl before clenching my jaw tight against the urge to lose myself in her before she comes. My middle finger increases its pace on her clit, and she presses into my touch, urging me on. Driving my cock in and out of her sweet pussy, she tightens around me as I bring her closer to the edge. Simone's eyes pinch closed, her fingers fisting the chair's upholstery. I want this pussy to come for me. I drive my cock deep. Want to feel you get so fucking tight and wet around me. My movements become jerky and more desperate the closer I get to the edge. Fuck, I need her to come first. Come on, princess, fucking drench me. Words are ripped from me the instant she pushes back on my cock with a force that robs me of breath a second before her inner muscles clench me so goddamn tight it makes me weak in the knees. Fuck yes, I groan as my balls draw tight. My breaths come fast in harsh pants, and I bite out a command. Give me your mouth. The instant she turns her head, I ravage her mouth with mine, our tongues colliding, and the kiss is so fucking hot it only takes a few more deep thrusts before I finally let go. My orgasm rips through me, and my eyes squeeze shut as I come inside her, filling her up as explosive shudders rack my body. Once my breathing calms, I realize I'm still caging her with my hands braced on either side of her on the chair. Then I realize something far more important. Shit, I murmur, opening my eyes as I ease away slightly to meet her gaze in the mirror. My tone is hushed when I say, I didn't use a condom. I'm
clean,
she rushes to say, her throat working as she swallows before continuing.
I'm clean, I promise you that.
Then she ducks her head slightly.
I've never...
Me neither. Her head snaps up, eyes wide with surprise, but I tack on, I'm clean. I wince, feeling like the biggest fuck-up on earth. What I should have been thinking, and
Kane.
The way she murmurs my name so gently has me pausing.
It's okay. I get the shot, so I'm protected, but we should be more careful next time.
I nod. I will, but you'll let me know if...
Of course,
she says softly. Even though I shouldn't be borrowing worries, an image flashes in my mind of a pregnant Simone. Of her with a little girl who would be sung to sleep by her mother's beautiful voice. A sudden tightness grips the center of my chest along with a sense of yearning. Yearning to be a part of those images. Christ's sake, I mentally shake it off, wondering where the hell those delusions came from. I ease from Simone's body as gently as I can, knowing I was rougher with her than I've ever been. There's no denying the instantaneous sensation of loss at the separation, like being inside her was just somehow right. At her sharp intake of breath with the movement, I rush to apologize. I'm sorry, princess, I shouldn't have been so rough. She shakes her head emphatically.
It's not that.
A small, wry smile plays on her lips as she straightens, quickly striding over to the box of tissues and grabbing a few to clean herself. Her eyes meet mine unabashedly as she wipes between her legs.
It's my least favorite part.
Cleaning up?
No, when you slide out of me.
She drops the used tissues in the trash before grabbing her change of clothes, underwear, bra, a pair of faded ripped jeans, and a loose-fitting top with black flats, and begins pulling on clothing. It jars me into action, and I refasten my pants and belt because it's inevitable that someone will come looking for her soon. Simone's eyes flick to mine, features lined with what appears to be apprehension, before she lowers her gaze and finishes softly with,
It just feels, I don't know, like I'm losing something somehow.
Then she lets out a short laugh, and it sounds forced and not genuine in the least, dripping with unease.
Sorry.
Her movements are precise as she rushes to dress and begins tugging the pins free from her hair. A grimace crosses her face, one that should make her beautiful features less attractive, but it totally misses the mark.
That was stupid word vomit.
She avoids eye contact now.
Just, female hormones and shit.
She mutters, pulling on her flats. I wait while she grabs her bag and slings it over her shoulder, turning my way, yet still refusing to meet my gaze. When she attempts to sidestep me and head for the door, I snag her wrist and pull her close. With a finger beneath her chin, I force her to shift her gaze from my shirt to look me in the eyes. "Hey, Princess." Her response sounds wary, and her eyes match it.
"Hey."
Holding her eyes, willing her not to look away, I confess in a low, gentle tone, I feel the same way. There's the briefest pause as she appears to gauge my response, her eyes flitting over my face as if she's assessing the truthfulness of my statement. She must see something because the uncertainty fades and gives way to one of the sweetest smiles I've ever witnessed.
"Yeah?"
I drop a kiss to her lips before murmuring against her. "Yeah." Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a fist hammering against the dressing room door startles us a moment before Rachel's voice calls out on the other side.
"Simone?"
Her manager's voice sounds frantic, immediately sending shards of unease spreading through me.
"I need to talk to you."
Simone's eyes clash with mine, mirroring the worry, and I start for the door. When I tug it open, my frame spans the doorway protectively with Simone behind me. Rachel looks frantic, cell phone clutched tightly in her hand. Her voice is breathless, as if she's just run a marathon.
"Oh, good. I'm glad you're with her."
Lowering her voice to a whisper, she asks,
"Has she heard the news? Is she okay?"
I cock my head to the side. "Heard what?"
"Shit,"
Rachel mutters, glancing down at her phone and releasing a long, weary sigh.
"She's gonna hate this."
I stiffen. "What's wrong?" "Maybe it's the guy who broke into her place." The woman's shoulders slump and she hands her phone to me. I accept it and read the article. Former record exec files defamation suit against Simone King. Sean Sinquist, the former executive of Times Records, a label which boasts King as one of their top artists, is suing the pop star for defamation, stating that she was the reason he was fired from his job after accusing him of groping her at an event held by the record label. King has not wavered from her stance against Sinquist, stating that he seemed like he felt entitled to do and say whatever he wished, regardless of whether it infringed on anyone else's personal rights or comfort. Holy shit, I mutter under my breath. Anger and shock surge through me with the intensity of a tsunami. Christ, some fucking lowlife groped her. I really want to close this door and rewind time and go back to a moment ago before this bullshit reared its ugly head. I jerk my eyes up to meet Rachel's worried ones. She shakes her head with a groan and says,
"If the press was acting like hound dogs before, salivating over any chance to get a soundbite, this just made things 1,000,000 times worse."
Later that night, Simone and Rachel spend a bulk of the night on the phone with her lawyers. Once Rachel leaves, Simone calls Matthias back. He'd sent numerous text messages when he'd caught wind of the article, to update him on everything. Afterwards, she stays seated at the dining room table with shoulders slumped and her eyes blank, looking too devastated and worn out for my liking. She doesn't protest when I scoop her up and tuck her in her bed, not even when I ask to use the acoustic guitar she keeps handy for when she's working on songwriting. I lower myself beside her on the bed, settling back against the headboard, and play a few Jack Johnson songs, because that's what I know best. My voice is rusty as hell since the last time I sang was... Shit, I realize now the last time had been for Lucia. At first it feels rough, unnatural, my low voice pushing out the lyrics, but finally something breaks through, and I realize how much I missed this. I'm sure as hell not about to sign any record deals for my voice or talent, but playing for fun was something I enjoyed. Something for me. And somehow Simone helped me find that again, to reclaim it. Her eyes soon fall closed from exhaustion and the weight of the day's events. She lies curled on her side facing me, a hand resting casually on my thigh as I strum the chords but don't sing. Instead, I'm transfixed by Simone's features, the way they relax as sleep pulls her further under. Once her breathing evens out, I stop playing and reach out to gently slide her hair back from her face. Get some rest, Princess. After carefully removing her hand from my leg, I quietly slip from the bed. With one last look at the beautiful and complicated sleeping woman, I ignore the pinch in the center of my chest and close the door behind me. The next day.
As if things aren't bad enough.
Simone stares at the television, the weatherman getting battered by rain and barely able to stand upright against the hurricane-strength winds. A hurricane is now wreaking havoc on most of southern Florida, including Miami, where Simone was scheduled to perform 3 nights. Everything has been put on hold until further notice. Simone's been visibly weighed down by what's going on. Not that I can blame her. I can't imagine dealing with that kind of shit, and I don't even know the whole story. She turns off the television and curls her legs beneath her on the couch, staring off, lost in her thoughts. If you want to vent, I'm always here. I wince as soon as the offer's out there, because even I can detect the curiosity in my tone. The last thing I want is for her to think I'm trying to pry information out of her. When she releases a sigh, her smile is weak, but her expression is thoughtful.
It's not a pretty story.
I didn't expect it to be from the sound of the article. She exhales slowly.
Sean always made me feel uneasy. He was crass and obnoxious. Always looked at women like they were objects and not people, if that makes any sense. Objectified women sexually, just not a good guy. I'd avoid him as much as possible. Then the label had this event for the debut of one of my albums. I was posing for a photo with my team from the label, including Sean. He stood beside me, and we all crowded in for the photo, and that's when he slid his hand under the back of my dress and tried to finger me.
Rage, unadulterated rage, thunders through me at her admission. My hands clench into tight fists, and the fury must show on my face because she offers a harsh laugh.
That's pretty much how I felt when it happened.
She averts her eyes.
Aside from feeling violated, of course.
Pale bluish-green eyes lift to mine, and she adds,
When I confronted him, he laughed about it, said it was nothing, that I,
she uses finger quotes,
wear dresses like that all the time, so it should be expected. That I was asking for it.
Jesus. I draw in deep breaths, hoping to calm my anger as she continues.
I spoke with the CEO and VP, and even the GM who sided with me and made it sound as though I wasn't the first person to voice a complaint against Sean. He was fired shortly thereafter. Having him come at me now, over 2 years later...
She trails off, shaking her head slowly. Keep your head held high. You know you didn't do anything wrong. She heaves out a heavy breath.
I know that,
she says quietly.
But I also know that the press will have even more of a field day with this. And I'll be under a shit-ton more scrutiny because of it.
Her features are etched with both worry and frustration.
It just never seems to end.
I open my arms. Come here. When she doesn't hesitate to move closer, I'm filled with male pride. She snuggles closer, wrapping her arms around me, and the anger pulsing through my veins at what she went through begins to subside. With her cheek to my chest, she murmurs,
Thanks for this.
Smoothing a hand down her hair, I gently rub circles over her back. Anytime. The screen of my cell phone that sits on the coffee table lights up with an email notification. Gently, I ease forward, holding Simone in place when she tries to move back to her side of the couch. Just grabbing my phone for a sec. Phone in hand, I scan the email, and the details of the upcoming delivery have my muscles relaxing slightly. Good thing for Matthias and his connections for making this all possible on such a short timeline. Quickly, I shoot off a text to alert Jed and Vance to expect its arrival, of what I hope will be something to cheer up Simone. At least a little. Relaxing back against the couch, I hold her tight, continuing to run a soothing hand over her back. We sit in comfortable silence for a long moment before I'm hit with an idea. Tampa isn't too far from Fernandina Beach. Plus, we're sidelined until the storm blows past Miami, and they'll still need time to verify the integrity of the arena there. How do you feel about heading back and seeing where I live? Maybe get your mind off things. I hesitate, not wanting to pressure her, but it's undeniable how much I'm hoping she'll say yes. I could introduce you to my friends. After a moment's pause, she raises her head to meet my eyes. Her gaze is searching, and I'm not sure what she's looking for. Slowly, she straightens.
You'd be okay with me meeting your friends?
I shrug. Sure. Her reaction strikes me as odd, so I hedge. But if it's not something you'd feel comfortable with...
No!
Her immediate response startles her, judging by her wide-eyed expression. She clears her throat and speaks more calmly.
No, it's fine. I'd love to meet your friends.
Her mouth curves into a shy smile.
When do you want to leave?
I'll have to talk with Vance and Jed and Rachel, but I check the time and do a quick calculation. I might be able to get Foss to hook us up with a flight into the municipal airport. I withdraw my phone and pull up his number. Let me talk to him first and see what options we... The quick rap on the door interrupts me, and I ease up from the couch to answer it, a surge of anticipation rushing through me. I'm pretty damn grateful for Matthias Tobin and his knowledge of Simone and her collection of books. After thanking Jed at the door, I lock up and stride back to the living room with the package in hand. Simone glances up at me, her eyes darting to the object in my hand with obvious curiosity, but she doesn't voice her inquiry. I settle beside her, suddenly nervous, the object wrapped in brown paper gripped in my hands. I found this and thought maybe you could add it to your collection. I thrust it at her with all the suaveness of a toddler. She accepts it, eyebrows raised, and glances down at the package. I rake a hand through my hair, at a loss of what to do with my hands. This was a shit idea. I mean, for fuck's sake, this is Simone King. She can buy whatever the hell she wants. I can't exactly compete with that kind of money.
What's this?
A trace of amusement laces her tone. Just something I thought you might like. Then I rush to add, but if not, no big deal. My palms are sweaty, goddammit. I try to discreetly run them down my pants legs before linking my fingers together to prevent further fidgeting. With lungs feeling like they've shrunk in size, making my breathing painful, I watch her carefully unwrap the paper to reveal the book. When she goes still, panic claws at me like a feral cat, and I mentally cycle through plausible excuses for this clusterfuck of a mistake. Until she lifts her gaze to mine and I see the stunned surprise in them. Her voice sounds a bit breathless.
You got this for me?
I shrug, suddenly self-conscious. Matthias said he didn't think you had that cover yet. She runs a hand over the well-worn cover of The Scarlet Letter, as though the book is a precious artifact.
I don't.
Eyes that appear greener today cut to mine a split second before she launches herself at me, throwing her arms around my neck, and nearly knocks me in the head with the book she still holds.
I love it,
she mumbles, her breath warm against my neck before she backs away. Simone kisses me softly, then settles back on the couch to admire the book. All that because of a book? I let out a short laugh. Not that I'm complaining, of course. Simone's eyes are soft, and she looks happy. The happiest I've seen her. She leans forward to drop another soft but quick kiss on my lips.
Because you gave me the book.
31. Simone. I try not to overthink things, try not to make anything out to be more than it is. But it's hard, especially after Kane finds a special edition cover of The Scarlet Letter to try to cheer me up. To think that he even contacted Maddie to make sure it was one I didn't have yet does dangerous things to my heart. Over the past few years since I began collecting these books, not a single one of my boyfriends ever took the time or put forth the effort to do something like this. Hell, not even my own mother. The only man who attempted to track down a few for me has been Maddie, and I'm not trying to denigrate his actions, but he's my best friend. It's different coming from him. Kane is the first man I've ever been with who has gone the extra mile, who did something to try to make me happy. He didn't buy me jewelry from Cartier or Tiffany, didn't have a gown made for me by Oscar de la Renta or Vera Wang. He actually put thought into this gift, this gesture. Don't rush into something, into a relationship, based on a single wonderful moment, Simone. The warning of the therapist I visited a handful of times after Luke left me still reverberates in my brain. I'm guilty of this, even knowing what I do. Don't do this with Kane. I remind myself. He's only here temporarily. We've never even broached the subject of what happens once David returns, if we're going to continue whatever this is. Be in the moment, I internally chant. Unable to resist the urge, I set the book on the coffee table before crawling onto Kane's lap. Hey.
Hey.
His husky reply and the slight crinkling at the corners of his eyes combined with the faint quirk of his lips offer a hint of what I hope, is affection. Thank you for the book, I whisper while my fingers drift down his torso to gather the hem of his t-shirt. Slowly, I raise it, my eyes not veering from his, silently asking for permission. The shirt only gets just barely above his navel when his hands encircle my wrists, drawing me to a stop. He holds my gaze, unflinchingly, brow now furrowed, features troubled. His throat works, and when he speaks, his voice speaks gravelly.
That's not why I gave this to you, Princess.
Princess. When Kane calls me that, it doesn't hold the same nasty connotation it does when I'm referred to as the Ice Princess of Pop in headlines. Instead, it's filled with affection, warmth. I know. I swear I could get lost in his blue gaze. That's not why I'm doing this. His head tips to the side as if to silently question, Are you sure? I lean forward, noting his unmistakable reaction to having me on his lap, and dust a light kiss against his tense mouth. I just want to love you. Oh shit, the words nearly spilled from my lips. I trail kisses along his jawline while I mentally scramble for a quick recovery. I just need my Kane Wyndham fix again, I settle on saying, attempting a flirty tone. He releases my wrists, and I internally breathe a sigh of relief. So much for lecturing my heart to calm the hell down. It's clearly already invested in this man. The problem is I have no idea how to get him invested in me, in my heart. So I do the only thing I can. I take the cowardly way out and show him with my body. Within moments, I've divested him of his shirt and tugged his pants and boxers past his knees, and I'm clad in a simple lace bra and a thong, which he practically tears off me. I barely give him a chance to roll on a condom before I grip his thick length in my hand and guide him to my entrance. I drag the tip along my outer lips, gathering my wetness before I sink down over him.
Simone.
His voice is raw, hoarse with arousal, and holds an edge of desperation. Large palms curve around my ass, long fingers molding my flesh. The restraint he's grappling with becomes evident by the cords of his neck pulling taut and muscles in his arms flexing. His nostrils flare, jaw tense. I take him deep, bottoming out, and the hungry kiss he presses to my lips stifles my loud gasp. His wicked tongue twines with mine, igniting me with fiery hot need that pulses through my veins. With my hands braced on the hard wall of his chest, I feel his thundering heartbeat reverberating beneath my palms. Even though it's torturous, I move up and down his thick cock with aching slowness because I can't bear for it to end too soon. His grip on my ass guides my rhythm as if he, too, wants this connection to last as long as possible. When my hair falls forward, a silky curtain between my chest and his, he slides it back over my shoulder before gripping a handful in his fist to tip my head back. He nips along my jaw and down the column of my neck, eliciting goosebumps all over my skin. I clutch at his broad shoulders, his skin hot beneath my palms. My voice comes out as a scratchy rasp when his other hand slips down between our bodies to where we're joined. Kane. As he rubs slow circles over my clit, his breath is a hot rush against my skin when he murmurs, "This what you need." His touch brands me, my movements becoming more frenzied as my pace increases. He sucks in a ragged breath before fusing his mouth to mine, capturing my lips in a hot, devouring kiss. When Kane's tongue invades my mouth, tangling with mine and tasting me deep, desire ripples through my body. When he starts driving upward on each of my downward thrusts, urging me on with a frantic rhythm, I know I won't last long. Pleasure coils deep inside me as I teeter on the precipice. The moment he pinches my clit between his thumb and forefinger, giving it a strong tug, he causes me to plummet over the edge. His voice is gravelly, almost ragged, when he grits out against my mouth. "That's it, princess. Fuck my cock with your sweet pussy." Oh, God. My vision blurs as my inner muscles clasp him rhythmically, and I ride out my release, my body racked with shudders. I collapse against his hard body even as the ripples of my orgasm continue to skitter through me, my pebbled nipples flush against his chest. Kane thrusts furiously, seeming to drive even deeper with each stroke, prolonging my orgasm before finding his own release. His entire body goes stiff, a heavy groan reverberating in his chest beneath my cheek, and his fingers flex on my hips. I heave out a ragged breath while absently finger-combing the short strands of his hair. His 2 fingers beneath my chin urge me to raise my head, and as soon as those aqua eyes lock with mine, my throat goes bone dry. The way Kane watches me right now is something I want ingrained in my memory. His eyes still burn hot, singeing me from the inside out, yet they also hold a hint of tenderness, like maybe I've come to mean more to him than just a woman he's sleeping with for the time being. Please don't break me, my heart pleads. When he guides my lips to his, the kiss is impossibly gentle, yet so hot it sends delicious shivers skittering down the length of my spine. Drawing away, I'm left breathless, and it's clear to see he's fighting a smile of pure male satisfaction on those lips of his. In a flash, it's gone, replaced by something more dangerous. A tenderness has edged its way onto his features. Don't wish for the impossible, Simone. They always leave. No matter how much I yearn to believe he could be different, that my career and the trappings that go with it aren't a deterrent for him, it's far too risky to think it's possible, especially after only being intimate for a matter of weeks. Even so, I'm still unable to stifle that faint tendril of hope that refuses to be ignored. Lowering my head, I press my lips to his cheek, relishing in the way his eyes fall closed, as though he's basking in my touch. I whisper softly, "Hey." His gravelly murmur dances along my skin. "Hey." I rest my forehead against his shoulder, unwilling to meet his eyes, fearing that he'll see straight through me and go sprinting for the door. Instead, I whisper words that are so utterly juvenile and significantly downplay my feelings for him. "I like you, Kane Wyndham." And thankfully he rolls with it, yet the husky affection laced in his tone is a soothing balm to my heart. "I like you right back, Simone King." 32. Simone. Fernandina Beach, Florida. Kane's friend managed to get us on a private flight from Tampa directly to the Fernandina Beach Municipal Airport. Apparently Foster, or Foss as Kane refers to him, was owed some favors that he cashed in on. Thankfully, the rain bands from the hurricane pummeling the southern tip of Florida aren't wide enough to wreak much havoc this far north in the state. It took a bit of finagling, but Rachel also got Jed and Vance booked in a vacation rental home a few houses down from Kane's place. Rachel has been working her magic to keep my whereabouts under wraps. It was a bit awkward when I informed her of Kane's offer to let me stay with him, but luckily she didn't blink twice, utter professional that she is, which made me wonder if she picked up on any hint that Kane and I crossed that line, but I sure as hell didn't ask. That's a topic I don't wish to discuss with her anytime soon. As soon as we deplane and head inside the airport lobby, a man with a buzz cut who's definitely no stranger to a fitness regimen stands with his arms crossed, biceps bulging from the short sleeves of his shirt. He stares at Kane with an indecipherable look. My eyes dart back and forth between the men as I warily wonder what's going on. Finally, the man's face cracks into a grin, and he steps forward to give Kane a back-thumping hug. Phew, thank goodness that didn't end poorly.
Look at you.
The man's smile grows wider, and he lightly slaps his palm to Kane's clean-shaven cheek.
You could be the 6th Backstreet Boy, for Christ's sake.
Kane bats away the man's hand and mutters good-naturedly, "Screw you." I stand by, wide-eyed, watching this interaction play out, but I love it. Love seeing this part of Kane's world, observing him with this man who harasses him like a longtime friend, reminding me of the banter I have with Maddie. The man sobers as he surveys Kane from head to toe before nodding.
You look good, man. Real good.
Kane simply nods as if uncomfortable with the remark before his eyes cut to me. He tips his head toward the man.
This is Foster Kavanaugh. Foss, this is...
I know who she is, Foster says quietly, stepping over to offer his hand. I accept it, and I'm grateful he doesn't crush my hand when he shakes it. His hands are similar to Kane's, large, paw-like, calloused, and hold strength in them that immediately alerts a person to the fact that they could easily pulverize you if warranted. It's so nice to meet you. My voice wavers with nervousness, and I barely restrain a wince. Shit, I've met record execs and movie stars, and even the president, and wasn't this nervous. But I know why. It's because this man matters to Kane. Desperation ricochets through me like a pinball bouncing off levers as I strive to make a good first impression. Foster's eyes, which I now notice are a pretty shade of golden brown, crinkle at the corners as if he finds my nervousness amusing. He leans in, lowering his voice to say, "No need to be nervous," before finishing with a quick wink. Turning to Vance and Jed, he introduces himself and shakes their hands before tipping his head in the direction of the exit.
We'll get you situated. You gotta be tired after all that traveling you've been doing lately.
Less than an hour later, Vance and Jed have secured a rental car and are settled in at the rental house. Similarly to Rachel, if the men sensed anything changed between Kane and me, they hid it well, maintaining their ever-present professionalism. Now, as Kane and Foster carry our bags up the steps and inside the modest-sized house overlooking the Atlantic Ocean, Kane's friend continues filling him in on whatever he's missed since being on tour with me.
I stocked your fridge so you wouldn't have to go anywhere. Figured you'd want to lie low and all. But Noelle's insisting we get together for dinner while you're here.
I drink in every single ounce of my surroundings, eager to see the home of the man who's come to mean so much to me in such a short time. The house is clean, very neat, and I wonder if it's a habit from his military days, or if he's always been like this. The entryway has a built-in wooden seat for taking off shoes, a pretty blue carpet beside it which now hosts Kane's shoes and Foster's flip-flops, so I quickly follow suit with my own shoes. 4 coat hooks are fixed above the wooden seat, and there's a hoodie draped over one, while a keychain with a lone key hangs over another hook. As we venture farther inside, down the hallway with crown molding along the bottom and top of the bluish-gray walls that lead to an open-concept layout of the kitchen, living room, and dining room, I can't help but be impressed by this. It's surprisingly homey, without having that in-your-face, masculine, a dude lives here feel to it. The kitchen has stainless steel appliances and beautiful granite countertops, with a good-sized island. The dining room table fits the beach house theme, wooden and stylishly worn in various places. Even the living room looks comfortable and inviting, with a large brown leather sectional and a few extremely soft-looking, neatly folded throw blankets placed at each end.
I'll let you get Miss King situated in the guest room.
Foster leans back against the couch, shoving his hands in the pockets of his khakis, and smirks at Kane as if he's purposely antagonizing him. Kane ignores his friend and turns to me. He tips his head in the direction of the hallway leading to where I assume are the bedrooms.
This way.
Once I step in place beside him, his palm finds the base of my spine and settles there comfortably, nudging me forward. I walk down the hall, peering in the first open door we pass, a bathroom, and pause at the next door, which is clearly a spare bedroom. It lacks much personality, yet it's still inviting. The light coral hue of the walls and the chest of drawers with silver handles in the shape of seashells suit the room perfectly. I hover in the doorway, glancing back at Kane in question, my lips parting. He nudges me forward with that possessive palm at my back and says in a low murmur, "Down a little farther." I swear I hear a faint chuckle from the living room, where Foster waits. We pass another room that obviously serves as a little office with a desk and 2 large bookshelves stuffed with paperbacks and some hardbacks. I'll definitely have to venture in there later and peruse his collection. Finally, we come to the end of the hallway, and I stutter at the sight before me. Oh boy. The rest of the house may not exude blatant masculinity, but that's only because it's all contained right here in this room. A massive king-size bed sits snug against the far wall, neatly made with a blue and white comforter with a large dresser along the wall. I step inside the room, slowly surveying the space before I venture into the adjoining master bath. An enormous alcove houses his shower with multiple rainheads, a large built-in bench on one side, and various shades of gray tile throughout. Instantly, I'm bombarded with an erotic image of Kane pressing me against the wall of this very shower and having his way with me, or of Kane seated on that bench with me riding him hard.
"Whatever you're thinking, yes."
A smile colors his husky voice, and I startle, my head whipping around to peer at him with wide eyes. Heat floods my cheeks, and I bite my lip, suddenly unsure of what to say. His lips slowly form a grin that transforms his normally somber face into one that's devastatingly handsome. It causes my heart to lurch within my chest, serving as yet another reminder that it's bewitched by him. I clear my throat, attempting to mentally shake off the love-struck stupor. So, this is a beautiful place, great room. My words come out rushed, and I inwardly cringe at the nervousness evident in them. Gesturing to my large duffel bag he has slung over his shoulder, I avoid his eyes. So, where should we set my stuff? The slow slide of the bag's strap echoes within the bathroom before it settles on the floor with a soft thump. A second joins it, sounding lighter. His bag. I studiously peer around at anything, everything, except for the tall, imposing man before me.
"Simone."
He draws closer. I attempt a casual tone, but my breath whooshes out when he crowds me against the outer glass panel of the shower. Strong, slightly calloused fingers grip my chin gently, forcing me to meet his eyes. Another hand braces against the glass, palm splayed flat. Dark blonde eyebrows furrow, his expression troubled.
"You don't want to stay with me?"
Sure, no problem.
"Tell me what's wrong."
I focus on the fastened button of his dress shirt, second from the top. I just wasn't sure, because we're here in your house, and your friends will probably find out, and... Strong fingers nudge my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze again. I watch as confusion settles over his face.
"You think I wouldn't want you in my bed now that we're here?"
I shrug and force a laugh. My reputation isn't that stellar, Just didn't want your friends to give you a hard time about me. His expression turns ferocious, mouth leveling into a flat line.
"You think I'd let my friends talk shit about you?"
Eyes wide, I rush to explain. No, I didn't mean it like that. I'm sure they're awesome. I was just worried about you and what they might think, and... Whatever else I'd planned to say is lost when his mouth crashes down on mine. The hand he's had on my chin grips my nape, steering me to allow him to take possession of my mouth. I instantly arch into his touch, my tongue sparring with his, and I swear he kisses me until I'm barely cognizant of my name. Once he finally draws back slightly, I blink my eyes open, still dazed.
"You're staying in my room, got it?"
He doesn't wait for an answer before he lowers his head, snagging my bottom lip between his teeth and tugging slightly.
"Didn't hear you, princess."
A breathless, got it, is all I can manage. He grunts and trails a line of kisses along my jaw before leaning back. His eyes blaze with an intensity that heats me from within.
No more negative talk. They'll all love you.
Before I realize it, I'm blurting out, "How do you know?" Jesus, Simone, way to be needy as hell. But this is important. These are Kane's friends, people who matter to him. On the flight here, he entertained me with countless stories about them, and the pure adoration, the heartfelt affection in his tone was tangible. They sound nothing like the so-called friends the men I've dated in the past have ever introduced me to. These people won't be the type to salivate over gossip, ready to sell any tidbit to the press for money and acknowledgement. I wait for Kane's response, and when he offers me a soft smile, I find myself hoping, so desperately hoping, that he'll answer with, "Because I love you." Of course, because my hope is just that, a mere hope, he doesn't. Instead, he drops a tender kiss on my lips and says,
"Because you're Simone King."
I have to muster up a smile in response and force my expression not to show my disappointment. Luckily, it works because Kane backs away, his eyes filled with so much warm affection.
"Make yourself at home. I'm gonna get rid of Foss so we can relax and kick back."
He winks before turning and leaving the large master bath. And I force myself not to search the pristine tile floor for the heart I'm convinced that just plummeted there.
33. Kane. When I head down the hallway, I find Foss standing at the sliding glass doors with his back to me, eyes trained on the view of the ocean a few hundred yards away at the end of the wooden walkway attached to the deck. I know he hears me approach since we all swear he's got superhuman hearing, but he doesn't turn. Instead, he waits for me to sidle up beside him.
"She's not what I expected."
Even though his voice is hushed, I'm grateful I closed the bedroom door when I left Simone back there. My spine stiffens as defensiveness surges to the forefront. She's not like that. His head whips around and he cuts me a sharp look.
"I know."
I rear back, confused. "What do you mean you know?" His look is one of pure exasperation.
"Wyndham, you might have been duped once, but that doesn't mean you'd shack up with a total bitch."
I let out a weary groan and scrub a hand over the back of my neck, gripping the tense muscles that feel like they're made of granite right now. "Can we not do this?" He shrugs, hands still in his pockets.
"Not doing anything."
Turning back to focus on the view outside, he hums thoughtfully.
"Just saying, she's had quite an effect on you."
I don't respond. I know him well enough to know there's more where that came from.
"She's pretty damn crazy about you. You picked up on that, right?"
He tosses me a glance, an eyebrow raised. Unease settles through me. I don't like talking about her when she's not here, but it's more than that. Something holds me back from saying more. We're just... Foss whips around, fixing me with a hard glare. Leaning close, he hisses.
Don't say whatever you were about to say. Because I know sure as shit you were about to water down whatever this is between the two of you."
I match his glare with my own, but when I part my lips to fire back at him, he cuts me off.
"That woman in there brought you back to fucking life. So don't give me a load of bullshit."
All the oxygen is sucked from the room, and I clamp my lips shut. This is none of his goddamn business, and he needs to quit sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. I focus on the view outside, willing my anger to subside before I grit out. "What time should we head over for dinner?" There's a long pause.
7 good for you?
Yep. I still don't look at him. Want us to bring anything?
Nah, Noel's got it all handled.
At the mention of his wife, my friend's voice loses the hard edginess.
She's been hardcore with the nesting shit.
I huff out a short laugh. I bet.
She'll be happy to see you,
he offers quietly.
Everyone will.
I swallow hard and nod. I've missed the hell out of everybody. There's another beat of silence before he grips my shoulder and nods.
See you tonight.
Sounds good. He takes a few steps, then stops, and I sense his hesitation before he speaks, his voice muted.
Just be smart. Hate to see you ruin something great.
With that said, he exits the house quietly, leaving me to mull over his words. Later that night.
Are you sure I'm dressed okay?
Simone asks me for the 100th time as I pull into Foss and Noelle's driveway. Without a word, I put my Jeep in park and unfasten my seatbelt before reaching over and undoing hers. With my palm cradling the back of her head, I guide her mouth to mine. I mean for it to be a quick kiss, but it gets out of control the instant she clutches at my forearms and parts her lips beneath mine. Her little moan has me deepening the kiss, and blood rushes straight to my cock. Fuck, I can't get enough of her taste. An obnoxiously loud thump, thump, thump on my driver's side window has us jumping apart. When I turn to see which asshole interrupted us, Miller Vaughn's shit-eating grin greets me. I flip him the bird. He just tips his head back with a loud laugh before pressing his key fob to lock his vehicle. The lights flash in response. Then he slings an arm around his wife, Tate, who mouths, "I'm sorry," before they walk up to the house. I let out a small laugh before I turn to Simone and find her watching me. A mixture of curiosity and amusement lines her face.
Another friend of yours?
More like a pain in my ass.
They're funny.
You think that's funny? Just wait, I mutter, exiting the vehicle to come around and open her door. When I offer a hand to help her out, she steps down, her eyes studying me thoughtfully.
Thank you for tonight.
Don't thank me yet. You haven't been subjected to the craziness that's waiting inside. I wave a hand, gesturing to the house. And we're getting off easy since a bunch of them are out of town or had other things already planned. Simone steps closer, settling a palm on the center of my chest with an earnest expression.
I'm serious. Thank you for this. For letting me be here and introducing me to your friends.
She ducks her head, suddenly fascinated by the paved surface of the driveway.
I don't get to hang out with normal people, so this is a treat.
When she finally raises her chin, eyes lifting to mine, I cup her face in my hands and skim my lips over hers. Tonight's gonna be great, I promise.
Yeah?
She looks so hopeful I can't help but smile down at her. Oh, yeah. When I told Simone earlier that tonight would be great, I lied. Well, partially. I'm sure it's been great for her. For me, however, it's a whole other story. My favorite was when the topic, "You are what you eat," came up and King goes, Miller deepens his voice, evidently trying to impersonate me. "No, I don't believe that, 'cause I don't recall eating a sexy beast." My buddy cracks up along with the others. I have to say, it doesn't bother me, even though they've been ragging on me for nearly the entire time, and that's mainly because Simone's laughing right along with them. There's a light in her eyes, a content smile that stayed on her face tonight, and I'm proud to have played a part in putting it there.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Noelle rests a hand on her large pregnant belly and tells Simone,
Be sure to make him whip up a batch of his famous seafood gumbo.
She lets out a dreamy sigh.
So delicious.
Foss gives her side-eye.
You used to have that tone when you talked about me and my...
Noelle covers his mouth with her hand, eyes sparkling with humor.
Not in front of the children.
The entire dining room falls silent as we glance around at one another before narrowing our gazes on the couple. Miller's the first one to pipe up with, "Children? As in plural?" Noelle's eyes go wide as if she only now realized what she said.
Foss, some help here?
My buddy leans back in his chair, practically preening, and drapes an arm along the back of Noelle's chair.
Because I have such incredible sperm...
Noelle tosses up her hands in exasperation.
Oh my gosh, Foster Bryant Kavanaugh, it's not always about your freaking sperm.
Foss grins wide, completely unfazed by her outburst, and gestures with his bottle of beer toward her belly with a cocky wink.
Pretty sure it's what did all that gorgeousness.
Noelle softens.
I'll let it slide because of the gorgeousness part.
He leans in close and plants a kiss on her cheek.
You know you're always gorgeous.
As he settles back in his chair, his grin can only be described as proud as fuck.
We're having twins.
Everyone pipes up with their surprise and congratulations, and it takes a moment for the excitement to settle down a bit. Speaking of making babies, Miller starts off, focusing on me. Do we need to recap for you two how babies are made, or are you practicing safe sex? Foss snickers while Miller studies me with an exaggerated, innocent expression. The only thing that gives him away is the slight crinkling at the edges of his eyes. Fucker. But I'm not angry because I have to admit I missed this. The shit-talking, the harassment, just being around good people and having good times. This is my family right here. And I realize just how lost I've been without them when I shut myself off from everyone. With a shake of my head, I take a drink of my beer while discreetly flipping Miller off. Everyone laughs, so maybe it's not so discreet.
How long are you here for, Simone?
Noelle asks.
Oh, just a few days until we know more about the situation in Miami. Otherwise, I'll head to the final tour stops before we're due to fly overseas. Wow, that must be fun. Sounds exhausting, though, too.
Simone nods politely.
It can be pretty tiresome, but it's for the fans, and they're worth it.
She hesitates, appearing unsure before offering.
If any of you would ever like to see a concert, just let me know. I'd be more than happy to give you VIP passes.
Then she rushes on with,
But no pressure, of course. That would be awesome,
Tate remarks.
I've never been to one of your shows before. Kane has my manager's contact info, and she handles those requests, so just get in touch with her and she'll make it happen.
Simone actually performs upside down and spins from... I turn to her as I rack my brain to recall the name of the long ribbons of fabric she dangles and twists from. What are those things called again?
Silks,
she says shyly.
And it's really no big deal.
I frown at her downplaying it. It's definitely a big deal. Addressing the others, I continue. She dangles from the top of the arena and flips upside down, gradually lowering herself while she sings and doesn't miss a beat. Not even a bit out of breath. It's pretty damn amazing. A blush spreads across Simone's cheeks, and my friends murmur compliments about how impressive it is, before changing gears and returning to their harassing stories about me. I don't pay them attention, too focused on Simone at the moment. I lean toward her and lower my voice so as not to be overheard. I don't reckon you realize how awesome you really are. It bothers me, the fact that she doesn't seem to know this. Her gaze softens, and the smile she offers makes something tighten in the center of my chest. Simone places her hand on my thigh and gives it a quick squeeze before turning when Noelle asks her a question about touring. I find myself staring down at where Simone's hand rests casually on my leg for a moment before I settle my palm over it and link our fingers. Returning my attention to the conversation, I sit back and watch as Simone pokes fun at herself by sharing some of the mishaps she's made while performing live, one being a slightly out-of-control spin. She has my friends laughing and asking questions, and I can tell they're really interested and not just being polite. They like her, which is good, because I sure as hell like Simone King a whole hell of a lot too.
34. Simone. Days spent in Kane Wyndham's world are ones I know with certainty that I'll cherish forever. Honky Tonk Women by the Rolling Stones plays in the background now that Kane's discovered it's one of my favorites from the band. We've gone back and forth with our favorite bands or singers, and we both tend to sway toward older groups like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Nirvana, and Heart, to name a few. I must admit, he's the first man I've been with who's so vigilant about what he eats. The other guys I've dated might have eaten relatively healthy, but they were also the first in line to fill up on enough caffeinated and alcoholic beverages to cancel it out. When I mention this after perusing the stocked refrigerator, he lifts a shoulder and a faint shrug from where he stands at the stove, creating a healthier stir-fry version, using cauliflower rice. Kane stirs the vegetables in the large pan over the heat. With the injury, the TBI, it brought on some brutal migraines. Sprinkling a little kosher salt over the contents, he grabs a spoon from a drawer and takes a taste. Apparently satisfied, he turns off the heat and removes the pan from the burner. Shifting to lean back against the granite countertop island, he crosses his muscled arms over his chest, and his expression grows somber.
Sure you want to know?
My brow furrows because why wouldn't I? Of course. His eyes grow cloudy before they flick away.
Sorry, she never really wanted to talk about it.
She, right. I mean, don't get me wrong. I can understand how a woman could get struck dumb by Cain, and especially by his cock, because that thing is all sorts of amazing. But still, I have a sudden urge to drop kick this Lucia woman. I mirror his stance, crossing my arms, and lean back against the counter across from him. Well, I do. The clouds subside in his gaze, and his lips quirk upward ever so slightly.
My buddy's wife, Presley, is a naturopathic doctor as well as a chiropractor, and she hooked me up with some natural anti-inflammatory supplements that don't have the usual garbage fillers or preservatives.
That faint quirk of his lips deepens now, his mouth forming an affectionate grin.
She told me to stop drinking any animal milk. No cow's milk, no goat's milk, none of it.
I nod. Elimination diets can often be helpful. Makes sense. Once I cut that out of my diet, I was amazed at how much better I felt.
Yeah, I was pretty damn skeptical at first.
He laughed softly.
But the next thing I knew, I was having fewer and fewer migraines, and when they did set in, they weren't anywhere even close to being as bad.
Cain's features soften, and one corner of his mouth hitches up slightly.
Press is a tiny thing, but she's fierce when need be. She would have harped on me till I gave in.
Presley sounds pretty cool. It dawns on me that she wasn't at the dinner with everyone else the other night. Tipping my head to the side, I ask, will I get to meet her while I'm here?
They went out of town.
His answer succinct, but something that sounds like regret is threaded in his tone. Cain's arms drop to his sides, but a split second later he raises a hand, raking his fingers through his hair. The actions strike me as fidgety, and a sense of foreboding rolls over me before he even adds,
Lucia works in the same office with Press.
Dragging his hand over his sharp jaw, his eyes dart around to everything. The counter to my left, the cabinets above my head, somewhere off to the side, before he finally meets my gaze. A deep anguish glows in the depths.
It's been weird. Like there's a huge elephant in the goddamn room when I see Press, and I fucking hate it. I don't blame her, but...
He trails off and shakes his head. I straighten and approach, drawing to a stop in front of him. His hands move to his chest and slowly smooth out the invisible wrinkles in his cotton shirt. A total excuse to touch him, to feel his firm body beneath my palms and soak up the warmth, and hopefully comfort him. Keeping my tone gentle, I say, if Presley's anything like your other friends, I'd bet all the money in the bank she hates it too, and probably wants things to go back to normal. His gaze doesn't waver from mine, his expression so unguarded and vulnerable that it sends a flurry of emotion coursing through me.
Reckon so.
Without a doubt. There's the briefest pause as he gauges my response, eyes searching my features before I find myself wrapped in his arms. He holds me tight, his feet far enough apart to make room for me to stand between them. With my cheek resting against his shoulder, his neck is so close I can't resist dusting a soft kiss to the side.
Stir-fry's gonna get cold.
That's all I can manage because right now, right here with him, I couldn't care less about the food. The world outside could expire, and I'd be just fine as long as we stayed like this. Comfortable silence ensconces us, and I let my eyes fall closed, basking in Cain's warmth and clean, masculine scent. I'm so relaxed that it catches me off guard when he finally speaks in a hushed tone.
Thanks for this.
A smile touches my lips, but I don't open my eyes. I simply want to cherish this, the way he's holding me tight as though I'm something precious he wants to keep safe, something he doesn't want to let go of, like I matter to him, maybe as much as he's come to matter to me, or at least I can hope he might feel that way. but David returns from his honeymoon in just a few days. We're at the end of the line, and the subject of what happens now hasn't come up. Not once. I'm not sure if he's planning to talk to me before we leave here or... Shit, I don't know. What I do know is it needs to be addressed. My feelings for Kane have been growing stronger, intensifying, and it's inevitable that they'll overflow, compelling me to lay everything on the line. The thought of doing that again scares me shitless, but the idea of saying nothing at all and walking away from him is far more devastating to imagine.
Let's eat dinner. Later, I'll take you for some ice cream.
I lean away to stare at him in surprise. You're taking me for ice cream later?
Yes, ma'am.
A shadow of uncertainty flickers across his face.
Only if you feel like it. There's a place downtown that uses almond milk to make it, and you can't even tell the difference.
He drops a soft kiss to my lips, close-mouthed and quick. It shouldn't make me weak in the knees or swoony or even make my heart skip a beat, but there's no denying it does.
I know the owner and asked if we could stop in right after they close up tonight.
The tender way he looks at me has me tightening my own hold on him, both my arms wrapped around his broad torso.
Fernandina shuts down earlier during the work week, so there'll hardly be anyone out and about.
That sounds fun.
Yeah?
A small but no less devastating smile stretches his lips. Yeah. I match his smile with my own. With blue eyes sparkling with what I hope isn't only amusement, but affection too, he says,
Then eat your dinner, young lady.
This is so good. I practically moan the words as I eat another spoonful of the mint chocolate chip ice cream in my small cup.
Told ya.
Creases at the edges of Kane's eyes form. Happy creases. I love the way the man's eyes smile in their own way. Something about it causes a flurry of butterflies to take up residence in my stomach. It's after 9 o'clock in the small downtown area of Fernandina Beach, and my verdict is in. This place is adorably quaint, much like something I'd see on a postcard with the tall antique light streetlights lining the sidewalks. Kane had led me to a bench along the marina overlooking the intracoastal waterway, and there's hardly anyone in sight. A breeze off the water is more than welcoming, making the humidity much more bearable. A few people out for a leisurely walk, or those power walking to get in their daily workout, pass by, but pay us no mind, aside from a friendly nod or a quick hello. I have a newsboy cabbie hat tucked down low with a pair of sunglasses, since the glare from the setting sun is still intense. No one has paid me any attention, and the anonymity is nice. It's allowed me to relax more than I have in far too long in public. Jed and Vance agreed to hang back a few blocks on one of the benches after Kane assured them we wouldn't be amidst hordes of people, but they insisted they'd be ready if a situation arose and we needed them. Kane, now finished with his own ice cream, has an arm draped along the back of the bench, fingers barely grazing my upper arm. Tingles from the simple contact spread through me like wildfire. The gesture, so simple in nature, somehow makes me feel protected, cherished even, like that possessive arm behind me and those fingertips that occasionally sweep over my sensitive skin are making a statement that I'm his. I turn my attention from the gorgeous water, reflecting the beginning of the sunset along its smooth, calm surface, to gaze at the man beside me. A faint sprinkling of blonde scruff grows along his chiseled jaw, and his features are more relaxed compared to when we're on tour, even though I know he's still alert and surveying our surroundings to ensure my safety. Those blue eyes are masked with dark sunglasses, and his plain white t-shirt stretches around his biceps and encases his muscled chest. Board shorts and flip-flops finish off his outfit. Seeing him in such casual attire, what I assume is what he wears on weekends or evenings chilling at home, does something dangerous to my heart. A yearning flourishes within me because I can easily imagine hanging out here with Kane when I have downtime. I could fly here, and we could cook dinner together, discuss our days, and then fall asleep in each other's arms at night. There'd be lots of hot sex and making out, of course, because I don't see myself ever getting enough of his kisses. Then, on the weekends we'd spent together, I'd make us French toast. Amidst all that, one thing would be certain. I'd finally be with someone who doesn't give a shit about the crap that goes along with my career, with my life. A gusty exhale spills free before I realize it, and Kane turns my way.
Something on your mind?
Nope. The answer is succinct, and I shove the last spoonful of ice cream in my mouth as I turn back to face the water. His voice is deep, husky, and threaded with a hint of affection.
Reckon you should know it's not good to tell lies.
Just thinking about this place. About you. I shrug. That's it. He leans in closer, bringing his lips to hover near my ear. His warm breath hits the shell and chill bumps break out along my skin.
You like this place?
He murmurs. It's beautiful here. Peaceful.
It's more beautiful with you here.
A laugh breaks free, and I nudge him with my shoulder. Stop laying it on so thick. A large hand crosses my vision, startling me, before it cups my face and turns my head in his direction. Those soft lips I've come to know so well are relaxed and slightly upturned as if he's amused.
Just telling it like it is, ma'am.
Don't you ma'am me, I tease.
You like it when I ma'am you. Admit it.
I attempt to stifle a grin. I admit nothing.
Maybe this'll change your mind.
Hand still cupping one side of my face, he nudges the brim of my hat up to make room for him before his lips capture mine. The kiss is different somehow, although I can't quite put my finger on it. It just feels like more. It's softer, more tender, as his lips brush delicately over mine. Lost to the onslaught of sensations, I part my lips, and he angles his head, deepening the kiss. At the first touch of his tongue tangling with mine, heat surges to my core, causing my panties to dampen and nipples to harden. God, the man's kisses are like the most addictive drug. One hit and I'm done in, needy and jonesing for more. When a sudden gust of wind nearly dislodges the plastic cup and spoon from my hold, Kane draws back, and I whimper in protest at the loss of his lips. He takes the items from me before rising and offering me his other hand. And it dawns on me at this moment, with utter pathetic realization, that the only other man who's ever offered me his hand to help me stand has been my best friend. Well, I don't necessarily count my security team since they're basically paid to help me. And yes, Kane's currently my employee, but right now, in this capacity, he's just Kane, the man who brings me home with him, lets me meet his friends, and cooks for me. The man who brought me into his home like a girlfriend. Out of all the men from my past, boyfriends and fiancés combined, no one has ever acted in a truly gentlemanly fashion. It's always been about them. They came first in everything, and I was left with the scraps. Even worse, I accepted it. No, that's not entirely accurate. After allowing it for so long, it eventually became something I expected. God, I'm such a moron when it comes to matters of the heart and relationships that it's just flat out humiliating.
Hey.
Kane's husky voice has my eyes snapping up, drawing me from my inner self-recriminations. Concern etches his face.
No frowning, princess.
Mentally shoving aside my thoughts, I hurriedly right my hat before accepting his hand and shoot to my feet. Sorry, I scramble before opting to keep it simple, yet honest. Just lost in thought. I don't need to go into detail and bore the man to tears with my story of woe. A scowl mars his handsome face before he turns abruptly and tosses the trash in a nearby bin. I slide my sunglasses up to rest on the brim of my hat now that the sun has mostly set. When Kane turns to face me, he follows suit, sliding his own to perch on top of his head, scowl still firmly in place.
Fact or fiction?
He eyes me hard. I frown, squinting in confusion. What?
You said you were just lost in thought.
His gaze clashes with mine, the demands nearly tangible in the depths as they try to reach out and pull the truth from me.
Fact or fiction?
It's fact, I answer carefully. After a beat of silence, he challenges,
Good thoughts or bad?
My lips part before closing, and his eyes narrow.
Tell me.
He softens his tone, tacking on,
Please.
I shift my attention to the gently lapping water a few yards away. A little of both, I suppose. When he doesn't respond, I assume I'm off the hook. Surprise ricochets through me when calloused fingers tangle with mine. I can't help but stare at him because, as inconsequential as it might be to others, this is the first time Kane's ever held my hand like this. Perhaps it's juvenile, but holding hands with this man, even more than that, having him initiate it, wreaks havoc on my heart, sending it into overdrive and practically vaulting it from my chest to land at his feet. He studies the now dark water, but as soon as he speaks, his fingers tighten on mine.
What's the bad?
I wrinkle my nose and look away. No one wants to know about that.
I do.
I heave out a sigh, mentally bracing myself for him to start sprinting from me, eager to get away. When you offered me your hand after you stood, I just realized no one else has ever done that, except for Maddie and my security team. My entire body stiffens, and if I could grow a shell like a turtle, this would be the moment it would happen. I'd grow the thickest, hardest one, and instantly curl up inside it and hide until I felt it was safe to emerge. Finally, his gruff voice says,
And the good?
I draw in a deep breath before exhaling slowly. That you were the first man I hesitate, unsure of how to label us, been with who's been a gentleman.
Huh.
That's it. That's all the response he offers. Eager to change the subject, I hurriedly start with, well, it's getting late, so...
You've been with a bunch of goddamn asshats.
The words are ground out, his jaw tight, as if he's clenching his teeth. Eyes still trained on the intracoastal, he glares at the water as if it's solely responsible for all the tragedies of the world.
Goddamn asshats,
he repeats, in case I didn't hear him the first time, apparently. I lift a shoulder in a half shrug. No argument there. His head whips around, and even with the moon and the nearby streetlights, the night casts dangerous shadows over his features. That, combined with his fierce expression, makes me certain he was one hell of an intimidating man when he served in the military. Hell, he's intimidating right now, just standing here, staring at me. When he steps closer, my first instinct is to back up, but I don't. He's not a threat, and I know this. So I hold my ground and watch him carefully. He grips my hips, pulling me to him with so much force I nearly stumble. I brace my hands against the hard wall of his chest, gaping up at him. One hand reaches for my hat and glasses, removing them. What are you... My words are lost when he dips his head and fits his mouth to mine. All thought, all worries vanish when his tongue dives inside, immediately causing shudders to ripple through me. He tastes so good, like himself and the sweetness from his s'mores ice cream. His mouth and tongue are relentless, and my breathing quickens, my fingers tightly fisting the cotton of his shirt. I need to be closer to him, ache to feel his body and his hot skin beneath my palms. When my fingers drop to the hem of his shirt to curl the fabric in my grip, about to dive beneath it, his strong hand grips my wrist, drawing me to a stop. He breaks the kiss, our breathing labored, and with aching slowness, he leans away. Eyes never leaving mine, he murmurs, "Not here." A nod is all I can muster, even though every cell in my body is chanting, "Right here, right here, right here." Thank God he has enough sense when I don't. The last thing either of us needs is for someone to recognize me and snap photos of us making out. He hustles me over to the Jeep, withdrawing his phone and quickly shooting off a text. Catching my eyes, he explains,
"Letting Jet and Vance know we're heading back to the house."
Pocketing his phone, he ushers me inside the vehicle before rounding the front to get in on his side. Once he buckles his seatbelt and starts the engine, one hand grips the steering wheel while his arm stretches along the back of my seat. I expect him to slam it into reverse and pull out of the parking space, but he doesn't shift in gear. Kane turns his head to peer at me with a look I'm unable to decipher within the confines of the dimly lit vehicle.
"You ever just make out?"
His question, tone so husky and overflowing with heat, catches me off guard.
"Have an all-night make-out session?"
My answer comes out slow. No. Each side of his mouth hitches upward. Clearly, I've pleased him with my response.
"That's so?"
I nod, uncertainty tiptoeing along my spine. Where is he going with this? His lips stretch wide to reveal white teeth in a grin that's both devious and devastating.
"Then I reckon you're about to."
My laugh is harsh. Don't you think we passed that stage a while ago? Withdrawing his hand from the wheel, he reaches for me, sliding his palm to my cheek and skimming his thumb along my bottom lip.
"You've been missing out."
"And you're planning to show me, huh?" I tease.
"Yes, ma'am."
His voice deepens, sounding more intimate, and the pad of his thumb grazes my lip again.
"All night long."
And he doesn't disappoint. Once we get home, we kiss until my lips are reddened and slightly swollen, and my body is on fire with need. But he never takes it further. After we crawl in bed and he draws me flush against his side, tightening his arm around me, I surprise myself by drifting to sleep quickly. Throughout it all, though, one emotion lingers, enveloping me like a security blanket for the entire night. Happiness. 35. Simone. One more day. My heart twists at the realization that I only have one more day left here with Kane. One more day of making out like young kids, of being the sole recipient of his smiles and waking up to soft kisses on the back of my neck. One more day with Kane, pretending like the rest of the world doesn't exist. The damage the city of Miami, including the concert venue, sustained from the hurricane was extensive enough that they're unable to make the necessary repairs and reopen it anytime soon. It's unfortunate, but Rachel's working with the site to try to determine if another date would be feasible around the tour dates I already have scheduled. Now, as I dry off from the shower post-workout with Kane, which included us going for a 5-mile run and then having vigorous shower sex that surpassed any of my erotic fantasies, I wonder if I should even bother throwing on underwear. A smile graces my lips as I muse whether it would be a better bet to just pull on one of his shirts or not. Then again, he's had a few visitors, friends stopping by, eager to see him. I could tell he got a bit frustrated when we were interrupted, but once he opened the door and saw who it was, 2 co-workers, Doc and Sheridan, his laughter and good humor weren't the least bit forced. When I hear the doorbell ring and the muted sound of voices down the hall, I decide it's a safer bet to dress appropriately. Quickly tugging on underwear and a bra before donning a summery yellow blouse and fluttery knee-length skirt with pinstripes of seafoam green and yellow matching the blouse, I leave my hair to air-dry and decide to go without makeup since Kane's remarked that he likes me best this way. I open the bedroom door and pad down the hallway in my bare feet. Kane hisses out an indecipherable response, but I slow at the sound of an accented female voice. "When I saw Presley in the office, she mentioned you were back, so I had to come see you, and I didn't know you were bringing her with you." There's no accusation in the woman's tone. In fact, it's filled with warmth that feels like more than just friendly affection. Odd. "That's sweet of you to do that, to help her fly under the radar." Tentatively now, almost as though I'm approaching my own demise, I move closer to the voices. As soon as Kane comes into view, standing in the middle of where the entryway hall meets the open design of the main living area, I can't help but appreciate the sight. God, The man is gorgeous beyond words, inside and out, and the way his eyes light up for me when I draw to an abrupt stop, because those blue eyes aren't lighting up. In fact, if I had to make a guess, they appear nervous, maybe even a bit frightened. This is when I shift my attention to the woman standing with him, and she's standing pretty damn close, much too close for my liking. But that's not the worst part. This woman is breathtakingly beautiful. Hair a rich hue of hazelnut falls down her shoulders, and her petite frame is the perfect complement to Kane's taller, broader one.
Lucia, this is Simone."
Kane's voice sounds wooden, almost robotic. "Oh, my word," Lucia exclaims, and, God damn it, she sounds just like the actress Sofia Vergara with her Colombian accent, who's too adorable for words. "Simone King?" Regardless of whether her face is lit up like the Christmas tree in Rockefeller Center, I'm not exactly bombarded with good vibes right now. "I'm a huge fan of yours, huge." She gestures with her hands excitedly. "Kane never told me he was working for you. I had to find out earlier today." She sends him a chastising smile and rests a hand on his chest. And I hate it, because it makes me feel like I'm the last one tuned in, like I've been a damn fool. This is the woman he told me about, the one who broke his heart, the one who made him a cheater. Yet right now it seems like none of that transpired, like there's absolutely no bad blood or any baggage between the two. I paste on a practiced smile as the woman rushes forward and hugs me, and I nearly choke on a mouthful of her glorious hair, which is not so glorious to my taste buds, as it turns out. She leans back, surveying me much like a mother would her daughter she hasn't seen in a few months while away at college. "You are even more beautiful in person." She flashes me a knowing smile. "Now tell me, is Kane treating you right?" He's been treating me all sorts of right in bed with his big dick. That's what an evil, vindictive part of me wants to say. Like I'm a damn dog who wants to piss around his claimed tree. But I remain quiet, a rare moment when I find myself unable to form a reasonable response. Darting a glance at where Kane stands, stock still a few feet away, I find him also silent, as if he's fucking clueless and unable to form a single word from the English language. He just grips the back of his neck, his brows drawn together as if utterly dumbfounded by Lucia's impromptu visit. Lucia just keeps going. Thank God. "Because he better be feeding you. Don't let anyone tell you that men don't like the booty." She tosses a flirty wink in Kane's direction, and he just stares back at us before finally, snapping out of whatever goddamn trance he's been held in.
"Lucia, now's not the best time."
Kane scrubs a hand along his jawline, the movement jerky.
"We're trying to keep her visit here under wraps. She needs some rest."
Her perfect brow furrows. "Oh, of course." He ushers her toward the door with his goddamn hand at the base of her spine, like it's second nature. An icy dread fills me in response. I want to rip his hand away and yell at the top of my lungs that he's only supposed to do that for me.
"Peace and quiet is best right now. The tour is exhausting and—"
His words fade as my blood rushes through my veins with such intensity it's nearly deafening. I can only watch in detached horror as she turns when they reach the front door, places her hands on his chest, and goes to her tiptoes to press a kiss to his lips. His eyes grow impossibly wide in what appears to be shock, but he doesn't do a damn thing to stop the kiss. "I will come back when she's gone. We can talk and figure things out." And by talk, she means fuck, I'm certain. Damn it, my stomach gives a sick lurch. "I want to be with you, Kane. I can't go through with this wedding," she confesses quietly. I lean against the wall, out of their line of sight, and wrap my arms protectively around my middle.
"Lucia,"
Kane starts, and I find myself perking up, waiting for him to finish with, "I'm with Simone now," or "I'm not interested," anything really. Instead, there's simply silence. She clicks her tongue. "No worries. We'll talk in a bit." The wall is the only thing holding me upright at this point. I'm convinced my arms wrapped around my middle are holding my insides from spilling out from where Kane just gutted me. A stupid, tiny voice in the recesses of my heart urges me on. Tell him how you feel. Kane comes around the corner and stops short at the sight of me. Hey. His eyes are cautious, as if he's half expecting me to channel my inner raging bitch and start throwing shit at him. Never mind that a part of me wants to. So, that was Lucia. Brilliant, Simone. Fucking brilliant. Straightening from my slouch against the wall, I strive for nonchalance, like I'm not being fired on emotionally by B-52 bombers and about to dive for cover. I should go. Strong fingers cinch around my wrist when I turn. Would you hold up a minute? I refuse to look at him. You should go visit with Lucia. Get things sorted. It's fine. Everything's fine. I need to head out anyway. Getting a head start will be good. Jed and Vance will be able to take care of things just fine. Fuck me, if I use the word fine anymore, I'll cut out my own tongue just for spite. At my tug on his grip, he still refuses to relinquish his hold. Please look at me. No. Please, Simone. Anger, pure, unbridled anger surges to the surface, licking through my veins. What's the point? I explode. Whirling around to face him, I gesture toward the front door, and my words are thunderous. You have her. She's what you wanted, right? The woman you were heartbroken over ended up choosing you. Awesome. But, he falters. But what? I ask wearily. Look, facts are facts. I'm the idiot who puts her heart on the line far too much, and I get burned every damn time. I can see the writing on the wall. So let's just call it a day and cut our losses. I mean, come on. He let her kiss him on the lips for fuck's sake. The image is emblazoned in my mind, and it causes my stomach to churn sickly. Those same lips I stupidly thought were mine, lips I've kissed dozens of times. Simone, furious with myself, with my damn foolish heart, I cut him off. Fact or fiction, Kane? I love you. His blue eyes don't veer from my face, but he doesn't answer. With a harsh, humorless laugh, I answer for him. It's fact. I love you, and I just stood here while you never once told that woman the truth about me, about us. I had to watch her touch you and... God, I hate how my voice cracks. Kiss you. I swallow hard past the lump in my throat that feels as if it's growing exponentially larger by the second. I'm pretty sure that makes me the biggest fool on the planet, but... I toss up my hands in the air with exasperation. That's the truth. So what I really need to know is if you love me back. I pause, searching his features for even the barest hint of a sign indicating he does. Even just a little. Kane's lips part, but it's his eyes that tell me his response. Those blue eyes which were brimming with heat earlier today are now cagey as hell, as if he's a stray dog pinned in a corner and I'm animal control. The exact moment he makes his choice, when he opts for an out, the evidence is etched on his face, much like the bold, confident strokes painted by the famous Vasily Kandinsky. As if it isn't clear enough, he makes it so with his words. I'm not like the other guys you date, he bites out. Raking a hand through his hair, he radiates agitation from his entire body. I'm not a movie star or a musician, not some goddamn model. His voice rises in volume as he gains more momentum while he plays conductor of the shitty excuses train. He wields his words like a weapon, ensuring they're razor-sharp and slice away at any lingering thread of hope. I sure as hell don't have millions of fucking dollars in the bank. With each excuse, he shoves me further away. Even worse, the more nonsense he spouts off, the clearer I can see the shift in his features, in his eyes, when he starts to believe every word. Which means, once again, I'm faced with a man who can't handle the baggage that comes with being with Simone King. Carnage. This is my initial thought. This man is obliterating my heart. His words and his reaction to my declaration of love may as well be a terrorist bomb exploding between us. Except in this case, I'm the only one facing impact, I'm the one whose heart is ripped from my chest. The violently painful way he refuses me causes it to scatter between us in tiny fragments. Then the other part of me desperately takes hold, the one used to saving face, the woman conditioned to being brave and stoic when confronted by heartache and betrayal. Why should this be any different? A chunk of ice lodges in my chest before expanding to the size of an iceberg, numbing the area where my heart used to reside. Guess they were right about me. Maybe I am an ice princess after all. I take a step back, adding space between us, and a derisive laugh rushes past my lips. Guess this is one of those things I need to accept. The men I end up falling for leave me. But you know something? I've sold myself short for far too long, and it's overdue to stop. Another step, more distance. I want someone who will love me with their whole heart. I don't want to share them with anyone else. I deserve more than to just be a stand-in, to be a poor man's Lucia. Another step back. Every damn time they showed their true colors, I was so starved for love that I repainted them to mask what they truly were. My throat grows painfully tight. Damn if I haven't done the same thing again. With you. Drawing in a deep breath, I release it in a slow exhale. I have no idea where this sense of calmness is coming from. Possibly from resignation or finally acknowledging my past and the repeated destruction of my heart. I offer him a haughty smile. Congratulations, Mr. Wyndham. His eyes flicker at my use of his surname, but I pay it no mind. I lift my chin proudly. You've broken the formidable Ice Princess's heart. Well done. Ignoring what appears to be a tinge of anguish in his features, I spin around. David's due to get back in 2 days. Maybe you should just stick around here. God knows the guys can handle 2 fucking days with me. Then I rush toward the bedroom to gather my things. The muted sounds of my bare feet padding down the hall are the only noise. No one's chasing after me. While this sends near debilitating pain lancing deep to the marrow of my bones, there's also another emotion. Though faint, it wiggles and squirms its way up. Pride. I'm standing up for myself and refusing to settle for anything piecemeal. More importantly, I'm standing up for my battered and brutalized heart. With the deafening silence, it feels like it takes me hours to stuff my things into my bag instead of mere minutes. This likely makes the mere vibrating of my cell phone sound much louder than it actually is. I grab it, barely able to resist the urge to fling it across the room, but the caller ID display stops me. David. He wouldn't be calling me without a reason, and he's not due back from his honeymoon yet. Dread pools in my gut as a sense of foreboding zigzags through me, and goosebumps rise on my skin. David? My tone is frantic and laced with urgency. I'm sending you out of the Fernandina airport you flew into. Vance and Jed will be with you. They're on their way to you right now. I'll meet you there in Nashville when you touch down. His words are firm but rushed, and his tone holds an emotion I'm afraid to identify. Nashville. It can only mean one thing. Oh God, please, no. My voice quivers. What's going on? He hesitates. Zoe. He trails off as if his throat is too swollen with emotion to say more. Finally, he manages to continue. I had a damn nightmare about Zoe and texted Isaac because it shook me up so much. He told me it wasn't looking good but didn't want to say anything to anyone yet. Especially since she's pulled through the other times. He sniffles. We flew out after that because His voice cracks. I just had a feeling. I clasp a hand over my mouth to try to suppress the sobs threatening to break free. Somehow, I manage to draw in a deep breath and force out a mumbled, I'll be ready to go. I'll call Wyndham and let him know he's off the hook since I'm back now. We end the call, and I hike up the strap on my duffel bag, not caring whether I've packed everything or not. I rush from the room and nearly barrel into Kane. Simone, wait. He's interrupted by the sound of his cell phone ringing. I already know who's on the other end. I don't bother sparing him a glance as I head for the door. He obviously wars with going after me, but duty wins because a moment after, I hear a guttural muttering of, "Fuck," as he answers his phone. My phone, in a white-knuckled grip in my hand, vibrates with a text from Vance, letting me know he and Jed are outside the door, ready for me. So, I do what I've done for what seems like my whole life. I step outside with my face wiped clean of expression, with no trace of heartache, no pain, no tears or stains of previous ones, because it's far more necessary now than ever before that I embody what everyone thinks I am. The Ice Princess of Pop. No one has to know that beneath this facade, I'm crumbling with my heart shattered beyond repair. No one needs to know that the shards of my heart are crunching beneath my feet with every single step I take. No one needs to know that at all. No one ever will.
Text from Kane. I'm so sorry to hear about Zoe. I won't ask if you're okay. I may be the idiot who fucked things up with you, but I'm not that much of a moron. I know you're hurting and wish I could do something. You probably won't even read this, but at the off chance you do, I'm always here if you need anything.
Entertainment Online. Breaking news. Simone King was spotted wearing Jackie O-style sunglasses and holding the arm of her bestie and heartthrob crooner, Matthias Tobin, leaving the funeral of 5-year-old Zoe Houghton. Zoe was the daughter of Simone King's drummer, Isaac, who toured with King for 4 years before taking a leave of absence to care for his daughter. The young girl had been diagnosed with a rare form of cancer, rhabdomyosarcoma, at the early age of 3 and battled off and on with the disease until finally succumbing this past Friday. King has canceled her upcoming scheduled concert dates in St. Louis and Kansas City, apologizing to fans and saying she would make it up to them. Sources from the venues in question have confirmed that King's rep has already rescheduled. A statement released by King was worded in typical Ice Princess no-nonsense fashion. Zoe was more than a delightful child. She had a beautiful soul that could soften even the hardest of hearts. She was brave and bold, and she fought cancer with her entire being. And that motherfucking bitch took our beautiful girl from this world far too soon. King consistently mentioned Isaac Houghton each time she spoke of her band, even throughout his leave of absence. King was the sole godparent of Houghton's daughter, and sources allege that the pop star footed the bill for the entirety of the young girl's hospital treatments and numerous stays. Fans of King came out in droves on social media when the pop star posted a photo of herself and young Zoe with the simple caption of, "My sweet angel was taken too soon." #FuckCancer to show their support and comment. Many believe this is what caused Instagram to experience a major glitch for nearly 4 hours before the site was finally restored. Reps for Instagram declined to comment.
36. Simone. Atlanta, Georgia. Late August. I've been holed up in my house in Atlanta for the most part, interspersed with a few trips over to Nashville to see Isaac and Lauren, who, startlingly enough, seem to have their shit together much more than I do. Emotionally numb and pushed past my breaking point, my body blares this at me internally. Every part of me aches. Each second that ticks by serves to reinforce Zoe's absence. My blood feels like it barely flows through my veins, hampered by the sluggishness of sorrow plaguing me. I'm due to head back out on the road tomorrow to finish up the last remaining stateside tour dates, including the ones we rescheduled because of Zoe's funeral. Normally, I'd be over the moon with excitement of kicking off the tour overseas, traveling to some of the most beautiful locations. That's not the case now, though, because I can't muster even a fraction of enthusiasm. In fact, I'm faced with an empty nothingness when I think about our upcoming travels. I refuse to believe a heart can't actually break, because I'm here to tell you, if someone took a chest x-ray, I guarantee mine isn't whole. There's no way it's in any shape other than cracked to smithereens. Sim, I bite back a sigh, knowing he's not trying to smother me. My best friend is worried. I'd react similarly if our roles were reversed. Maddie slides onto the love seat next to me. My guitar is on my lap, an open notebook resting on the music stand in front of me. With all this and my pencil behind my ear, I look as if I'm hard at work writing songs. And that's partially true. I'm also hard at work at attempting to keep my heartache at bay. The anguish of losing both Zoe and Kane at once has me teetering on the edge. I'm clinging to work with a desperation I've never felt before. I'm pouring everything I have left into my music and my lyrics. Maddie leans over, eyes skimming my notebook, and I jerk my own away. I'm not sure I can handle it if he tells me that what I've written so far isn't up to snuff. Not this time, because it would feel like I was being gutted all over again. My heart, my goddamn soul is on the pages of this notebook. I've practically bled out my emotions and let them puddle to form lyrics from deep within me. I toy around with a few chords until I find it. My fingers slowly strum repeated strings of notes, G, C, E minor, C, G, before I gain momentum, and it clicks with the lyrics I've written so far. It's just a rough idea, but I feel like it has good bones. Back in August, when I met you, I stared into your eyes, so deep and so blue. You never bought the lies. I really thought you were the one. I begged and pleaded, but all you did was run. My heart fails to beat. It drops at your feet. I'm nothing but embers, embers, slowly dying. Embers, embers, you can't hear me crying. Embers. Do you ever think of me? Do you think of that morning by the sea? You held me in your arms so tight. The whole world felt so right. But it was all a lie. All a lie. My heart fails to beat. It drops at your feet. I'm nothing but embers, embers, slowly dying. Embers, embers, you can't hear me crying. Embers. You stomp out the glow when you walk out the door, and now I know I'll never have more. You bring only tears and pain. I wish you'd cut me loose from these chains. Give me my heart back. Set me free. My heart fails to beat. It drops at your feet. Now it's nothing but embers, embers, slowly dying. Embers, embers, can't hear me crying. Embers. I trail off, musing internally about what else to add when Maddie catches my eyes. Something indecipherable crosses his face. Hesitantly, I ask, "What?" A part of me already regrets my question. "Everything you've written the past few days has been..." He trails off, and I stiffen in preparation for what I expect will be criticism. But he shocks the hell out of me. "Incredible. But this?" He gestures to where my hands rest on my guitar. "This song is the one." His eyes bore into mine with so much intensity, I have to look away and pretend I need to do some tuning. "Sim." His tone is gentle. Too gentle, damn it. "What the hell happened?" Eyes still averted, I can only shake my head as something horrifying begins to happen. "No," I silently command. "No, no, no." But it happens just the same, even if I'm not willing to practically sell my soul to prevent it. Plop. There it is. Undeniable. The drop of liquid lands on the body of the guitar before traveling down the smooth wooden surface. The teardrop gives me the proverbial middle finger, as if to say, "Fuck you, I'm running free and even tackled your guitar." Okay, fine. I can overlook this one, because that's all I'll allow. Just one tear. Plop, plop, plop. More follow before I realize they're now dripping off my face. I duck my head in an attempt to mask them and move to set my guitar aside, but Maddie's surprisingly strong grip on my arm stops me. "It's okay, Sim." His gently spoken words create a barrage of more tears. Damn it. Let it out. Carefully, he takes my guitar and sets it aside before pulling me close and wrapping his arms around me tight, as though he's attempting to keep me from falling apart. But I'm pretty sure we both know it's too late.
Text from Kane. Just wanted you to know I was thinking of you. Missing you. Hope you don't mind me asking. Shit. Sorry. Accidentally hit send too soon. This is why I hate texting. My big-ass thumbs get in the way. I hope you don't mind me asking David for your mailing address. I happened to stop by one of the bookstores outside of Jacksonville and spotted a copy of The Scarlet Letter. Sorry if it's a cover you already have. Fact or fiction, I miss you and wish I could tell you in person how much I regret the way I handled things. Wish I could make it up to you. That's fact, by the way. 37. Kane. Fernandina Beach, Florida.
Want to talk about it?
Scoffing at Foss's question, I offer a succinct nope and continue tackling the spreadsheet on the computer screen in front of me. I'm compiling notes and finalizing a course outline Foss and I had discussed implementing. I'd insisted on coming back to work right away. Not like I had anything else going on after Simone left. Right now, it's just the two of us in the office because the others are out at various sites. Foss mutters,
"So you're back to being your surly self again? Fucking stellar."
"Sorry about your luck," I toss back in monotone. He's being an asshole, but I don't have it in me to really give a shit.
"Let me guess what happened," he begins. "The beautiful pop star fell for you, and then Lucia came back around and you choked."
I grind my molars, jaw clenched tight, and continue hammering away at the keyboard in front of me. Do not engage. Do not fucking engage, I repeat silently.
"So that's it. You're gonna fuck up the best thing to happen to you? Because I saw the two of you together. No way in hell you don't have feelings for her."
I shove away from my desk, my vision a haze of red from the anger pulsing through me. "What the fuck is your problem?" I thunder. "Leave it alone." Foss braces his forearms on his desk casually, as if he doesn't have a fucking care in the world. His face is impassive, but his eyes are hard, pissed. "I'm not gonna let you fuck this up." His calm yet steely tone raises my hackles. "It's not yours to fuck up." Raking a rough hand over my hair, I glare at him, willing him to let it go.
"What the hell is your deal?"
It pisses me off even more the way he continues with his deceivingly calm tone. I grind out each word from behind clenched teeth. I have no deal.
"So, you're just gonna let the woman who doesn't know what she wants, or who the hell she loves, shit on what you had with Simone? The woman who's indecisive as hell?"
He lets out a harsh, derisive laugh.
"That sounds really fucking smart."
I grip the back of my neck, the tight, rigid muscles beneath my palm, a testament to how I feel right now. Simone's different. She's always in the spotlight with people watching her, snapping pics, traveling all over for tours. I trail off with a shrug. No way that's going to work with my schedule. He pins me with a sharp look.
"So if you had the chance, you wouldn't travel with her as her head of security again?"
I open my mouth only to snap it shut. Hell if I know the answer to that right now. Would I? A part of me says hell yes. The other part of me, though. I rub a spot in the center of my chest, trying to assuage the never-ending ache there. At my silence, my lack of answer, Foss leans back in his desk chair with a long sigh of disappointment.
"Fuck it. I tried."
His attention returns to his computer screen. I resume my work, or try to, but I can't get his words out of my damn head. Without thinking, I murmur, "You think she ever loved me?"
"Lucia?"
Our eyes meet, and Foss shakes his head.
"No, man,"
he admits quietly.
"I bet my life on it, too."
I say nothing, dragging my eyes back to the screen before I exhale a loud, frustrated breath. Yet he answers without me even asking.
I might not follow her steadily like her fans do, but I remember seeing pics of her with the other guys. She never once looked at them the way she looked at you.
How did I trail off before clearing my throat, hoping like hell I sound nonchalant? How did she look at me? Foss gives me a for fuck's sake Wyndham look.
Like you hung that goddamn moon. Jesus, Wyndham.
He pinches the bridge of his nose, eyes closing in what looks like agony, and mutters,
Swear to Christ, Noelle's estrogen's fucking rubbing off on us.
I can't help but laugh, and for the first time since Simone left, I wonder if maybe I have a chance at what he's got. First, I need to get myself right and tie up loose ends. I gotta give her credit. After I've avoided her since she showed up at my door when Simone was here, Lucia is far more gracious than I expect. She greets me with a kiss, aiming for my lips, but I turn my head in the nick of time, and it lands on my cheek. I can't see her eyes from behind the dark sunglasses, but her smile drops a few notches before she slips into the chair across from me at the coffee shop's outdoor patio.
I'm so glad you called me. I've been worried about you.
She takes a sip of her iced coffee before continuing.
I wanted to...
Do you love me? Caught by surprise by my sudden blurted question, she stammers.
But
I'm not done. Everything pours out of me. Because I've got to be honest with you. I'm not really sure you do. I run a hand over my jaw, the start of stubble rasping beneath my palm. And equally as honest, I'm not sure I feel that way for you. Hell, the truth is, I don't reckon I've ever felt that way for her. But I don't admit it out loud. I thought I was in love with Lucia, but now, after everything that's gone down with Simone, I know that's not true. What I felt for the woman sitting across from me was more like lust. When she hurt me, she hurt my ego more than anything. Of course, I didn't know it at the time. Hindsight's a bitch. That much is true. Her mouth forms an O before she manages to recover. Wrapping her hands around her coffee like it's an anchor, she admits slowly,
This isn't exactly how I'd expected this to go today.
I think it's overdue for us to just be honest with one another. I lean my forearms on the table. Do you have cold feet about the wedding? I ask gently. She doesn't immediately answer. Instead, she lowers her chin and her fingers trace paths through the condensation on her cup.
Maybe.
As soon as she admits this, she promptly adds,
But I have feelings for you too.
What about him? I pause. Your fiancé. It's funny how months earlier, just saying that word, referring to the man Lucia was preparing to marry, would have made me want to hurl while simultaneously cringing in pain. Now, though, I feel nothing.
I don't know.
She finally confesses, confusion marring her pretty features.
You make me laugh, and you're kind and handsome, and
I can't do this anymore, Lucia, I say abruptly. She rears back slightly in response. It's not healthy, not for me, not for you, and it's sure as shit not fair to your fiancé. Her lips quiver.
I know.
She takes a sip of coffee before carefully setting it down on the table.
Are you in love with her?
I think about it. I really do. I think about the time I put into wooing Lucia. The interactions, the flirting, the jokes, the dates, the sex. Then I let my mind flick through the memories of Simone and me. The way she'd run with me even though she knew it was more than she could handle. How I'd always let us walk back. The talks. The fact or fiction confessions. How she let me see the side of her no one else gets to. She trusted me not to betray her like the others. The memory of the way her face crumpled seconds before she wiped it clean and put in place the Simone the rest of the world knows so well makes me feel like someone's hacking away at my chest with a pickaxe. Once I got out of my pathetic bubble and away from Lucia, the hurt faded quickly. I'd needed a reality check to realize she wasn't the be-all and end-all for me. But now I need to be sure. I need to be positive that I love Simone, and I'm not just using her as a crutch, as a rebound, a stand-in, like she'd said. I need to fucking man up and get my shit straight once and for all. I level a look at Lucia, her question on repeat in my mind. Are you in love with her? That's what I intend to figure out.
Deleted/unsent text from Simone. I miss you too, but you hurt me so badly. When it comes down to it, you had the chance and you didn't take it. I offered up my heart and you obliterated it. I refuse to go through this again. Combine that with all the other shit I've had to endure, and I'm just tapped out. I need to be by myself for a while. Please stop texting me. It hurts way too much.
Text from Kane. Fact or fiction? I was an asshole and hate that I treated you the way I did. That I panicked. That I didn't get to say goodbye to you the way I should have. The way I wanted to. It's fact.
38. Simone. Barcelona, Spain. Early September. Let it be known that those little gel thingies applied under the eye to help with bags and swelling are the greatest thing since sliced bread. Life-changing, even. Or life-saving, in my case. With all the crying I've been doing lately, I placed a bulk order. My excuse is that I haven't allowed myself to cry in years, so it's long overdue that my tear ducts get a workout before I resume another tearless decade. At least, that's what I've been telling myself. My fans overseas are much kinder overall, it seems. They also grant me more space when I'm in public. Especially now that I've decided to run outdoors on my days off. And sure, I might run 5 miles out and make Jed walk it back with me. Sue me. Everyone has their stupid little weaknesses. That's mine. I'll admit that an ounce of strength came out of nowhere when Kane sent me a text message. I dutifully ignored the other, one he'd sent after hearing the news about Zoe, and promptly deleted it. It had been too soon, the wounds too fresh. I hadn't, however, been able to bring myself to block his number entirely. Masochistic, I suppose. He's occasionally tried to check in, to break the ice with a fact or fiction message. That fucker keeps screwing with my emotions. Yet I read the texts countless times, my battered heart soaking up the words while simultaneously pouring salt into my wounds. I'm trying to prove to myself that I can survive this, that I can be strong enough and hold my head high with no tears in sight. It's at night, when I lie in bed and close my eyes, that he comes to life so vividly in my memories. Those broad shoulders, the lean, muscled body that curved around me and held me, comforted me. Those piercing blue eyes that remind me of the most beautiful tropical island waters. Lips that are softer than they appear. Lips that deliver kisses that seared themselves on my heart and soul. Lips that eviscerated me when they failed to give me the words I needed, words I yearned for most. I can see him in my mind as if it were just yesterday. I wonder if he'll always be embedded in my heart and mind like this, if it'll always feel like someone's repeatedly driving a fiery hot spear directly into my chest. Even through the blinding haze of pain, I've come to the realization that I've been desperately, pathetically, searching for love all along. It's well overdue that I get a damn clue and realize it's just not meant for me. I've been selling myself short this entire time, choosing men who, deep down, I knew didn't have the capacity to love me. Not the way I truly want. I want a man to smile at how stupid proud I am when my French toast turns out perfectly golden brown. Or when I dance like a silly fool on my birthday with my best friend. I want someone who looks at me when I laugh, and his face gets that expression that says, man, I fucking love her. I want someone who's not afraid to love me back with his whole heart, not just a fraction of it. Who won't bail if things get crazy in my world or my career grows even bigger. Someone who will be my North Star and make me theirs. I thought I had the start of that with Kane. Clearly I was so very wrong. Maybe, someday, this pain will lessen. But for now, I have to remind myself that this is how it is with me. This is the end game, and I shouldn't be so upset, so distraught, so heartbroken. I should be taking it all in stride, especially with my track record. After all, I'm a pro at goodbyes. When I step onto the stage, the thundering cheers and screams from my fans envelop me. This is my comfort, my balm, where I'm safe and welcomed. Wrapping my hands around the microphone perched before me, I greet the crowd. Hola, Barcelona! Their deafening response sends a rush of warmth shimmering through me, and it's here when it dawns on me. If I can find the strength to continue performing in front of thousands of fans after dealing with the devastating loss of my goddaughter and the man I love, if I can persevere through speculation regarding the trial against Sean Sinquist, then I can forge through this heartache and come out on top. They've been calling me the Ice Princess of Pop all along. It's time to truly live up to my name.
Text from Kane. Pretty sure you're not reading these, but I'm still sending them. I reckon I'm a glutton. I really miss you, Princess. It's crazy the things I miss most. That adorable look of concentration you get when making French toast, or the way you'd get upset if you were off a split second when you were performing. Spoiler alert, no one ever noticed, only you. But I love the perfectionist in you, your work ethic. I miss the way your hair felt on my chest when we were in bed. I miss hearing your voice. I miss your smiles, the real ones. Basically, I just miss you. If I could tell you how sorry I am for hurting you, I would. But I'm not sure I could find the right words. I'm just so goddamn sorry. I had to get my head right. I had to make sure you weren't right about me. About you being a stand-in. I wish you'd respond, but I get it. I missed my chance. If you ever read this, I need you to know that I regret how I let things go between us. I fucking regret it so damn much. Not sure if I should continue sending these, but I feel closer to you somehow when I do.
Rolling Stone magazine. Simone King, fighting fire with ice. Perhaps better known as the Ice Princess of Pop, Simone King isn't one to sugarcoat things, and she certainly didn't stifle her words when it came time to appear in federal court to testify against former Times Records exec Sean Sinquist. Sinquist filed a suit against the Grammy Award-winning singer and songwriter, citing his reputation being tarnished beyond repair due to King's allegations of sexual assault. King disclosed the disturbingly graphic incident in which Sinquist groped her buttocks and, as she stated clearly for the courtroom, he attempted to thrust his 2 fingers inside my vagina, without consent, and he did this while hiding his actions beneath my dress. This is assault, plain and simple. After hearing the compelling testimony, the judge dismissed King from Sinquist's defamation suit. Today, King was granted the $2 requested in her countersuit. Why $2 when she could have demanded thousands? Millions, even. When asked by reporters, King simply said, "This amount is symbolic of his 2 fingers he tried to shove inside me. I was stuck posing for photos and completely vulnerable. I had an image to display, yet I was trying to evade and squeeze my thighs together to avoid his intrusive touch." Fans have shown an outpouring of support for King, and many others in the music industry have come forward to confess their own experiences with sexual assault and to publicly commend King for speaking out against Sinquist. King stated that she can only hope this helps others understand that speaking up can make a vast difference, that everyone has power with their voice, with their bravery, to make themselves heard. I think we can agree that Simone King has proven to be much more than the Ice Princess of Pop. She's an influential and inspirational woman who's not afraid to break the silence and address the issue of sexual harassment, demonstrating the strength and bravery in coming forward and pursuing justice.
Text from Kane. I reckon you've either blocked me or just aren't reading these. Or you don't want anything to do with me. And I get it. I hurt you. I fucked up and I'm... Shit. Damn thumbs again. Sorry. I'm sorry, Simone. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm just worried about you. I know you've got Matthias, but I wish I knew you were okay. As okay as you can be right now. Fact or fiction, it doesn't keep me awake every damn night thinking about how I let you walk away. That's goddamn fiction, princess. 39. Kane. Fernandina Beach, Florida. Early November.
Still nothing?
My head snaps up to find Noelle watching me. Shit. I guess I zoned out after seeing another one of my text messages to Simone went unanswered and hadn't realized the others had drifted to the other end of the deck. When I catch sight of a handful of straws stuffed inside an empty, discarded beer bottle on the large table nearby where they sit, I muffle a laugh. You drew the short straw, huh? Noelle flashes an apologetic look as she gingerly lowers herself onto one of the wooden rocking chairs beneath the covered area of the deck.
Nope.
Her eyes crinkle at the edges.
I volunteered after hearing those numbnuts.
She gestures to where Foss, Miller, and our other friend Doc are gathered.
Try out their best "you need to get your head out of your ass" speeches.
She wrinkles her nose.
They might be smart men, but they can be so clueless sometimes. Plus, I heard Foss laid into you a few times already.
The edge of my mouth quirks up. Your husband does like to give me shit. She snickers and shakes her head.
Pretty much.
With a loving glance in the direction of where her husband is talking with the others around the grill, she adds,
It's just his way. He'll badger the hell out of you.
I snort. Yep. There's a beat of silence before she tips her head to the side, studying me.
You're different, you know.
Different?
You're not as happy-go-lucky as you used to be. You used to be like...
She deepens her voice and imitates my southern accent.
Well, now, darling, I reckon you're the prettiest thing I ever did see.
That was awful. She grins.
But accurate.
Her smile slowly fades and she tips her head to the side, studying me.
You're softer, almost. More relaxed or something.
She shakes her head.
I don't know how to explain it.
I take a sip of my beer. And is that a good or bad thing? Because I can't really tell from her words. Her mouth parts before it snaps shut. Then she answers slowly.
Maybe a little bit of both.
She falls silent, rocking slowly in the chair with one hand curled protectively around her belly, and gazes out at the ocean. I follow her line of sight and take another drink of beer. We don't speak for a long moment. She won't answer my texts. The words come tumbling out like I've got no filter whatsoever. Guess it's because this is Noelle. She's always been easy to talk to, understanding, as non-judgmental as they come.
Can you blame her?
She asks gently. I shrug, my eyes still trained on the ocean waves lapping at the shoreline in the distance.
She told you she loved you, and you said nothing. Basically, in her eyes, you chose Lucia.
Even though her words are softly spoken, they act like fiery barbs to my chest.
If the roles were reversed, what would you have done? Thought.
She's right. I know she is.
Then, on top of that, her goddaughter passes away.
Christ. I rest my forearms on the deck railing, dangling the neck of the beer bottle from my fingertips. I've been all but stalking every possible social media page for a glimpse of her. The photo posted online on one of the celebrity gossip sites had shown a subdued Simone with oversized sunglasses masking her eyes. Her face had given nothing away, even though I know she must be dying inside with grief over Zoe's death. I didn't call her when I heard the news. Instead, I took the coward's way out and sent a text, letting her know I'd heard about it and if there was anything I could do, I was only a call away. She didn't respond, and even though I hadn't expected her to, a large part of me had hoped she would. After she left my house, she cut me out of her life. David's call that came in just as Simone had walked out cemented things, informing me that I was no longer needed to fill in as her personal head of security. I don't know how to fix this. My words come out faint and full of defeat as I stare sightlessly at the sloping sand dunes nearby. I pinch my eyes closed, throat raw. I don't know how to fucking fix this.
Yes, you do.
Noelle's matter-of-fact answer has me whipping my head around to stare at her.
If you love her, if you're ready to be 100% on board, then you know what you have to do.
I scrunch my face in confusion. What? Her smile is filled with pure female wisdom.
You do whatever the hell it takes.
When I step through the door leading from the back deck to the inside of my house, the immediate slap of cool air from the AC chills the sweat on my bare chest. I toe off my running shoes just as my cell phone starts to vibrate on the dining room table where I left it. It'd be an outright lie if I said I didn't come close to breaking the sound barrier rushing over to it. In my socked feet on the slick hardwood floors, I slide and nearly lose my balance, arms windmilling before I stabilize myself and grab the phone. Only for my hopes to plummet once I see who it is. When I see that it's not Simone. Hey, man. Hopefully it's not obvious in my voice that I'm disappointed it's David.
Wyndham, how's it going?
Going all right. It's not entirely a lie. It's also not the complete truth either.
I had some people contact me, wondering if you offer security assessments.
He surprises the hell out of me with this, then goes on to mention some big names, well-known actors.
They caught wind of the job you did while I was away, and how you gave a different perspective on things with your military experience. They're looking for someone to come on board and reassess their security teams. I've got a pretty good idea of what they'd be willing to pay, but it would require some travel. I said I'd talk to you and see if you were interested.
To say I'm caught by surprise would be an understatement. Wow, I'm not sure what to say. David chuckles.
No worries, man. I'll shoot over an email with the info, and you can mull it over.
There's a pause.
It could turn into something big, though. I mean, you've got a ton of experience with your military background, and that's what these people want, what they'd feel more secure with.
I'll definitely give it some thought. Then I frown, wondering why he wouldn't go for something like this. Granted, he got out after only 2 tours of duty, and I have more time served under my belt, but still. Did it ever cross your mind to do freelance work like that?
And leave this job with Simone?
He scoffs.
Nah, I can't do that. She'll have to replace me when I'm too old and starting to go blind.
With a laugh, he adds,
I'm happy with this. Someone's got to watch out for her, right?
The affection in his voice makes me happy she's got him keeping her safe. Even if it's not me. How is she? A long sigh sounds on the other end.
She's okay.
There's a long beat of silence.
This has been hard on her. I'm sure you noticed it when the trial news came out, and then with losing Zoe.
He pauses, his voice quieter.
That was real nice of you to send her that book, man. She's a sweetheart, and most people don't realize it, so she doesn't have many people doing a lot of nice things for her like that.
Yeah. That's all I've got. All I can muster. David clears his throat.
Well, I've got to run. I'll shoot that email over to you. Good luck with whatever you decide.
Thanks, man.
Later.
We end the call, and I stare down at my phone, wishing like hell I hadn't pussyfooted around and just asked him flat out. Does Simone seem to miss me? Is she really doing okay? Did she really block my number, or is she just not reading any of my texts? I toss the phone onto the table and it clatters, nearly bouncing over the edge before settling in the nick of time. I rake my hands through my hair, lacing my fingers on top of my head, and stare out the glass doors at the beach. Should I just give up? Take a fucking hint already and bow out? Fuck, I mutter to myself, and it hits me. I love Simone King. Because not once in the epic shit show with Lucia did I consider hanging around. Not once did I consider showing up at her door, running the risk of coming off stalkerish and begging her to give me one more chance. Not once did I consider using the money from the paycheck I received for the months working for her to fund whatever means it takes to track her down in whatever country she's currently on tour in. Leaning my forehead against the cool glass, I huff out a sigh, mixed with annoyance and exasperation, and my eyes fall closed. Figures I'd end up falling in love with a pop star.
Deleted/unsent text from Simone. Why are you still texting me? God, Kane, why won't you just let it go? You let me walk out of your life without so much as a backward glance, and now you're sending me text after text? Sending me a goddamn book? Wondering how I am? If Maddie's with me helping me through everything? Fuck you. I wish I could hate you. God, how I wish I could hate you. Instead, I find myself missing you so much. At night is when it's the worst. That's when I miss you most. I miss the way you'd hold me. The stories you told me. I miss... 40. Simone. The island of Martinique. Late November. This is nice. Beautiful beach. Beautiful weather. Beautiful me. All I need now is a beautiful, available woman by my side. Even though he can't see the sharp side-eye I'm giving him through my dark sunglasses, I do it just the same. Watch it, buddy. Settling back into the chaise, I close my eyes and tease him with, "And you do. Me." Maddie makes a gagging sound. "Blah, you're like my sister." He exhales dramatically. Should have said available and interested in me. A faint feminine snort sounds from my other side. The girl at the front desk when we checked in was super cute. His non-committal response doesn't surprise me. My best friend is ridiculously picky when it comes to women. He falls silent, and I relax, allowing the sun to warm me through to my bones, soothing me in a way only it can. My mind begins to wander in the peaceful silence, and yet again I thank my lucky stars for the ability to be here right now, to take a little time off and regroup. It's been a rough few months, to say the ultimate least. It seemed like the hits just kept coming with incessant frequency. By the time the trial wrapped up, I'd been emotionally exhausted, and Maddie suggested we take some time away. Until we arrived and he dragged me out here to lie on the beach and do absolutely nothing, aside from listen to the peacefulness of the lapping waves and bask in the warmth of the sun. I hadn't realized how much I needed it. Although these past months have been exceedingly painful, they've enabled me to write some of the best songs I've ever written. Maddie's convinced this next album will be epic as hell. My biggest worry now is having to perform those songs, because each one has more of my heart and soul in it than any other song I've ever written. You know how amazing you are, right? Maddie's sudden question has me swiveling my head against the back of the chaise to study him. He's not looking at me, eyes closed, his sunglasses settled on the small, round table between us. In the center is an insulated ice bucket with bottles of water, covered by the lid. I laugh it off and settle back against my chaise. Stop trying to butter me up. I already told you I was paying for dinner tonight. I'm serious. His tone implies as much, and unease rushes through me. Maddie, you don't do that, Sim, he commands gently. Don't try to brush it off or downplay it. I'm serious. He releases a long sigh. You're amazing, and you don't give yourself enough credit. He's right. The female voice with a charming southern twang chimes in from my other side. I stamp my mouth shut. Great. Now they're ganging up on me. Just great. Listen to the lady, Sim. Humor laces Maddie's words. It's not every day that country music sweetheart compliments you. I'm beginning to regret this trip. I mutter more to myself than to them. In truth, I'm grateful for these two. Karina Lacey reached out to me after the trial first started, Of course, I'd been wary as hell, but the singer has made quite a name for herself even after being named runner-up to the winner on American Idol. The girl's got some serious pipes on her, and I swear, now that she's working with a well-respected vocal coach, she could probably give me a run for my money. Karina and I bonded over our disturbing encounters with Sean Sinquist. As much as I wasn't surprised, I was still sickened to know she'd had that experience. Not only that, but she'd confessed to not having friends after busting onto the scene and finding fame after Idol, and the subsequent release of her album that's getting serious traction on the country music charts. This is something I can relate to. Now I consider her a dear friend, as does Maddie, although I must admit to holding on to a smidge of hope that there might be some chemistry between the two of them. But it's purely platonic, which doesn't seem to bother them in the least. And go figure, I finally got my first real girlfriend, someone with her own fair share of endorsements and income.
You've been through hell and back, and you're still kicking ass and taking names.
His voice trails off before he continues, his tone softening.
I want you to know that I think you're pretty damn amazing, that's all.
Thank you. I force out the words, thankful he knows me enough to realize I'm not being ungrateful, but that I'm uncomfortable with the praise itself.
But I also think you are being an idiot.
I whip my head around to gape at him. What? He doesn't even bother looking in my direction. Eyes closed, it appears as if he doesn't have a care in the world, as though he didn't just call his best friend, me, an idiot.
You're being an idiot, he repeats calmly. You're letting the fact that you got hurt and then got crapped on by life in general make you miss out on a guy who loves you.
Karina inhales a sharp breath.
Harsh, Tobin.
I shoot up to a seated position, spine rigid, and stare at my best friend accusingly.
I told you what happened. Yeah, you did. He squints one eye open. But facts are facts. Guys are dumb as fuck sometimes. I also know what it looks like when a guy's in love with a girl, and he is. He shuts his eye. You should hear him out. Talk to him. Something.
My heart twists. I draw my knees to my chest and wrap my arms around them protectively.
Maddie, I just don't want you to have any regrets.
Regrets are a bitch, Karina murmurs softly. I exhale slowly.
Maddie gentles his tone. Sim, you're the bravest woman I know.
I turn my head, resting my cheek on my knees, and peer over at him. With a derisive sound, I make a face.
Doubtful. I'm serious, but you need to be brave with this too, with him.
I turn and bury my forehead against my knees, letting out a groan. I'm scared.
I know, but if you don't work up the courage, you'll always wonder and regret not doing anything.
What if he... I can't even bring myself to say it. Both Maddie and Karina answer in unison. He won't... How do you know? My voice sounds so small, meek.
Call it male intuition for once.
A huff of a laugh escapes me. Karina snorts at Maddie's response before letting out a tiny sigh. A man in love, tormented by the woman he loves, never responding to any contact he makes, yet he doesn't give up. That should speak for itself. Maddie's hand settles on my shoulder.
I'm getting in the water. Coming with?
Maybe in a few. The chaise creaks as he slips off. I still don't look up.
Think about what I said.
I have to strain to detect his sandy footfalls as he ventures toward the ocean. Silence hangs over Karina and me, and I assume she's relaxed and dropped the topic. Until her hushed tone reaches my ears, that is. He might be a goofball, but he's right. When she pauses, I lift my head to peer over at her. You should really consider reaching out to him. With that, she rises from her chaise and ventures to join Maddie in the water. Staring down at my slightly sandy toes, now painted a pretty shade of blue that's distinctly reminiscent of a certain man's eyes, I mull over my friend's words. I've stood up to an arrogant bully in court who thought he could touch me however and wherever he pleased. I've survived insurmountable betrayal, lost my goddaughter to cancer, and then everything with Kane. Do I really have it in me to put myself out there again? Every single fractured particle of my heart screams no.
Entertainment Weekly. The much-anticipated release of The Last Love Letter is here. Fans of both John Himmel and Simone King, the Ice Princess of Pop, showed their support by making the premiere of The Last Love Letter an instant blockbuster hit, raking in a cool $350 million in opening weekend alone. Directed by the esteemed Jason Stark, the film features Jared Hamill, who ships off to war in 1942, leaving behind Rosie, his fiancé, King. Rosie must forge a new path for herself while Jared is away and finds employment in an unexpected place, a machine shop. The two are forced apart and put through trials and tribulations that attempt to destroy their relationship. Depictions of wartime and the emotional toll it takes, as well as their persevering love story, make The Last Love Letter a must-see, angsty romantic drama. Click the link below for the slideshow of the red carpet premiere, including photos of Simone King escorted by Holden Barrows, breakout star of the Moonstruck series on Netflix.
Drunk texts from Kane. I miss you, Princess, and I'm so fucking sorry for everything. I fucking hate him. Moonstruck is a dumbass show. I'm sorry, so goddamn sorry. I miss you more than I miss real milk. That's a lot, by the way. You looked beat full in that dress. Just hate that you were with him. Need to accessorize better. With me. I'd totally kick his ass. Back in the day, I'd win your hand in marriage, you know. By beating the shit out of him. I miss you. I suck so fucking much, I'm sorry. Changing my name to asshole, 'cause that's what I was to you. Sorry, Princess. Dip's hit should have been holding your hand. Shit. Why am I pissed he wasn't? Oh yeah, 'cause you tripped and David helped you. Tell David I said hi and I miss you. 41. Kane.
For crying out loud, men are such freaking babies.
The grumbling female voice ricochets inside my head like someone's tossed metal shards around. They cut deep, the agonizing pain making me feel like hell they'd shut the fuck up. Soft footsteps approach, every single sound amplified like someone's turned the volume up to a deafening blast. I slap my hands over my eyes and groan between clenched teeth. Go away.
No can do, Mr. Grinch.
Her voice is too damn cheerful, and it pisses me the hell off.
Time to get your ass back in gear.
Presley, my buddy Hendy's wife, or Dr. Presley Hendrickson, my naturopathic doctor and chiropractor, judging from what I hear next, has decided to pay me a visit. Sounds of metal sliding into place, fluid sloshing, and her continued muttering of,
"How many beer bottles did you drink, you numbnut?"
reach my ears, acting like screeching nails on a chalkboard. My painful groan just makes her tisk at me. When soft, gentle hands tug at one of my arms, my hands still covering my face, I relent. She ties the band around my arm and hums to herself before murmuring,
"A little stick on the count of 3.
Presley starts the IV of fluids, murmuring softly to remind me what she's supplying me with. Intravenous vitamin hydration therapy to combat what I've depleted by my pathetic binge after seeing Simone with that other guy at her movie premiere. God, just thinking about it has pain lancing through my chest to rival the debilitating migraine I've been dealing with. Presley works quietly while watching the progress of the IV. Once the bag's contents have emptied into my body, she withdraws the needle and secures a bandage over the area to prevent bruising.
"Rest for a bit,"
she whispers, and I swear I already feel the vitamins and fluids taking effect. Presley smooths a hand over my hair, much like I've seen her do for her daughter Amelia.
Then we'll talk.
I crack one eye open after what feels like sleeping for days, the pansy-ass part of me hoping she's left. No such luck.
Sorry, big guy.
Presley flashes me a knowing grin.
Still here.
My head is 1,000,000 times better, thankfully. God only knows how long I would have dealt with that migraine if she hadn't stopped by. Thanks, Prez. Her expression sobers, and she leans forward in the chair across from where I'm sprawled on the couch. Resting her elbows on her knees, she studies me silently, and I know what's coming. Which is why I try to distract her. Thanks for cleaning up. I tip my chin in the direction of the clean coffee table that had been riddled with 2 old pizza boxes and countless bottles of beer. I should know better than to drink more than my allotted 2. And those 2 are accompanied by glasses of water since alcohol triggers my migraines. All things I'm well aware of, but dismissed because of my goddamn pity party.
Feeling better?
She asks gently. Much. Then I tack on another, thanks, Prez. When I meet her eyes, my spine goes rigid at the sight of both pity and concern.
We need to talk.
Slowly dragging myself upright to the seated position, I heave out a breath and avoid meeting her gaze. I'm fine now. It was just a one-time thing.
How long has it been since your last migraine episode?
I frown, trying to remember. A while, I reckon.
Even with everything that went on between you and Lucia.
She says this as fact rather than a question. Yeah. Prez lets out a long sigh.
Okay, so here's the deal. You should kiss the ground I walk on since I forced my husband to stay home and let me come here to give you shit instead.
She leans back in her chair, looking unnervingly regal.
Get your head out of your ass and remember the time you gave my husband,
she uses finger quotes and attempts my accent,
a tongue lashing.
Her dark eyebrows rise pointedly.
You didn't give up on him then, and we're not giving up on you now.
My mouth parts to protest, to tell her I'm fine, but she stops me with a quick wave of her hand and rushes on.
You retreated into your shell when everything went sideways with Lucia. We all know that, but you never did this.
Her eyes weigh heavy on me, the concern evident.
Sure, you were hurt and angry, but you never reacted like this.
She gestures to me.
You didn't punish yourself by overindulging in alcohol. This should tell you flat out that you are in knots over Simone, and you need to do something about it.
Her petite features turn fierce.
And do it now. Don't take it out on your body just because you screwed up. Make things right with her. Do whatever the hell it takes.
Prez stands up, planting her hands on her hips and leveling me with a stern look.
Hendy said to tell you to man up and use some of that southern charm of yours to get back in her good graces. Said he believes in you, that Green Berets are a force to be reckoned with.
I pinch my eyes closed. Not because I don't want to hear this, but because once again my friends see the best in me, even when I'm at my worst. I nearly jolt when Prez's hand settles on my shoulder, but I keep my eyes closed against the rush of emotion provoked by her words.
You're a good man, Kane Wyndham,
she murmurs softly. Then, in a terrible but adorable imitation of my accent once again, she tacks on,
Just gotta get your head out of your ass, darling.
Text from Kane. First off, I'm sorry for the stupid texts I sent you. I was a moron, again. Not a complete shock, I reckon. I'm pretty damn embarrassed by them, but you're not reading these, so I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? Reckon I should be more embarrassed by the fact that I keep sending you texts you don't read. I've got to be honest. I have no right to be hurt by it, I know that, but I can't help it, Princess. Seeing that photo of you at the movie premiere with another guy by your side fucking gutted me. I reckon you've moved on, and he looks all right, I guess. Watched the footage of you when you tripped. He should have been holding your goddamn hand, should have grabbed you in time like David did. He's not good enough for you. Hell, I know that's ironic coming from me because I sure as shit fall in the same category. But I'll tell you this, no way in hell would I have let you stumble if I'd been there with you. No way in hell. Fact or fiction? I hope you're happy with them. Fuck, I wish it were 100% fact. Wish I could be a big enough man to say it, but I'd be lying. Because I wish like hell you were with me. Wish you were happy with me. I miss you, Princess. And I'm so fucking sorry for everything.
Entertainment online. Breaking news. Due to a last-minute scheduling conflict, the NFL has announced that the Butterfly Effect will not be performing for the Super Bowl halftime show. Instead, Simone King will be the headline act with special guest Matthias Tobin. Ratings are expected to surpass prior years as King has received significant attention recently for being a whistleblower and for plainly speaking on the topic of sexual assault after she testified in the much-publicized trial against Sean Sinquist. King is well known for being the ice princess of pop and not showing her emotions upon personal tragedy and breakups, but loyal fans know and love her for her honest and unfiltered responses, as well as her soulful ballads touching on the topics of love, heartbreak, and self-love. She's proven to be much more than just a pretty face with her broad range and powerful voice, but also noteworthy is her talent on screen in the romantic drama The Last Love Letter. Matthias Tobin, known for his falsetto and croony ballads, and whom King's fans will recognize as her BFF who often shows up in her Instagram feed, will be sure to garner many female viewers during the halftime show. Viewers can tune in at 6:30 p.m. EST, 3:30 p.m. PST this Sunday on NBC or on the NBC app.
Text messages. Text from Kane. Doubtful you'll read this, but I wanted to say congratulations, Princess. I'm so damn proud of you. I just heard that your movie's still #1 at the box office, but not only that, you'll also be performing at the Super Bowl. That's awesome. The article I read today said you might sing a new song you've written. I know it'll be amazing. Hell, you'll rock that halftime show without a doubt. I'm glad Matthias will be with you for it. I was down in St. Augustine visiting my cousin Jude and saw a little bookstore nearby. Had to check it out. Probably sounds stupid, but whenever I see one these days, I have to go inside. Even if they have one with what I now know is a usual cover and not anything unique, I feel closer to you somehow when I hold a copy of The Scarlet Letter. I know it doesn't make a damn bit of difference, but I'd give anything to talk to you, to hear your voice. Fact or fiction, my #1 regret is how I handled things with you, and that I let you walk away. It's fact, Princess. 100% fact.
Text from Simone. Thank you for the book. I won't lie and say I opened it right away when David told me it was from you. It sat around, still packaged, until the other day. I wish I could say I don't, but I miss you too. And I hate myself a little for actually admitting it. That's fact, although it'd be so much damn easier if it were all fiction. Also shouldn't admit this either, but I have to be honest and say that Drunk Kane is pretty adorable. And Holden's Moonstruck series is not a dumbass show. He's a nice guy who happens to know Maddie and agreed to escort me to the premiere since Maddie got a terrible case of food poisoning.
Text from Kane. You have no idea how great it is to hear from you. Damn if that text from you hasn't made my week 1,000,000 times better already. Glad to hear you opened it. Hope it's a cover you don't have yet. And I can't lie, I Googled and found some autographed copies of The Scarlet Letter with rare covers. I tried to pick one that was said to be rare and signed by Nathaniel. If you already have it, I reckon you could resell it. It shipped a few days ago, so you should get it in the mail pretty soon. Reckon it makes me a dick to say it, but I'm glad to hear Holden's just a friend of Matthias. And as much as I liked hearing you think Drunk Me is adorable, he can't make another appearance. I paid dearly for that shitty stunt. Fact or fiction? I'm sorry for fucking things up between us. It's fact. And I can't stop telling you because it's true.
Text from Simone. That book cost way too much. I wish you hadn't spent that much money on it. But thank you. It's awesome, and I appreciate it.
Text from Kane. Glad to hear you got it. And don't give a thought to the cost. I don't mind spending it on you in the least. Saw your Instagram posts. Looks like you had a great time on vacation. Hope you're rested up. You deserve it with how hard you work. Fact or fiction? I didn't screenshot and save one of the pics of you wearing that big sun hat, looking beautiful as hell. That's fiction.
Text from Simone. If it were anyone else, it'd be creepy. Though I'm surprised that's the one you saved, since it's only from the shoulders up. Maddie snuck my phone and posted one of me and Karina on the sly when we were building that sandcastle. By the time I noticed it on my Instagram page, it had gotten shared and liked so many times, I figured what the hell and left it. Even though it shows that stupid roll on my stomach since I'm bending over.
Text from Kane. Well, that would come off creepy if I admitted to saving that one too. And that little roll doesn't make you any less gorgeous. It makes you real.
Text from Simone. What are we doing with all this texting? Do you just want someone to message with? Do you just miss us having sex? What is it?
Text from Kane. I've typed, reread, erased, and retyped this so many damn times because I don't want you to misunderstand me. I miss you, and it's not just for the sex or to have someone to talk to. I miss you as a person. Sure, we only spent a short time together, but those were some of the best moments of my life. No exaggeration. Why I keep texting you is for selfish reasons. Because even when you weren't answering my texts, it still felt like a connection to you. I just haven't been able to let go. I keep hoping for a chance that you'll let me show you how much I care about you and prove it to you. Prove that I'm all in and I've got my head on straight. But if you tell me I'm wasting my time and there's not even the slightest chance for us, the slightest chance I can make things up to you, then I'll stop. It'll kill my goddamn soul, but I'll stop if that's what you want.
Text from Simone. So if I told you right now I want you to stop contacting me, to stop sending me books, you would?
Text from Kane. I would. I'd do anything for you, even if it's the last thing I want to do.
Text from Simone. If I gave you tasks to prove you're all in, would you do them? Would you prove your undying love? Answer carefully, Macho Man.
Text from Kane. Absolutely. And that's Mr. Macho Man to you, buddy.
Text from Simone. Sorry, Maddie clearly got a hold of my phone. Although I guess it was obvious with that Macho Man stuff. LOL, I need to change the password yet again.
Text from Kane. No worries. But if you're wondering, my answer's the same. I'd do whatever you asked to prove it.
Text from Simone. I doubt I'd be able to come up with anything. The only thing that comes to mind is maybe making you sing my song, Stay, at a karaoke bar. Just kidding, because that song's even challenging for me to sing. Text from Simone. A few days later. OMG, that video of you singing Stay has to be the most hilarious thing I've seen in years.
Text from Kane. What's the next task?
Text from Simone. Your tasks are as follows. 1. Get a tattoo on your body that relates somehow to S. Slipped and sent that too quick. Sorry. Smiley face. 1. Get a tattoo that relates somehow to me. 2. Have a trustworthy friend like Foster let me know you're really not canoodling with that Lucia chick. 3. Read the Scarlet Letter if you haven't already, and don't cheat and read the summaries online because I will know. Ha 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 ha. And tell me why you think I love that story so much. 4. You've never actually told me how you feel about me, other than that you miss me. It would help if you told me how you feel.
Text from Kane. Guess she didn't change her password yet, Tobin.
Text from Simone. I know not what you speak of, burly man. Actually, I guessed the new password after 2 tries. My sweet little grasshopper forgets just how wise I am.
Text from Kane. Wanted to show you the new tat I just got. Sending the pic over now.
Text from Simone. Kane, holy shit, that's beautiful. I can't believe you got the words from Stay. That's one of my favorite lines, too. Real love never goes away. And I'm sorry. Damn Maddie. The little shit needs to mind his own business. Text from Simone. Okay, so I got a call from your friend Foster today. Did you know he was planning to do that?
Text from Kane. I didn't know he was planning the call today. I asked him about it a few days ago, and he told me Noelle said I'm not allowed to call Simone until I've rehearsed what to say with her, and she's sitting beside me in case I fuck things up. Please tell me he didn't fuck things up.
Text from Simone. Not at all. It was very sweet.
Text from Kane. Sweet? Are you sure it was Foss? LOL.
Text from Simone. It was definitely him. He has a way with words, that much is certain. It was enlightening to hear things from him. He confirmed you haven't been in touch with Lucia. Or canoodling, as Maddie said.
Text from Kane. I reckon I'm pushing my luck, but I have to ask. Is there any chance we could talk? I really miss your voice, Princess.
Text from Simone. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Honestly, I'm still pretty gun-shy.
Text from Kane. I respect that, Princess. All in due time. Text from Kane. I read the Scarlet Letter. Damn, that was twisted. Chillingworth pretending he didn't know her and making her keep the secret. How could a dude do that and let his own child be shunned? He pissed me off. Esther was badass, though. She was brave and bold. Anyone else would have probably been in the corner, crying all the damn time or moping around. Not her. She basically gave the middle finger to all her haters and persevered. Cared for her little girl and did her best to protect her. I get it now, why it's your favorite. You're like Hester, but instead of the red A on your chest, it's the shit the press spreads about you.
Text from Simone. I've never actually admitted to that before, but yes, that's why it's my favorite. I've always felt a kinship to Hester. Did you at least enjoy the book a little?
Text from Kane. I did. It was different, and it took a chapter or 2 to get into it, but once I got used to the writing, it was a quick read for me. And, Princess, I'd read the ingredients on the back of canned soup if it made you happy.
Text from Simone. I know I asked this before, but what is all this? With you and me. We haven't actually spoken in months, but now we text. You did most of the tasks Maddie gave you, but what does any of that mean? I just can't keep this up if all you want is a friend, or a friend with benefits. I can't, Kane. I'm not made that way.
Text from Kane. It means I'm playing for keeps, Princess.
42. Simone. Super Bowl Sunday, Hard Rock Stadium, Miami Gardens, Florida. This is a little different, and I hope you like it, I rasp into the mic. Thundering noise sounds from over 67,000 people in the stadium, and like every time I perform, the surreal quality never quite fades. I'd like to dedicate this song to a special person. It's called Embers. I duck my chin, willing myself to maintain my composure. It's been nearly a week since I last heard from Kane, and his radio silence has me second-guessing everything now. Damn him. He reeled me in with those texts and doing those tasks Maddie sent him, making me think he wanted me. All of me. Not just for sex.
not just for friendship. Once I strum the first note on the guitar, everything else fades, and I just sing. My voice emerges from the shards scattered within my chest where my working heart once was. All because of one man I can't seem to get over. 14 minutes. That's how long my halftime performance was. 14 minutes of performing song after song, including my duets with Maddie. And now it's over. Relief rushes through me with the force of whitewater rapids as Maddie and I walk back through the stadium, past countless personnel, security and otherwise. It's over. I did it. I headlined my first ever halftime show at the Super Bowl. Holy shit, I mutter for what has to be the trillionth time. Maddie grins at me. It's only gonna get better from here, Sim. I'm still dazed, captive to the potent, euphoric high from the experience. Even with the onslaught of emotions battering away at me, a part of me yearns to share it with Kane. Both Maddie and Karina have been unusually quiet about everything Kane-related, which I'm grateful for. It's also helped that my world has been ridiculously hectic. I've been doing nothing except the same routine every day for the past week. Wake up, eat, work out, rehearse, sleep, repeat. Maddie and I draw to a stop outside my dressing room. As soon as he lays his hand on the doorknob, I realize the excitement and euphoric high have dissipated to give way to a bone-deep exhaustion. Please don't be mad, but you know you need this. Confused, I blink up at my best friend. Tie up loose ends or get closure, whatever you need to do. But I'm hoping it turns out better than that. His words are puzzling, but before I can pepper him with questions, he opens the door. He shuffles me inside with so much haste, exhaustion prevents me from reacting quick enough when he abruptly shuts the door behind me. The moment I see who's waiting for me, every single molecule in my entire body stills, frozen in place at the sight of Kane. My heartbeat thunders in my chest, rivaling the crowd moments earlier while I was on stage. Hope wars with caution as I survey the man before me. Wary eyes contrast with what resembles a hint of a hopeful smile tugging at the edges of his lips. Hey. My first instinct is to turn around and haul ass back through the door. Then I remind myself that running doesn't solve anything. I need to stand up for myself. I refuse to let him waltz in here and trample over my heart again. Straightening my shoulders, I ease a step back to lean against the door as casually as possible. Drinking in the sight of him, I'm desperate to memorize the differences from before. His hair has a bit more length to it, and he's not dressed as if he's attending an NFL game. No jersey or t-shirt of a given player. Instead, he's dressed similarly to when he worked for me. Neat, dark gray slacks and a black button-down shirt, sleek black shoes. Fact or fiction? It takes me a moment to register his words. Stunned, I can only shake my head, trying to remain composed while my throat grows painfully tight and tears threaten my eyes. Don't do this. I can't bear for him to play fucking games with me. I mean, seriously? This is the first time I've seen him in months and he wants to play fact or fiction? Fact or fiction, he repeats, eyes laser focused on me. This is when I explode, and my words pour out like an erupting volcano. No! Just no, I'm not playing games with you. You send me all those texts and tell me you miss me and that you're playing for keeps, then ghost me for nearly a week, and that's the first thing you say when you see me? I shake my head and plod over to where my comfortable change of clothes sits, avoiding his gaze. He could have greeted me with a hug, a kiss, God, I've missed you, or even an I love you. Anything but a damn game. I'm sorry. I was afraid I'd accidentally give something away in a text. I just wanted it to be a surprise. Wanted to do this in person. He addresses my back as I collapse in the plush chair. Unzipping my boots, I practically rip them off my feet. His voice sounds like he's moved closer when he speaks again, each syllable uttered with jarring clarity.
Fact or fiction, I'm in love with you.
His words have my muscles turning to mush, and I grasp the armrests of the chair to steady myself. Still, I can't bring myself to turn and face him. I take the coward's way out because I'm so damn scared right now. Scared shitless of this just being a delusion of my own making. Which is why I say nothing. I remain in the chair, frozen in place, my heart thudding so rapidly it's a wonder the entire stadium doesn't hear it. He speaks again, his voice turning a shade husky.
It's a fact. I love you, Simone King. So damn much.
A millisecond of a pause.
I know I fucked up. I choked the last time we were together. But I swear to you, I got my shit straightened out.
I stare down at my lap, gaze unfocused, silent. I am barely able to draw in a breath, let alone speak at this point, as my body is riddled with shock. Fear nabs me with its fierce talons, holding tight, making me question whether the words I long to hear, words I hoped I'd witness falling from his lips, are real and not something my heart and mind have dreamed up. Kane's next words are hoarse with emotion, sounding as though he's pulling them from deep within.
I won't lie and say I'm not glad you got so good at goodbyes with the others, because it led you to me. But I need to set you straight. You were never a poor man's Lucia. Never. You have my whole heart, and if you let me, I'll make it my mission to prove to you every day that I'm all yours.
Footsteps sound quietly until I see his black shoes enter my line of sight, inches away from my feet.
You can tell me to fuck off, that it's too damn late, that those tasks were just for shits and giggles. I wouldn't blame you. Between you and me, I'm glad Matthias sent that list, because even if you don't feel anything for me anymore, those tasks helped me feel closer to you.
When he drops to his haunches, I'm forced to meet blue eyes that have haunted my dreams for the past several months.
But I can't lie and say I'm not hoping you'll give me a chance.
He clears his throat.
And I didn't want to pour my heart out in a goddamn text or even over the phone.
His voice descends in volume, becoming raspier, and his features take on a hint of worry.
Please don't be mad at Matthias or David for helping me.
A slightly derisive laugh falls from his lips.
It took a hell of a lot of convincing, especially with your buddy.
Voice husky and deep, Kane's eyes are beseeching.
You're my North Star, Simone King. Without you, everything's darker and harder to navigate. I'm lost without you.
Throat so tight with warring emotions and thoughts. Can I really trust him? Will he just hurt me all over again? I'm so scared. I'm rendered speechless. Our gazes hold, and a myriad of emotions crosses his face. Hopefulness, anguish, fear, love. As the silence drags on, 2 more emotions bleed into his expression. Remorse, pain. The instant he admits defeat, his eyes lose their luster as though the life is snuffed right out of them. Those lips press thin as if he's attempting to restrain his anguish. He lowers his gaze and swallows audibly before giving a curt nod.
Knew I was taking a chance.
His words are spoken so softly I'm not entirely certain they're meant for my ears. Straightening slowly, in a way that makes it appear like he's weary with resignation, he lets his arms hang heavy at his sides. I'm still gripping the armrests of my chair when the words tumble past my lips. With every single whispered syllable, a portion of my heart is attached to it, dripping with tangible emotion. I can't do that again. I won't survive it. His startled gaze cuts to me. I love you, Kane. My voice breaks, and it takes a monumental effort to speak past the tightness in my bone-dry throat as I rise from the chair. I never stopped, but if you hurt me like that again... Pain lances through my chest at the memory of how he let me walk out of his house. Blue eyes clouded with emotion, he reaches for me, cradling my face in his palms. Those calluses are a welcome rasp against my skin. The pain seems to fade from his voice, the tension ebbing from his body with each word he speaks.
Simone, I won't ever do that again. I promise.
Pressing his lips to my forehead in a feather-light kiss, he speaks softly against my skin.
I love you with all that I am, Princess.
His voice is laden with both vulnerability and love.
And I'll spend the rest of our lives proving it.
43. Kane. Beverly Hills, California. The following January. Don't be giving me those sexy eyes, Princess, I murmur softly so no one will overhear. You've got me thinking about how fast I can get you out of that dress. Camera flashes nearly blind me as I pose beside her on the red carpet, but the way she looks up at me, that light in her eyes, the way she smiles, the genuine, affectionate kind I've come to know well, makes it all worth it. Simone's been working her ass off to record her next album, and I know she's exhausted, but she doesn't let it show. Tonight's a big night since it's the Golden Globe Awards, and she's been nominated for her role in The Last Love Letter. Her smile widens, and she lets out a husky laugh.
I love you.
I'll love you more. I press a light kiss to her lips, and the crowd awes and some cheers sound. Later on, fresh-faced with one of my t-shirts draping her body, she curls up on my lap. We sit out on the secluded balcony of the hotel suite, enjoying the quiet night after all the excitement earlier. We're both looking forward to our LA house being move-in ready soon, but this suite does the job for the time being. I fly out tomorrow for a job, but luckily it's not one I expect will keep me away long, which I'm grateful for, especially since Simone's sticking to one place, around Atlanta, for the time being while she's recording. After all the inquiries I'd received from people wanting to hire me to assess their security teams, actors, musicians, politicians, you name it, I spoke with Foss about the possibility of doing this sort of contract work full-time, and he was all for it. He helped me with the process of creating my own company and getting everything in place. Even though this job requires travel, it also allows me the flexibility to see Simone more often. So, how about a fact or fiction headline? I murmur softly. Cuddled against me, she raises her head to peer up at me curiously. Nervous anticipation floods me, but I push through it. A headline said, Simone King gets engaged on the night she receives her first Golden Globe Award. Her brow creases, and she lets out a tiny laugh. She stops abruptly when I raise my hand, holding the ring pinched between my thumb and forefinger. The pure shock on her face is priceless. Her eyes lock with mine, and a multitude of emotions flicker across her features. Want to make it a fact? My breath holds as I wait for her to answer, and it hits me once again just how much this woman means to me. How damn much I love her. When she appears at a loss for words, I rush on. Look, I'm not going to lie and say I won't be disappointed if you turn me down, but I know if you do, it's because you're not ready yet. Hell, even if you're never ready, I'll still love you for the rest of my life. I raise my other hand to cradle her cheek. You're it for me. You're the person who's in my corner, just like I'm always in yours. You're my other half, my North Star, and as long as I get to... I trail off when she holds up a finger to stop me. Quickly dropping a kiss to my cheek, she slides from my lap without a word and disappears inside the hotel room. Well, shit, that didn't go well at all. I sit, stunned, but it only lasts a moment before Simone returns and slides back onto my lap, holding up her cell phone. I glance between her and the phone warily.
I have something to show you.
Her eyes hold something akin to mischievousness. Simone turns the phone, showing me a list of tracks, and I realize these are from what she's been recording in the studio. She's been working her ass off trying to finish this album. I reckon she wants me to hear some of her songs. This is awkward as hell, but maybe this is her telling me no and quickly changing the subject. Then her perfectly manicured fingernail taps on one song in particular. Bonus track, Marry Me. Our eyes lock, and I know mine are questioning and so damn hopeful.
I wrote this especially for you.
Her eyes crinkle at the edges, bright with love.
You just beat me to it.
She hits play, sets the phone on the armrest, and a moment later, we're surrounded by her beautiful voice.
I never knew a love like this would be possible for someone like me. My heart just dove right in. It took the lead. And now, here we are. I know in my soul our love is real. So, I need to know just how you feel. I'll wear your ring. We'll grow old and gray together. Through whatever life may bring, you're my North Star. Your love guides me, near or far. I want to be yours till the end of time. Look in my eyes, and love is all you'll see. Please, baby, marry me.
Her lyrics bring a relieved smile to my face. And when I slide the ring on her finger, Simone wraps her arms around my neck and whispers the best words I've heard all night.
Fact. Simone King is engaged to Kane Wyndham and can't wait to marry him.
Rolling Stone magazine. A year and a half later. An intimate interview with pop princess Simone King by Judah Lowery. I'm seated at a table for two with Simone King, and I'm surprised first by her appearance. She's dressed in a casual, ankle-length, strapless sundress, wearing only the barest hint of makeup. Her skin is sun-kissed, not the fake tan from a bottle or spray or even a bed. But that's not what's most striking of all. It's the version of the multi-platinum singer and songwriter who sits across from me. This Simone King radiates such contentment that it permeates the air around us. There's also an openness about her that contrasts to how private and closed off she has previously been. We order. She requests the salad with mixed greens and grilled chicken breast, and makes small talk about the area. I was given strict instructions to refrain from mentioning the Beachtown location for privacy concerns before diving into the interview. I first ask her how married life is treating her, and she beams like only a woman in love can.
It's wonderful.
If I didn't know better, I'd say she actually blushes.
It's everything I ever dreamed of. Different from any other relationship I've had in the best way possible. Kane is just utterly incredible.
If her smile were to get any brighter, it'd be in direct competition with the sun. Do you mind if I ask what makes him different from the others?
Everything. But I'm different too. I had to learn to stop expecting greatness from people who were only willing to offer mediocrity. And when it's a relationship, that's even more detrimental to hearts involved.
I think I can speak for everyone when I say that we thoroughly enjoy how open you are with your relationship, and especially the humor interspersed with the affection in your social media posts.
We both endured some difficult relationships in the past, and I feel like we've grown together, healed together, and our personalities have flourished, as corny as that may sound.
Not at all. I honestly feel like we were able to watch the transformation as your relationship progressed. To prepare for this interview, I went back and looked through your Instagram, and the shift is definitely present. And I mean that in the best way possible. You both exude a realness, and in the midst of so many others who might not understand what a healthy relationship entails, that's both inspiring and educating.
Oh, thank you. That's such an incredible compliment.
I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the hilarious posts and how you two troll each other on Instagram.
Oh boy.
It seemed to start when you made your second appearance at the Golden Globes, this time as a married woman, and Kane shared a photo someone snapped of you two posing on the red carpet. He's smiling down at you, and you're doing the same, but seem to be looking past him.
Ah, yes.
Kane captioned it with, "My face says I love the hell out of my wife. My wife's face says the Hemsworth brothers are in the vicinity. And do you recall how you responded?
I said it was actually because I was thinking about the enormous chocolate fountain they said was inside.
But the engagement post from the previous year takes the cake. It received countless likes and comments, not to mention the number of reposts. The caption to her Instagram post was, "He decided to put a ring on it after I won a Golden Globe. At Kane Wyndham Security, guess you really want VIP passes to my next movie premiere. Well played." Kane responded with, "It was either that or try to find work on the set. This was the easier route." Is it safe to say there's a lot of fun in your relationship?
Without a doubt. And it's something that was severely lacking in my life as far as romantic relationships went.
Speaking of you and Kane, would you be willing to play a game? A few rapid-fire questions about you two?
Sure.
Your favorite physical feature about Kane?
His smile.
What's your secret hobby?
Collecting old books.
What's the sexiest thing your husband does that's not actually sexual in nature?
When he puts his hand at the base of my spine when we walk somewhere, like in or out the door. There's just something so protective and manly about it.
Favorite thing to do with Kane when you're alone?
My mother and sister-in-law will read this, so I'll say make out.
Something you love doing with your husband that isn't naughty but ends up that way?
Showering or cooking.
Cooking, huh?
My husband is an amazing cook, especially when he makes his seafood gumbo. And when he has an apron on, woo!
If Kane were sitting here with us, what would his favorite physical feature of yours be?
My smile. But he'd clarify it by saying a real smile, not a practiced one.
Really?
You expected me to say breasts or ass, right?
Honestly, yes. But I'm pleasantly surprised. Now, how do you two wind down after a rough day?
Funny enough, we're never stressed at the same time. So if we're at our house here, for example, we'll sit out on the deck and talk things through. Something about the ocean breeze and watching the sunset helps soothe us. But, yeah, it's pretty simple. We just vent to each other and try to be as supportive as we can.
For the last question, you and Kane have been together for almost 2.5 years. Fast forward 10 years from now. What do you picture?
The same, really. The two of us, just as happy and loving our careers, but maybe, hopefully, with a little one thrown in the mix too.
Do you have plans to start a family soon?
We're taking it all in stride for now.
I can't quite decide whether her smile is simply hopeful or if it's one that hints we'll be hearing a pregnancy announcement very soon. Please forgive me because I can't help but try to nudge gently, not only for myself, but also for our readers. We've all seen your husband, and I think we'd be hard-pressed to find a woman in this world not inclined to try to start a family with that man.
I can't wait to watch him blush when I share that with him later. We'd love to start a family of our own, but we're letting it play out naturally. If it's meant to be...
Let's keep our fingers and toes crossed, people. We move on to discuss her newest album and tour dates. Congratulations on your new album going triple platinum. I think what I love most is how it has a very empowering feel to it. But there's also a sense of contentment. I think my favorite track is I Belong, and the beginning lines are pretty powerful. For reference, they are as follows. You're the sun that kisses my skin, whose arms I want to be wrapped in. You're the whisper of a summer breeze. Your smile brings me to my knees. And I know I'm right where I belong.
I'm glad to hear that. I feel like this album is a strong reflection of how far I've come and how I've grown, as well as my struggles both personally and professionally.
It listens like a journey. Each song takes us through another period in your life.
Exactly. You get a glimpse at my oftentimes chaotic life.
I noticed an interesting development regarding your tour. The dates for the majority of locations are still marked TBD, and word is they'll be announced later, aside from the first 2 months of stateside shows. This is decidedly a departure from what you've done in the past.
Well, I wanted to change it up a bit, so the initial tour dates will be smaller venues, and there'll be a more acoustic setup. Less glam and stunts, and more down-to-earth singing and performing.
Are you retiring from spinning in the air during your performances?
No, I'm not ruling that out, but I feel like this is a right move for me. Like a little change is needed. You know I love to shake things up sometimes.
I think we all do. Switching gears, I read that you're working closely with RAIN, the Rape Abuse Incest National Network.
After the ordeal with the trial against Sean Sinquist, I felt like it was necessary to do whatever it took to give back and try to help those who feel silenced by sexual assault. The victimization needs to stop. It's my hope to bring more awareness to this issue, because not everyone has the ability to stand up in court to bullies who try to take advantage of you. I did, but I'm making donations to try to help others in need.
Records of the amount of donations she's made thus far have not been disclosed, as King allegedly requested such, stating, "I don't want a pat on the back for doing something I feel is right." However, an anonymous source who works closely with RAIN claims that King has donated the amount Sinquist had listed in his now-dismissed lawsuit demands, a whopping $10 million. Do you feel like a whistleblower? A role model?
God, no. I'm just a woman trying to stand up for myself and for those who've been stripped of their voice.
I leave the interview feeling like more than simply a fan of Simone King. I feel as though I've caught a glimpse of the woman who's been concealed beneath the guise the tabloids have shrouded her with. A force to be reckoned with. An intelligent woman ready to slay dragons in order to fight for the rights of herself and others. More than that, I feel like I'm walking away from having lunch with a dear friend. A friend who's down to earth, exceptionally talented, and who will reach even higher levels of stardom with her work ethic and passion. Watch out, world. I think it's clear that we're under Simone King's rule now. The kingdom hasn't looked this good in years.
44. Simone. 5 months later. 60 Minutes interview. Are you sure I look okay? I smooth down the fabric of my summery knee-length dress and wonder if I should change. A third time. Princess. I lift my eyes to meet Kane's. The crinkles at the corners, combined with the tender smile he gives me, instantly set me at ease. You got this. He drops a light kiss to my lips at the exact moment the doorbell rings. I'll answer that. Kane heads down the hall to greet everyone, and I take a moment to calm myself. It's just an interview, I chant internally. But it is, and it isn't. It's the first time we're allowing an interview to take place here in our beach home, which happens to be only a few minutes' drive from Foster and Noelle and the others. Luckily, the interview proceeds smoothly. Then, about halfway through, Susan Bradshaw surprises me. Does your husband ever do interviews with you? My eyebrows rise slightly, and I carefully answer. Not normally, no. Do you think he'd be interested in joining you for the rest of this? I press my lips together to stop what I'm certain would be incessant stammering of and as I scramble for a response. Thankfully, Kane hasn't gone far because a second later, I hear his deep voice. With all due respect, ma'am, I don't reckon anyone cares much about me. The deprecation in his tone might come off as phony to those who don't know him, but it couldn't be further from the truth. My husband has no desire to bask in the attention the press or fans offer me. Sure, he understands it goes hand in hand with my life and my career, but he makes it clear that he's not in it, not with me, for all the fanfare. Susan practically glows, her smile so bright as she focuses on Kane. I swear, the man's southern drawl has quite the effect on women. Well, that and the fact that he's incredibly easy on the eyes. Nonsense. Everyone is positively enamored with the two of you. She tips her head to the side to offer a pleading smile to Kane. Would you consider it just this once? Those aqua eyes lock with mine, the questions evident in the depths. I offer a faint shrug, communicating a silent, whatever you want to do, babe. He studies me for a moment, gaze intent, before his eyes cut to Susan. As long as it's clear this is an anomaly, ma'am, I really don't want to make it a habit of nosing in on her spotlight. Susan's smile is nearly blinding. Oh, of course. Within a matter of seconds, the crew fits Kane with a mic, and he takes a seat beside me. Draping an arm across the back of the couch, he grazes his fingertips along my bare shoulder, exposed by my sleeveless sundress. Just having him close like this puts me at ease. I look over at him, and he gives me a quick wink before we turn our attention to Susan. Simone, when did you know he was the one? I feign confusion. Who? Amusement sparkles in Kane's blue eyes, crinkles fanning at the corners, and he mumbles, She means me, smartass. With eyes wide in feigned surprise, I offer him an apologetic look. Oh, sorry. He just shakes his head with a low chuckle. Susan, of course, eats it all up and remarks about our Instagram following and how we've been featured by BuzzFeed a handful of times. The world seems enamored with the two of you and your dynamic, the way you both have shifted to be more open about your relationship. You seem to have fun poking at each other on social media. Susan refers to her notes. There was one, in particular, you posted, Simone, and it was a photograph of you and Kane posing with the president. I press my lips thin, attempting to suppress my laughter. Kane grunts out a laugh. Yes, ma'am. That was when we hit a rough patch in our relationship. I whip my head around to stare at him. How can he say this with a straight face is beyond me. Damn him, he's good. Susan snickers before she continues. Simone posted the photo and wrote, Happy Valentine's Day to the best man I know. I'm so proud to stand with you and be in your arms. Simone, the president has an arm around you and stands between you and Kane. She laughs. So it was obvious you were addressing the commander-in-chief. And that was when we started couples counseling. Kane supplies quickly, shaking his head with faux sorrow. Broke my damn heart that night, princess. I can't help but laugh, and his eyes meet mine in that intimate way where he doesn't have to say a word, because they tell me everything. I love you. Susan watches us with a smile. I must say, you two fill the air with fun and obvious affection. She gestures back and forth between us. The chemistry you have absolutely sizzles. Addressing Kane, she adds, and I just love how you call her princess. Kane looks pained. It's really just because I forget her name sometimes. I roll my eyes with a laugh, and the arm draped behind me tugs me in so he can drop a kiss on my head. Susan's expression sobers a fraction. So, Kane, how would you describe your marriage? I watch him, curious to hear his answer. His forehead creases as he considers the question, and I love that we both recognize the moments when we can have fun and those that are better handled with a more serious response. I reckon I'd have to say it's non-stop happiness. Love. His mouth hitches up in the start of one of those devastating smiles. Fun, because I'm married to my best friend. He glances over at me with a quick wink, grin spreading wider. Although I reckon Matthias'll get upset by me saying that. A little laugh escapes me. Maddie can deal with it. I lean forward to brush a quick kiss to his lips. And you, Simone? How would you describe your marriage? Any differently than Kane just did? I study my husband while I mull it over. I'm certain the love in my eyes is undeniably evident when I turn to Susan and answer. Kane's answer is perfect. I honestly don't have anything to add. With a secret smile, I turn back to my husband and add softly, it's all fact.
Entertainment online. 4 months later. Breaking news! Beloved Princess of Pop, Simone King, is expecting. King announced her pregnancy early Saturday morning by posting an adorable selfie on Instagram of her handsome hubby, Kane Windham, feeding her a forkful of French toast with a caption, "Ensuring baby Windham will be a fan of my famous French toast. #love, #fact, #baby Windham, #French Toast Friday." The couple met when Windham filled in as King's personal head of security. Their nuptials were held at a private location in Florida 2 years ago. One thing's for certain, with parents as stunning as King and Windham, this little one is bound to be gorgeous. Entertainment online. 5 months later. Breaking news! Check out Simone King's adorable new addition to the family. King's husband, Kane Windham, posted a photo of his wife, Simone King, sans makeup and absolutely glowing while she held their new daughter, who is too adorable for words. Kane captioned the photo, "Fact. I didn't think I could love you more, but I sure as hell do, princess. I'm the luckiest man on this earth because now I've got 2 beautiful princesses. #baby Windham, #my princesses, #Simone King Windham." No word yet on the baby's name, but this little lady is already winning at life simply because her first photo doesn't make her resemble a red, wrinkled mess. Welcome to the world, baby Windham.
Celeb Radar Online. 3 years later. Simone King shares an adorable family photo on Instagram announcing her new tour. Anyone who's followed Simone King knows that she wrote Melt the Ice about Kane, her handsome security mogul husband, and the universe is doing one giant fist pump now that the beloved Princess of Pop is returning to the stage after taking a hiatus to spend time with her family. Her Melt the Ice tour will kick off this September in Jacksonville, Florida, and the singer took to Instagram to announce the tour dates and ticket sales, which sold out within 2 hours, making it clear the family will be traveling together for the duration. In the photo, Simone, King, and their 3-year-old daughter Olivia, Livy, each wear Simone King Melt the Ice tour t-shirts with the caption, "The Windhams are ready if you are. #World Tour. #Melt the Ice. #September. #Simone King Windham. #The family that tours together. #Windham Family Adventure. #My two loves." As if that isn't cute enough, it looks like the photo caught the trio giggling. You can take one look at this family and actually feel the love radiating from them. Livy's smile has to be the most adorable sight, but the way Kane looks at Simone in this photo is the epitome of #couple goals. For more information on Simone's Melt the Ice tour and to enter to win an exclusive 4-pack of backstage passes we're giving away, click on the link below.
Epilogue. Kane. Is he asleep? Making my way over to my wife, who's relaxing in the recliner part of our leather sectional. I hand her a bottle of water.
He's finally settled.
Tone hushed. She looks up at me with a soft smile on her lips.
His appetite rivals his father's.
Uncapping the bottle, she takes a long drink. I grin. That's my boy. Simone runs a hand in a soothing path along the back of our newest addition to the family, currently asleep against her chest. Our 1-month-old son, Micah. Settling in beside her, I place a kiss on her temple before lowering my head to lightly kiss the top of Micah's head. Livy's conked out. With a smirk, I add, after telling me her plans to teach Micah how to braid hair once he gets older. She lets out a little laugh, but Micah doesn't stir, luckily.
That girl is something else.
She's a spitfire. I wink at her. Like another lady I know. On the coffee table, my phone vibrates as a text message lights up the screen. I reach for it as soon as I see it's from Matthias. Hey, Macho Man. Isn't it exhausting to be featured in BuzzFeed again? Sheesh. Tone it down and give others a chance. He includes a link, and I click on it, curious to read what they've listed this time. Another text comes in from him. Give some kisses to my godchildren for me, and to my bestie, of course. Miss you guys. I quickly shoot off a response. I'll speak with the boss about toning it down, but no promises. And will do. Livia's obsessed with having a side ponytail lately. She asked me tonight about FaceTiming you because OMG, Dad, Uncle Matthias needs to see me with my side pony. He texts back with a dozen laughing, crying emoticons. I'm off tomorrow. Have her FaceTime me whenever she wants. Gotta run. Later, Macho Man. With a grin, I go back to the link he sent before glancing over at Simone. We made BuzzFeed again, Princess. Matthias says we need to tone things down and give other people a chance to be featured. Her eyes are bright with amusement.
Sounds like Maddie. What did they say about us this time?
Apparently, they chose the top moments we were, and I quote, hashtag couple goals. I chuckle as I scan the write-up, scrolling on my cell phone. They even included a couple pics. It's similar to looking at a slideshow of some of the highlights of our lives, documented by photos we've shared online, including the most recent one I posted. Even though I can easily go on Instagram and see them on either Simone's account or my own, it still brings back some of our favorite memories. I lean closer so she can read the screen.
Simone King and Kane Wyndham snuck up on everyone with their low-key romance. They kept things excruciatingly private in the beginning of their courtship, but little by little, they've opened up and let us see the love and adoration and hilarity between the couple. They technically met at work, so we're deeming this a workplace romance. Kane served as Simone's temporary personal head of security during her Throwing Shade tour. He was quite literally responsible for protecting her body. Swoon. This power couple is no stranger to our lists, so some of these may be repeats from former features. Below are some of our favorite moments, in chronological order of Kane Wyndham and Simone King Wyndham's relationship. 1. When Kane and Simone made their first official appearance as a couple at the People's Choice Awards, where Simone was awarded Female Artist of the Year, the world collectively swooned at the way the two smiled at each other. 2. When Simone announced her engagement on Instagram. He decided to put a ring on it, after I won a Golden Globe. At Kane Wyndham Security. Guess you really want VIP passes to my next movie. Well played. Hashtag kidding. Hashtag he knows I love him. Hashtag my North Star. Hashtag too sappy for public consumption. Hashtag soon to be Wyndham. Kane commented, "It was either that or try to find work on the set. This was the easier route. Hashtag just kidding. Hashtag you know I love you. Hashtag my North Star." 3. When they shared 2 photos from their super secret beach wedding, sending the hearts of even the grinchiest people aflutter. The photo on the left, Kane's expression when Simone is walking down the aisle toward him, is everything. The photo on the right, the way they smile at one another as though they're privy to a secret no one else knows, makes hearts shoot out of our eyes. 4. When Kane made a rare appearance with his wife during her 60 Minutes interview, and Susan Bradshaw asked, "How did you know he was the one?" Simone, "Who?" Kane, "She means me, smartass." Simone, "Oh, sorry." This photo of the couple looking at one another, laughing at themselves afterward, makes it that much better. Yet another example of how they're hashtag couple goals, when they can joke around and have fun together. 5. When Simone announced they were expecting their first child, the photo had us all swooning and salivating, and not just because of the French toast. Kane is pictured feeding the singer/actress a forkful of her infamous French toast she often posts about. Ensuring baby Wyndham will be a fan of my famous French toast. Hashtag love. Hashtag fact. Hashtag baby Wyndham. Hashtag French Toast Friday. 6. The time Kane and Simone, beautifully pregnant with their daughter Livy, were on the red carpet for the Grammy Awards, and he had trouble not looking at her like she was the only female in existence. 7. When Kane posted a photo on Instagram of himself with Livy perched on his shoulders, while Simone was away appearing as a guest coach on the set of the hit show, The Voice. Just a heads up, at Simone King Sings, I got myself a new girl. She's young and likes to call me daddy. Also, she knows tricks like how to swindle a man out of his last dollar bills because, oh my God, cotton candy! Hashtag, sorry not sorry. Hashtag, younger lady. Hashtag, I'm all hers. Hashtag, Little Wyndham. Simone didn't hesitate to clap back at her husband and responded by posting a photo of herself while holding a star judge of The Voice. Ash Tatum's adorable baby boy nestled against her chest. Damn, Livy, you move fast. At Kane Wyndham Security. It's cool, bro. I found a new man, and he likes to call me mama. Hashtag, mic drop. Hashtag, he's mine now. Hashtag, not sorry. Hashtag, she better not be eating nothing but sugar. Hashtag, or you're sleeping in the guest bedroom when I get home. Check out those last 2 hashtags. They're our favorites so far. 8. The time Kane and Simone, pregnant with son Micah, were on the red carpet for the Grammy Awards and he kept his hand at her back/waist the entire time in super alpha protective mode, yet his smile was simultaneously panty-melting. 9. When Simone shared a photo of newborn Micah being held by a dozing Kane in a rocking chair. At Kane Wyndham Security. Pretty sure I couldn't love you more right now, holding our son, who looks so much like you. On second thought, that's a lie. I would totally love you more if you'd get me an ice pack from my poor lady bits. Your mom wasn't joking. Big heads really do run in your family. Hashtag real talk. Hashtag big heads. Hashtag ouch. Hashtag my boys. Hashtag love. Hashtag real romance. And Kane responded with, thought you didn't want anyone to know about my amazingly big, head. Hashtag real talk. Hashtag Wyndham men. Hashtag big heads. 10. The photo Kane posted for Mother's Day, which included Simone with newborn son, Micah, nestled against her chest in a carrier, holding hands with their 5-year-old daughter, Livy, on the beach, the 2 ladies all smiles. Happy Mother's Day to the woman who continuously makes me look subpar as a parent because you know how to braid hair so much better. You're incredible, and I bow down to you, princess. We love you. Also, beware, I'm determined to surpass you in skill at braiding. Hashtag real talk. Hashtag goals. Hashtag best mom ever. Hashtag my North Star. Hashtag love you.
Simone's eyes meet mine once we've read through the list, and they're filled with so much love. My breath lodges in my chest. Because it's hard to believe this is my life. She's mine, and I'm hers, and we're in this together, partners 100%. I close the distance to press a light kiss to her lips before whispering words we don't go a day without saying. I love you. She peers up at me, a faint smirk tugging at her lips.
Still a fact?
Always and forever, princess. I link our fingers, and we relax, enjoying the quiet time together before Micah wakes up for a feeding. Her palm against mine, it settles me. Always and forever. The end.
Thank you for listening to Too Good at Goodbyes by R.C. Bolt. Narrated by Ava Erickson, Jason Clark, Vikas Adam, and Desiree Ketchum. Produced by One Night Stand Studios. Post by Simplify Productions. Text copyright 2020 by R.C. Bolt. Production copyright 2020 by R.C. Bolt. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.